Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's say hello to Miss Shigatsu. Hello.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Welcome to the April Show. I'm April, and I'm so glad you're here. This is Penny. She's my guard dog, my best friend, and my co-host. And as you can see, she is late. You know, it happens. It's what you get when you work with, what is it, kids and animals, right? Kids and animals.
Literally, we were speaking just earlier, like, yeah, I can't control her. I can't, it's gonna happen.
Kids and animals. Kids and animals is what you're gonna do.
Oh, Lord. Well,
so good morning, afternoon, everybody. How are we doing on this? Good morning. Yes, good morning, afternoon. Morning, afternoon.
Good morning. Yep, that's fine.
You can do that. Morning, afternoon, evening. Good morning, afternoon.
Good. Hello.
Hello, and may your day be glorious, whatever day it is, wherever you are in the world, whatever time it may be, wherever you are when you're watching this.
Yes.
Just like that. Nailed it.
Okay.
Post-trim.
Well,
nailed it.
The same question asked literally everyone who comes on here. Who is Miss Shigatsu?
Woman of mystery. Phoenix. Knee-high sock addict. Closet drummer. Snazzy dresser. Part-time unicorn. Somebody asked me one time, tell me about yourself. Tell me, who are you? And I was like, oh, that's a long story. And she's like, all right, give me the Reader's Digest version. I'm not sure if y'all have the Reader's Digest over there in England. I'm not sure if this is a thing with which you're familiar, but the Reader's Digest, the Reader's Digest version of me, short, missing some parts, doesn't always make sense. Which is only funny if you know what the Reader's Digest is.
It makes sense in more than one way, which is great.
So the Reader's Digest here in America, it's a thing where they literally take like novels and cut out chunks of this novel and fit it into this little paperback, right? It's like the Cliff's Notes version. But instead of like literally telling you like in English, this is how the story goes, it's like they'll take the whole story and just like condense it down. And the problem is when you do that with stories, when you take pieces out, suddenly it doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense. Like some of the parts that you needed in order to understand the fuck was going on, they got cut out. So yes, short, missing some parts, doesn't always make sense. There's me.
Awesome. Oh my Lord.
So there you have it. I am a retired web developer. I spent 18 years doing web development before I retired. And I am considered to be kind of old to be on Twitch. And I'm okay with that. I think it's hilarious. I think it's kind of freaking hilarious. I actually had somebody raid me recently, and I was like, hey, how'd you find me? Because, this is not somebody that had ever raided me before. Nobody had ever heard of. And he's like, oh, well, you were on the recommended list. And I was like, oh, that's so exciting. I was recommended to somebody. So I went back later to look on his VOD to see, how did he find me? What happened on his stream when he came across me? And so he was flipping through, looking for somebody playing Minecraft, and he found me, and he pulled my stream up, and his community started going, ew, who let somebody's grandma on Twitch?
Oh my God.
Y'all are freaking adorable. Y'all so funny. And then they actually listened to my stream, and I'm like sitting here wearing like some obnoxious t-shirt with this unicorn horn, drinking Mountain Dew and swearing and playing Minecraft. They're like, oh my God, yeah, let's go to that one. Let's go to that one. And like y'all come into my stream and I'm like, good afternoon. How the fuck are you today? And they're like, all right, you're cool. You're cool. We'll go with that one. So, but yeah, I am. I will actually be a week from today is my birthday. I'll be 41. So I am statistically old enough to be the average Twitch user's mom. I think we looked it up earlier today. The average Twitch user is 21 years old. I am old enough to be their mom or at least their aunt. So that's me. I'm old and I'm cranky and I'm retired and I'm hopped up on caffeine. I swear like a well-educated sailor. And
Sailor. Oh my god.
and I actually recently ordered myself a shirt. It hasn't arrived. I'm so disappointed. It didn't get here in order for today. It didn't get here in time, but I found myself a shirt on Etsy that I really desperately need to get that just says wholesome as fuck. And I need that shirt. Wholesome as fuck.
That sounds like something I might need to buy too.
Right? I'm just like everybody's always like, oh, Miss Shigatsu, she's so nice. She's so kind. She's so wholesome. Like, have you actually watched my stream?
Do you know me at all?
Do you know me? Have you heard the words that like wholesome is not usually a word I associate with myself, but hey, you know, if that gets people in the door, I'll go with it.
If it works, it works.
It put butts in seats, right? That's what they say. Puts butts in seats. I'll take it. I'll go with it. So that's me. That is me.
Oh Lord.
And let's see if that helps the camera find my face. See if I'm less bored now.
We can see you. You're fine.
Also, hi 50, hi Glass. I love you guys.
Oh God. Hello everyone. Oh,
so what's
Lord.
next?
Right. So
Step 2.
Oh my God, it's a unicorn.
Oh my God, a unicorn.
Oh my Lord. But okay, when did you start content creation? I've worded that very nicely.
Yeah, okay, so content creation. 1984 is when I started content creation.
Okay,
I started streaming.
Give me a timeline.
I started streaming in April of 2019. Okay, so that's when I started streaming.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually born in 1980. I started playing. Well, I guess I got my first Nintendo when it, they came out in '86. So I was originally a Nintendo kid and never had a Sega. I never had a PlayStation, none of that kind of shit. I was always a Nintendo kid. I remember one of my favorite original Nintendo games was actually Bionic Commando. I loved Bionic Commando, and I never finished. It was hard as fuck. But Super Nintendo, man, that was my jam. Uniracers, there was something about Uniracers. I loved it, and I think of all the consoles, Super Nintendo is still my favorite console.
Really?
The Super Nintendo games. There's something about the graphics of the Super Nintendo that had that kind of anime, kind of bubbly. They were a lot more colorful than the Nintendo games were. The graphics were just a little bit better, but they still had that kind of like 2D like sprite sort of feeling. They hadn't yet gone to that like, hey, look, we can make everything 3D, and every sudden this just suddenly looked like angular and shitty. Like everything, once they got into that, suddenly, oh look, we can like make figures and stuff, everything went to shit. I think it just went to garbage. I think Super Nintendo is still my favorite. But I started using computers with Windows 3.1. I think it was.
Oh my God.
Windows 3.1, you had to get into Windows through the DOS command line. When you booted up the computer, it went into DOS. And you had to launch Windows through DOS. So when I was a kid, the first thing I learned how to do was get into Windows through command line, being like, 4 years old, 5 years old, maybe. My dad was a computer guy. He always had like all the bleeding edge, cutting edge shit. I mean, my dad, I remember at one point had like 8 computers in his office, including one he called the Turtle Without a Shell. It was literally a motherboard sitting on his desk. Had no case. It was just a motherboard sitting on his desk with a bunch of peripherals plugged into it. No shell, no nothing. It was just that was it. And I remember being very little, and I learned how to go into the DOS command prompt and change the command prompt. You could change like the background color, you could change the font color, you can make the text like 28-bit and like blinking yellow with underline. And I would do all this obnoxious shit. I mean, shock, right? And then I figured out how to change the actual command prompt. So instead of being like C:// whatever, it would be like, go fuck yourself. And yeah, I was like 4 or 5 years old. And so I figured out how to do this. And then I could never figure out how to change it back. And so my dad would be always like, he would know when I had been playing with the computer, because he'd be like, really? You're going to tell me your 18-month-old brother did this? Yes, definitely Jim did it.
It was him. It wasn't me.
I wasn't. I the good kid. I wouldn't do that. Jim did it. Totally, Jim did it. Yeah. So Dad always knew when I'd been playing with the computer, because the font was 28-point yellow blinking underlined text on a magenta background with a font with a command prompt to go fuck yourself, something like that. It's like,
oh my god, that's absolutely brilliant.
That was me. I have done let's see, my mom, up until when I was in 5th grade, worked at a knitting, sewing, and yarn supply store called Knitting and Sew Forth, SEW, Knitting and Sew Forth. Big fan of puns. So she worked at Knitting and Sew Forth, and every year they would have a fashion show. And all the people who worked at the store would bring in stuff that they had made. So my brother and sister and I, from the time we were yay big, we were doing like, runway stuff, showing off these knitted fashion items that my mom and her coworkers had all done. And then when I was in middle school, I did pageants in 7th and 8th grade. I did like scholarship pageants. I've done choir, I've done theater, I've done marching band. All of that through middle school, high school. I did, when I was in high school, I was in Oliver and Fiddler on the Roof and Les Mis and Bye Bye Birdie, all that kind of stuff. I did solo ensemble choir stuff, competitive touring with the choir. I was in competitive marching band. I was a drummer. So all that stuff. When I graduated college, I took theater classes. I took speech and diction classes. I took speed reading and vocab classes. I've worked in a TV studio. I've worked in a radio station. I have done modeling classes. After I did pageants in 7th and 8th grade, I got contacted by a modeling agency. So I learned how to do proper like runway walking and how to do makeup and how to take pictures and all that kind of stuff. My dad worked in radio, so we were like both my parents did theater before we were born. And all right, bye Arya, take care, enjoy your breakfast. So we we were constantly doing like show tunes in my house. Like we would clean the house to Gloria Estefan. We would clean the house to Gloria Estefan and be like, we dancing around the house, and we were all dancers. My mom was a ballet dancer, so when I was in college I took ballet. So it's just constantly, like, from the time I was a kid, I was performing. And when I got into college, when I was 20 in 2000, right? So I was 20 in 2000. I got myself a camera, had myself a little webcam, which at the time, the pictures were literally like 320 by 240, like low res, itty bitty, like this is the webcam picture, right? I had a webcam. And some people may know the name Jenny Cam. These many, many years ago, Jenny Cam, probably a lot of people on Twitch have never heard of Jenny Cam. But Jenny Cam was kind of Big Brother before Big Brother was Big Brother. She had set up a bunch of cameras throughout her apartment, her house, whatever it was, and basically if she was home, the cameras were on. And that's how it went. And you could just watch her life on camera all day, every day. And that's how it went. And so when I was 20, that's what I did. And it was, so technically I was a cam girl, but not like we think of now as cam girls. Like it wasn't a sexual thing. Like I was never naked on screen. I wasn't like, I didn't have my boyfriends over and like have sex on screen, none of that kind of shit. But it was like, if I was home, camera was on. Whether I was eating, doing homework, sleeping, literally I would have the camera on all night long while I was sleeping. People would watch me sleep. Like, okay. Like I would wake up in the middle of the night and I'd roll over and there'd be like 4 people, 5 people watching me sleep. I'm like, okay. But at the time, I had a first floor apartment and I lived alone. So for me, knowing that the guy that I was dating was watching me while he was at work, he was a computer guy. So he was keeping an eye on me. And that kind of gave me some peace, knowing that there was somebody who had my back while I was asleep. And so yeah, that was a thing. And so then I ended up, I worked for Xerox for a while, worked for Portland Community College, did their website. And then I met a guy on the internet, and I ended up moving to Virginia Beach, Virginia. And I did web development. Worked for the city of Chesapeake, Virginia, starting in 2005, did web development. And I did a stint working in there I worked for United Way for a while, so that was kind of fun. I did their website, and I helped do fundraisers, things like that. And so I started working for the city of Chesapeake. I did their website from 2005 to 2013. And while I was there, I was in the public communications department. So I also worked with the TV studio, did some behind the scenes like TV production stuff, helped with marketing materials and some graphics and all that kind of shit. And then I retired. I got really sick in 2011 and ended up having to leave my job in 2013 because it was just like, I'm not going to be able to keep doing this. I can't do this anymore. I got really, really sick and ended up retiring. And in 2019, a friend of mine is a cosplayer, and she set up a Twitch page, and she was going to start doing her cosplay stuff on stream. And I was like, okay. Also, hi, Lazy, I love your face. So yeah, that's how I ended up on Twitch specifically.
Okay. All right. And why did you start your content on Twitch?
Why did I start streaming on Twitch?
Yes.
All right, so I know you and I talked about this.
Yes, but yes.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier off stream. So I mentioned that I got really sick in 2011 and left my job in 2013. So I have had acid reflux since 2000. Since I was about 20, I started having acid reflux. I didn't know what it was at first. I thought I was having a heart attack, and it was bad. It was really like I couldn't lay down, I couldn't eat. It was really bad, and so I went to the doctor, and they gave me something they called a GI cocktail, and it's basically a Dixie cup. I called it a shot glass. It was a shot glass of Mylanta and Novocaine. Right, so like Pepto-Bismol basically, and Novocaine, and they gave me this shot glass, and they're like, okay, drink this. If the pain goes away, it's not a heart attack. Pain went away. Like, yeah, it's not a heart attack. You have acid reflux. Here's a prescription. Take this medication. Should be all better. On my drive home that day, I started seeing tracers. And I thought, I mean, that makes sense, right? You drink Novocaine, it's gonna fuck you up. It's gonna go straight in your bloodstream, right? You drink Novocaine. It wasn't until like 2 or 3 years later I was talking to my PCP, my general doctor, and I was telling her about it, and she's like, "That's not normal. That should not happen. Like that should only happen if it went straight into your bloodstream. And normally when you drink it, it doesn't go straight in your bloodstream. It goes through your digestive system, not straight in your bloodstream." She's like, "I want to test you for having an ulcer." And of course, by that point, I'd been on these medications for a couple years, and the ulcer was gone, but there was still evidence of where it had been. And that was the first time I had ever been diagnosed with an ulcer, when I was like 23 or so. So fast forward, 2001, I'd been on medication for 11 years, off and on, and I started having really bad acid reflux again, even though I was still on medication. And it started getting worse and worse. I started throwing up everything I ate. I started losing weight like crazy. I lost like 30 pounds in 2 months. I got really, really sick. I finally went back to my doctor, and I was like, "Dude, I don't know what's wrong, but the meds aren't working anymore. I don't know what's wrong." And he's like, so we went through everything that, normally he would ask about. And he's like, I this is beyond me. I need to send you to a specialist. So we went to a specialist and ran a bunch of tests and discovered that my stomach was blocked. And it turned out that all of those years that I had been having acid reflux and getting ulcers, and then healing the ulcers, and then getting acid reflux and having ulcers and healing the ulcers, scarred the entire inside of my stomach. And I was literally starving to death. And so the beginning of 2012, we finally figured out what was wrong. By this point, I was like 105 pounds. And I was literally starving to death. And they're like, the only solution is to remove the lower half of your stomach. And we're going to try and cut this. There's a nerve up here in your throat called the vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve tells your stomach to produce stomach acid. So like, we're going to cut your vagus nerve, and hopefully it's going to cut down on the stomach acid, and you're not going to have these ulcers anymore. You're not going to have acid reflux. You're going to be fine. So we're going to have to remove the lower half of your stomach where it's damaged, and we're going to cut the vagus nerve, and you should be like, 7 days off your feet, back to work, no big deal. It's basically a gastric bypass. It's a very routine procedure, no big deal. Unfortunately, what we thought was going to be a very routine procedure ended up nearly killing me. I had 3 surgeries in a week and a half. By the time I got in there for surgery, I was so malnourished that my stomach lining was too thin and the sutures kept coming out. And they had to keep opening me back up and stitching me back together again. The night of the 3rd surgery, third 6-hour surgery in a week and a half. And they didn't, because normally gastric bypass, right, is a very planned procedure. And you've got people normally who have ample amounts of body fat that they can afford to lose on this. Not a big deal. And they go in, laparoscopic, no big deal. You get a little incision, couple little holes. We go in there, you cut you apart. Unfortunately, in my situation, because things were so damaged, they couldn't actually get the camera down past my stomach to see how far the damage went. So they ended up having to cut me from stem to stern, from the base of my sternum right here, all the way down my abdomen, around my belly button, almost to the middle of my pelvis. Like, I have a 9-inch scar that runs all the way down my abdomen. And the night of my 3rd surgery, my 6-hour surgery, they decided to take me off. They decided to take me off the painkillers. They're like, "Oh, you've had plenty of Dilaudid. You're fine. You don't need this." So they took me off of it. So as I'm coming out of anesthesia, I'm detoxing. Now, I've never done drugs. I've never been drunk. I've never been high. None of that shit. I had the worst trip, y'all. I had the worst trip. Seriously. And so, I mean, it was bad. I thought the nurse was a reject from Chopped, and she was holding us all hostage, and she was going to make us all compete on Chopped. I'm not sure if you know what the TV show Chopped is, but basically these chefs are all given a picnic basket full of random ingredients, and they have to make something out of it.
Yeah.
And whoever loses each round, they're chopped. And so she was holding us hostage, and whoever lost each round, we had to pick somebody that she was gonna kill. And I'm like out of my mind, like having I didn't know Dilaudid is a morphine derivative. So basically I was having waking morphine dreams, and I'm like laying there, literally they strapped me to the bed. I did not know that at the time, but they had to strap me to the bed so I didn't start ripping out my IVs and stuff. And I'm laying there strapped to the bed screaming, "They're gonna kill my husband! They're gonna kill my husband! I can't cook! They're gonna kill my husband!" Which probably should have been a hint right there, but you know, that's beside the point. So anyway, so after the surgery, I was not doing well. I was not doing well. As you might imagine, I was very, very sick. They had to cut me apart and stitch me back together again several times. I was very weak. I couldn't walk. It took me 3 months to learn to walk again. And during this time, I finally decided, you know, I regained the ability to walk and decided it was time to walk and leave my husband, who had left me to go on vacation while I was strapped to the hospital bed that night. He decided to go on vacation. So I finally, I know, right?
Guy.
I know, right? And so he had gone to New York for vacation to go play kickball. He had gone to a kickball tournament while I was literally fighting for my life, literally strapped to the hospital bed. And I talked to him about it later. I was like, "What the fuck, dude?" He's like, "Oh, you were fine. You didn't need me there. You had the doctors and the nurses and your mom. You didn't need me there. You were fine." I'm like, 10 years we were married and you left me to die, dude. So I finally left, and by the end of 2014, so I left my job at the end of 2013, because at this point I was like, I can't walk. I literally, for a year, I had open wounds. They discovered a year after those initial surgeries that my incisions had never closed up. Because remember I mentioned, like, I was so sick and the sutures kept falling out? They never closed up. And so I was leaking bile out of my stomach into my abdomen for a year, digesting myself inside out. I had stomach acid going into my abdomen for a year before they discovered it. And so that was the point where my doctor was like, "You should not go back to work. You should maybe consider not." I was like, "You know what? That sounds like a great plan, doc. Let's not go back to work. I'm not going to." So I filed for disability, and of course, then I couldn't support myself anymore. I'm like, I got no money. I got nowhere to live. By the end of 2014, I found myself living in my sister's basement. I had lost everything. Yeah, sorry, graphic warning, trigger warnings. I should get a shirt that just says trigger warning. Like, I am a trigger warning. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
Sorry, Jets. Sorry. But so I found myself living in my sister's basement, and I had lost everything. My marriage had ended. I sounded like the worst country song. Like, my marriage had ended. My car broke down. The wheels fell off my car. Like, I had taken a day trip from Virginia Beach up to DC, and I'm driving around DC, and I'm like, dum 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 dum. I'm like, what the fuck is that sound? I was like, get out. I discovered literally the lug nuts had fallen off one of my wheels. I literally drove the wheels off my car. It had like 300,000 miles on it anyway. So I mean, it was time. But like, I lost my dog, my marriage ended, I lost my job. I was like, the wheels fell off my car. I had left the state. I moved to a state where I didn't even know anybody except my sister and her husband. I had no friends. I lost everything. Like, literally, I lost the ability to eat. Okay, I didn't even know how to eat anymore. And so I'm like living in my sister's basement, and I was fucking furious. Also, just again, a little bit late, but I swear a lot. I have
That's fine. This is 18 plus stream.
Right, I have the vocabulary of a well-educated sailor. And so I found myself living in my sister's basement, having lost everything, and I was fucking mad. You know, like, I'm sitting down there, and I remember one day I was so mad. I didn't even have a computer chair. I had a folding metal, like a camping chair. And I somehow in my brain decided to do like the pro wrestler, like smash it on the concrete floor. And I picked up the chair over my head, and instead of like over my head, I hit the light fixture, the fluorescent light fixture above me, because I'm in the basement. Basement ceiling's a little low, and just raining glass shards down on me. And I had like this complete mental breakdown at that point. I'm just like, who the fuck? And so like, I'm not an overly religious person. I have not, like, I went to church for a couple years when I was like in middle and high school, but I was not raised in the church. I was not raised with any sort of faith structure, religion, none of that kind of stuff. And I remember I started screaming, who the fuck do you think you are, God? Taking my life away from me. You destroyed my life. You destroyed everything I worked so hard from. And I remember sitting there just literally like screaming at God, being like, who the fuck do you think you are, taking this all away from me? You took my marriage, you took my dog, my car broke down, you nearly killed me, like all the people, you took away all my friends. I don't know anybody here. I'm living in this completely strange place. I don't know anybody. And I was really, really mad. And then that was the end of 2014, and the beginning of 2015, my sister was like, hey, I feel like maybe you should go to church with me. Like, I feel like this might be a thing. You should maybe getting some church in your life might help you put your shit back together, because you're kind of losing your mind down there in my basement. You're kind of freaking us out a little bit. And I was like, all right, fine. I will go to church with you. And that first month, the January 2015, the sermon series was God Makes All Things New. This is the new year. We're going to talk about God Makes Things New. And I sobbed. Like, that whole month I sat in the front row of that tiny little church service. It was like 25 people. We met in the gymnasium of an elementary school. We had like folding chairs and everything. I sat in the front row and sobbed, like ugly cry, sobbed.
Well, are we talking the type of crying that you have to say words individually, like
yes.
sorry,
yes, like the ugly cry, like it was bad. It was like real bad, because I know what I've been through, and I know what I've done, and I know what the things that have happened to me. I know the ways that I have hurt myself and other people, and to be told that no matter what I had done, no matter what I had been through, it did not diminish the value of me. And no matter what happened, I was still loved, and I still have value. And that to be told that God does not take those broken pieces and put them back together. He takes the broken pieces and he makes something new. That hit me so hard. Like, I grew up, my dad was mentally unstable. I'm to this day, I'm certain he was undiagnosed bipolar. He was just like, he would be, one day he'd wake up and just be like, all right, get in the car, we're gonna go for a family drive. And if we would be like, yeah, Dad, it's 11 o'clock on a Saturday, I already have plans. Suddenly he's literally putting his fist through doors, flipping tables, smashing things. So, you know, for me, I didn't have a stable father figure growing up, and I have issues with men. Shock. Because I never learned how to develop healthy relationships with men, because my dad was just mental. And so to be told that there is a father figure who loves me unconditionally, who does not think less of me even when I make mistakes, I sobbed, because I did not feel like I deserved that. I didn't earn it, and I never can. And I know how crazy this sounds. I know a lot of people don't believe in God, and I respect that. I didn't. I respect the shit out of it. And I always tell people on my stream, no matter what I'm talking about, when I'm talking about my faith, that is my faith. I do not believe that it is my job or my mission to convert, condemn, convince, or anything. It's not my job to convert you. It is not my job to convince anyone else to believe what I believe. I believe what I believe, and that's what matters to me. It's not my job to tell you you're right or you're wrong. You believe what you believe, and what I believe is that there is a God, and God loves me. And I finally got to a point where I realized, I sat down and looked at all of the things that I had been through, all of the things that I had survived, that I had no right surviving. I should not be here right now, by all accounts. By all medical accounts, I should not be here right now. I drove my car underneath a pickup truck one night. A drunk driver pulled out in front of me in a Ford F-350, and I was driving a tiny little car, and I literally did a doorstop maneuver, drove underneath his car, underneath his truck. The scratches on the hood of my car stopped 4 inches from the windshield. Had my car been any lower to the ground or his truck any higher off the ground, I would have been decapitated. I would have gone completely underneath his truck. Right? Right? Yeah, exactly. I should not have walked away from that, and I did. I didn't even have whiplash. Nothing. I walked away from it sad because my car was totaled. I called my husband, who was on a business trip in Arizona at the time. I called him and I was like, hey, I'm okay, but Domino's totaled. That was the name of my car, Domino. It was a white car, black interior. Her name was Domino. And so I was like, I should not be here right now. I should not be alive. And I look back on all the things that I'd been through, all the things that I'd learned, the people who had come to see me in the hospital when I thought nobody knew my name. My husband had me convinced when I went in for surgery that he was my only friend and nobody gave a shit about me. There were people that came to see me in the hospital that I didn't even think knew me. I missed a tournament. I was supposed to be working. One of the people who I didn't think even liked me made a poster. She brought a piece of poster board and passed it around the tournament, and people signed it and brought it to my hospital room. They set it on the end of my hospital bed, and I woke up the next morning and I was just like, I didn't even think you guys gave a shit if I lived or died, and I didn't think you even knew my name, and here you are reaching out to me. And the things that I never thought I could overcome, I learned to walk again. 33 years old, I had to learn to walk again. Things that I never... And realizing, putting together all the things that I had learned, and realizing that God had not destroyed my life. God had saved my life. And God had saved me from an abusive marriage. God had saved me from a dead-end job. God had saved me from financial despair. He had saved me from a car that was literally a death trap. This car, I got this car, I drove it for 9 years without a speedometer. Because the speedometer broke and I couldn't afford to fix it.
How did you not get like parking tickets galore?
I'm good. What can I say? I'm
me.
I'm fucking good, man. So like 9 years I drove this car. I didn't have a speedometer, which means I didn't have an odometer. I would just sort of like, well, I guess it's probably time for an oil change, I guess. By the time I got rid of that car, I think it probably had like my best estimate, about 310,000 miles on it. By the time I got rit of that car. God did not destroy my life. God saved my life. And I know how crazy that sounds, y'all. Y'all, I know how crazy that sounds. I know how batshit y'all are sitting there going, okay, crackpot. I know. If you'd have told me this 10 years ago, I'd have been like, I'll pat you on your head and be like, okay, here's a cookie. But I'm sitting here going, God saved my life. And God saved my life for
a reason. It's stuck on the face. Okay, there we go.
God saved my life for a reason, and I gotta do a thing now. Fuck. Now I gotta do a thing. And so actually, if you go look at my page, there's a graphic on that page. It's a little white with some butterflies, and there's some text on it. These are business cards I had made up that I hand out to everywhere I go. I hand them out at the bank, at the grocery store, when I go to the fast food, at the gas station, whatever. I hand them out everywhere. And you would not believe the amount of people that start crying when they get this card, because there are so many people in so much pain right now.
Could you just, because the camera hasn't actually focused in on it, but could you just read what is on that card?
Yeah, absolutely. It says, in case no one has told you today, you are more loved than you understand. You are more beautiful than you know. You are stronger than you think. You are perfect in your imperfection. You were created on purpose for a purpose. And you are so much more than just enough. You are never alone or abandoned, and it's going to be okay. And actually on the back, this graphic isn't on my page, but on the back it says, on particularly rough days when you're sure you can't possibly endure, remind yourself that your track record for getting through bad days so far is 100%, and that's pretty great. And the best part of life is being alive. Because as long as you wake up every day with breath in your lungs and your eyes open, it means you get another chance. It means you have another day to try again. Maybe yesterday was an absolute shit show, but today is a new day, and today is a new chance. And I looked at everything I had been through, and I realized that God gave me a message. And God said, I want you to share your message with the world. I want you to go out there, and I want you to tell the world. And God, I know how this sounds. I know this sounds completely cracked out. But God said to tell you, the 8th one, JJ Bunny, Jets Official, Princess Lazy Glassman, everybody, okay, told me to tell you, I love you. I love you. Not in spite of who you are, but because of who you are. I know every hair on your head, and you are perfect. I know everything you've been through. I've been with you the whole time. And I love you. And that's my message. That's why I started streaming. I started streaming to tell the world, you are loved. You are not alone. You are not abandoned. You are loved. It's not my job to condemn, to convince, cajole. None of that is not my job. My job is to tell you that you are loved. And that's why I started streaming. And that's why I keep streaming. And I know one of your questions is, okay, so that's why you pushed go the first time. Why did you push go the second time? Because the mission didn't end. The mission did not end. And I had a conversation a couple days ago with another streamer who asked me, where do you find the motivation? Because she's really struggling with the motivation. She struggles with the motivation to turn the camera on. And she'll stream, once a week, once every other week, because she's just like, oh, just can't motivate myself to turn it on. And I'm like, honestly, for me, it's not about the streaming. Money, great. I mean, cool. I'm on disability. My bills are paid. I didn't get in it for the money. I didn't get in it because I think I'm great at video games. I didn't get in it because I think I'm beautiful and people need to see my face, my crooked smile with my chipped tooth and my wonky eyes. I didn't get in it because I thought I was the most beautiful. I got into streaming because there are people who are in pain and there are hearts that need to be loved, and that's it. And the mission doesn't change from one day to the next. There are people who are in pain and there are people who need to be loved. And no matter how tired I am, that doesn't change. So that's my motivation. My motivation is to love people, to put myself in someone else's shoes and to say, I know what I've been through. And what I've been through, by all accounts, is not the worst. It's not the worst. Yeah, I had a shitty childhood. There are people who have had it so much worse. Yeah, I've had some medical trauma. I have this woman, Susan. I couldn't even tell you how many surgeries she's had. I've been through domestic abuse. There are people who have had it so much worse. But what that allows me to do is it allows me to see just enough to be able to reach out to them and go, hey, I see you. I see you in the dark. I see you when you think you're alone. And I see you when you think nobody else knows what you've been through. And no, nobody knows what you've been through exactly. But I've had a taste of it. And I just know enough how that feels. Come with me and know you're not alone. Be part of something. Be part of something bigger than you. And together we can make things just a little bit better. And that's why I keep streaming.
There is one thing that you said that I feel like you overlook because you've said it in your ways, to do your utmost best to share this message that you want to share with the world. And there's one thing that I really hope that if that's the only thing that you take away from this episode with me, this sit down with me, I hope, regardless of how many other things you take, that's one of the most important ones that I feel like can make or break a person.
What's that?
And that is that your words, your specific words were, regardless of how tired I am, you're going to carry on. You're going to carry on sending that message. Okay. What I want you to take away from this, as a minimum, is that it's not a case of regardless how tired you are. Because, like you've said, you've been very ill before. And you've worked a whole load of professions. And I can guarantee that you cannot, with a straight face, say to me that not taking breaks is good for you.
Well, and that's something that I really struggle with when I'm streaming. It is something I struggle with when I'm streaming. Because
yes, but you said that regardless of how tired I am, I'm still going to carry on spreading that message.
Right. Are you saying it's time for a break? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you, there's a second part to it, but I'm telling you that you need to know that it does matter how tired you are, because if you tire yourself out to the point of where you cannot do that, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Right.
And by doing yourself a disservice, you're not going to be able to do other people a service.
Right. And I do try to take consideration on things like I get headaches a lot. I get a lot of headaches. And I try to take into consideration, like, if my head hurts so bad that I can't function, I'm not going to be any good to anybody else. Stream is going to be garbage. If I can't see straight, if I can't think straight, if I can't word, can't no stream. You know? Like,
stream no, head no. Yeah.
Can't no stream if can't word. And literally we actually have a command on my stream. It's just command words. And it just it pops up in chat. It says, y'all, words are so hard. Like, seriously, so hard. And there are days where I'm just like, I can't word. I can't word good. I can't brain. Brain broke. I can't. And a couple days ago, actually, on, was it New Year's Eve? No, it was the day before New Year's Eve. I actually ended up having to cut my stream. Seriously, so hard, Glass. Seriously. I actually ended up having to cut my stream short because my head hurt so bad I was nauseous. And I was like, I don't want to puke on stream. That's not pretty. That's not fun. Nobody wants that. So I was like, y'all, I hurt a lot and I feel very sick, and that's not good content. It's not fun for me. And I'm not going to be much good to you if I'm sitting here puking. So I had to call it short. And there are days where I'm just like, my scars hurt and I am in a lot of pain and I love you all, but I can't do it today. And so, yeah, I do try to take into consideration my physical limitations, but like...
Don't you dare shrug it off. Don't you dare shrug it off.
I was raised with...
I never said it was easy, okay?
I was raised with the work mentality that unless you are bleeding out the eyes or on your deathbed, you will be at your desk, which is terrible. That is a terrible work mentality.
Actually, I think you'll find that unless you're bleeding out the eyes and you still can't work, then you stop working. Because even if you're bleeding out the eyes and you can still work, you can still work.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and the thing is, like, if you're bleeding out the eyes and you go to work, that's bad, because now you got blood all over the place, and now somebody's got to clean this shit all up, and it's messy. And why did you start bleeding out the eyes in the first place? Do you have the plague? Did you have the plague? Is that why you start bleeding out the eyes? Because if you start bleeding out the eyes because you got the plague and you came to work anyway, bitch, now you gave the whole office the plague. Thanks. I didn't want the plague for Christmas. That is not the bonus I asked for. So,
but
you know,
it's free.
It's thanks, England. We didn't need another strain. We were good with the one we already had. We couldn't stop the first one, and y'all had to send us a second one. I know, Motherland just like looking out for us, wanted to make sure that we had the abundance and all that shit. Thank you. Greatest Christmas present ever. Can we throw it in the harbor? I don't think we can. I don't think it's going to go over quite so well as the tea.
Oh God!
I feel like we can't dump the flag in the harbor. It's not going to go so well. But yeah, so I try to keep a mind on how my body is doing, how my physical body is doing, because part of the thing about I am on disability. If I don't have those physical issues, then why am I on disability, right? If I'm fine, if I am perfectly fine, then I need to go out there. I need to get my ass a real job. Which is not to say that streaming isn't hard, because streaming is fucking hard, y'all.
Oh my God, do not even.
But if the fact is, I do have physical limitations. There are days when my body is just like, nope, you're gonna stay in bed. You're gonna stay in bed, and you're not gonna do things today. And so I do try to keep that in mind, but at the same time, I also have that little thought like, am I legitimately keeping myself in mind, or am I looking for an excuse to be lazy today? And again, okay. I think a lot of that...
You do not come across as being lazy at all, just from your speech pattern alone.
So a lot of it, remember I mentioned my dad. I mentioned my dad. My dad was kind of mental, not necessarily a stable person. When I was growing up, my dad, I was the firstborn. My parents were married almost 10 years before they had me. And they actually had been told they couldn't have kids. They had been told that I was not going to happen. They were actually in the process of adopting when my mom finally got pregnant. And so my dad was always like, I was daddy's favorite. I hated my dad. And so he was constantly praising me to everybody else, constantly telling my brother and my sister, why can't you be more like your sister? Why can't you be I was a straight A student with a job when I was in high school. I'm doing all these things and doing marching band and doing choir and doing theater and doing pageants and getting straight A's and this, that, and the other thing, And so my siblings resented me, and my dad was constantly like, she's a straight A student. Why can't you be more like your sister? Why can't you be... There's a story I've told a lot of times on my stream where I came home one day when I was in high school, and my dad had my brother on the couch in the rec room and was just tearing him open. My dad was going off on my brother because my dad had found a Marilyn Manson CD in the computer, which at the time we only had the one computer. It was the early 90s. We only had the one computer in the house, and everybody shared it, and it was our stereo system. So with the one computer with the one CD player in it, and my dad had found Marilyn Manson in the computer, and my dad is going off on my brother, and my dad is going, I can't believe you would bring that garbage into my house, this blah, 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 going off. And Jim's sitting there going, it's not mine. I wouldn't do that. It's April's. And my dad's like, she's too good for that shit. She would never blah, blah, blah. And I came home. I walked in the room. I was like, oh, thanks. I forgot where I left that. And oh my God, I've never seen my dad turn so red so fast. He never apologized to my brother. But the thing is, like, he always held me up as this, like, paragon of virtue, straight A student, blah, blah, blah. But then behind closed doors, he's like, why did you get a B+ in Japanese?
What?
How? I'm so disappointed in you. You only got a B+ in Japanese. How come you didn't get an A+ in pre-calculus? I'm so disappointed in you. What is this B you got in art history? And so I was just like,
you've got to love that negative reinforcement, eh?
Right? So like in front of everybody else, he's holding me up as just like perfect. infallible, the icon of what everybody should be. But behind closed doors, nothing I ever did was good enough. And my greatest fear is failure. The greatest fear I have is letting people down and not doing what they expect me to do, not doing to the best of my ability failure is my greatest fear, and letting people down. And so I constantly have this feeling like, am I just being lazy? Am I not doing it hard enough? Am I not doing it well enough? Am I not doing it to the best of my ability? There's always that like in the back of my head. But at the same time, I'm just like, who makes the rules here? Who decides what's good enough? Who decides when I've worked hard enough? Who decides? Because my dad died a long time ago. Fuck that guy. Who cares what he thinks? I make the rules now. I'm a grown-ass woman. I will be 41 in a week. I make the rules. I decide when I'm working hard enough. I decide when I need a break. And so that's like the constant battle in my head every day when I wake up. Like, am I going to stream today? Yes, I'm going to stream today unless I say otherwise.
I see now you've come across the kind of guy that regardless of whether you're my dad, you're my brother, my grandma, my granddad, I do not care. If I can see and I know that you're pushing yourself too hard, I will tell you to sit the fuck down. Take a break. In fact, that's literally what we're gonna do now. So we gonna go and have a break.
We gonna take up a break? Alright.
So we see all you in about 10 minutes. Go grab a snack, grab a drink, go to the toilet, and we'll see you when we get back.
Alrighty. See you soon.
Hello, people.
Hello! Welcome back!
So, like, April was showing me a chip in a tooth like 5 seconds before we went live.
Literally like 5 seconds ago, he's like, I'm about to turn the camera on, just so you know.
Go on.
So, I have this chip in my tooth right here. It's from eating a potato chip. I literally chipped my tooth eating potato chips. Y'all.
Wow.
That is how fucking talented I am. I chipped my tooth eating potato chips.
I mean, I've chipped my tooth as well.
Renegade cheered Dex.
I mean, okay, I chipped the other tooth. I managed to file it down, but it was when I was in high school. I talked a bit about my dad. My dad and I had a very strange relationship. When I was in high school, I dated this guy my dad didn't really care for. And I actually sort of dated him because my dad didn't care for him. Also, hi Ren, thank you for the 10 sparkly kaplunkies on the.
This is like a regular occurrence with him, honestly.
It is. That's how he says hi. Ren just comes in and says, throws 10 sparkly little kerplunkies, and that's what he do. That's how Ren says hi.
I've told him. He's like, he can't just type hi.
No, that's literally how Ren says hi. Everywhere he goes, that's what Ren do.
10-bit renegade.
Just accept that's what Ren do. Ren says hi. He give you 10 sparkly little kerplunkies. It's okay.
No, he doesn't even say hi first. He just does the 10 kerplunks.
Kerplunk.
And then he says hi.
Yep. That's how it goes. So when I was in high school, I was going out with this guy my dad didn't like. I mean, shock. And we had parked in a car. We were making out in a parking lot downtown. Parking structure in the car. You know what you do when you're in high school. And we smashed faces a little too hard, and I chipped one of my teeth. And a couple days later, my dad's like, "What happened to your tooth?" I was like, "Oh, band accident. I was moving my drums, and I bumped my face on the rim of my drum." And he's like, yeah, that's what you get for making out in parking lots with boys. I was like,
what? That's aggressive making out.
I told you. I told him. You're supposed to know.
Oh my lord.
I was like 17, 18 at the time. So I've always had this kind of like crooked, like for most of my adulthood. I actually had a dentist was like, I can file that down for you. I was like, no.
This is part of me now.
This is part of me. And then a couple years ago, I chipped the other front tooth eating potato chips. I was like, well, fuck me, right? I mean, I finally got the first one kind of straightish, and now all sorts of wonkus, whatever. It's fine. I have a crooked smile. I face it.
I'm a vampire now.
Oh, dude, no, seriously, vampire. The other day, I did my stream until midnight, and then I ended up sitting there chatting with people offline in Discord for like 3 more hours afterwards, and I was like, y'all, I seriously gotta go to bed. And then I fell into a YouTube vortex. I literally did not go to bed. I did not turn off my computer until 9 a.m.
Oh my lord.
Ended my stream at midnight. Did not turn off my computer until midnight. Got until 9 a.m. Finally got to sleep around 10 a.m. My alarm goes off at 11. I turned off my 11, woke up again at 6 p.m. that night for my 7 p.m. stream. Like I woke up with enough time to like take a shower, pop some meds, and then be like, hey.
I totally slept all day.
I slept all day. Vampire happened. Yeah, woo.
I mean, if you want to go down the spiral that is YouTube recommended videos,
don't do it. Stay out of the vortex. Stay out of the vortex.
If you want to go down the way of the vampires, I am actually from Transylvania, and if you follow the bloodline far back enough, I am technically a descendant of Vlad the Impaler.
Nice. That's awesome. I'm related to Merlin. I'm told Merlin doesn't exist. I don't believe that. I refuse to accept it. But yeah, my family name actually originates in the part of Wales where Merlin would have been from if Merlin was real. I know Merlin's not real, but Merlin was originally a Welsh Celtic druid from the part of Wales where my family came from, and Merlin is a derivation of my family name. So there you have it. I'm related to Merlin.
and I'm a vampire.
And you're a vampire. High fives. Unicorns and vampires for the win. Yeah.
Both got dangerous horns. Dangerous spiky things. Oh god.
Yeah, so anyway.
Anyway, back on topic.
That got a little weird. Got a little weird. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
I got a. Whew.
All right. So real question. Yeah.
So, improving your own content-wise, sort of thing. You do occasionally find yourself, or you should find yourself. Hello, Shiv. You should find yourself watching your content, because obviously sitting there and streaming and just having this little window that just has your stream up and just has you open is very different to actually viewing it as a viewer. Now, Have you watched your own content before?
Yes.
And do you enjoy watching your own content?
Yeah, I'm hilarious. I am fucking hilarious, you guys. I don't know if you know this, but it's on my dating profile. It says in my dating profile under 25 facts about me, which is actually 50 facts long, 25 facts about me, it actually says I'm hilarious. And dating profiles are 100% truthiness. They would never, ever lie. They would never lie. Therefore, if it's on my dating profile, it's like, job applications. It has to be true. Therefore, I am hilarious. I do have to say, though, when I first started streaming, my hair was a mess. It was bad.
Please tell me you have a photo, please.
Oh, I got so many photos. So, the end of 2017, I started finding this little scab on the back of my head, and it's not a big deal. I often have like little scabs or something on the back of my head. It's not a big deal, but it started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And by the beginning of 2018, it was like starting to spread over like the whole back of my neck, the back of my head. I was like, I don't know what's going on right now, but like my whole head is covered in scabs. And by the spring of 2018, my scalp had started tearing off like a bad sunburn, like just ripping off skin in sheets. And I finally told my friends, like, listen, if I can't figure out what this is, like I tried shampoos, I tried, changing my diet, I tried putting different things on my head, and I was like, if I can't figure out what this is, by the end of April, because my sister and I had a little church trip to go to, and I was like, by the time we come back from this church trip, if I haven't figured out what it is, I will shave my hair off and I will go to a dermatologist and I will have them fix it. Oh, Angry Roach. Oh, shit started out weird before we turned on the camera. Shit got weird. Just you wait. And so I couldn't figure out what it was. And I ended up having to shave all my hair off. And I spent 2018 bald. Most of 2018. And true story, I have a very nicely shaped head. I rock bald. I was good at it. I looked really good bald. Don't tell my brother that, though. Because we actually, in 2018, my grandmother passed away. My last remaining grandparent, my mom's mom, passed away. And so we had gone to the funeral. All my, cousins, aunts, uncles, relatives, they all came in. And I was talking with my cousin Amy. Mm-hmm. And I was bald at the time. And I don't think I had even worn like a scarf or anything to the funeral service. I was just like, this is me. I'm bald. Deal. And my cousin Amy had made a comment. She's like, you have a really nicely shaved head. And she says, your parents must have really loved you. And I was like, I'm not, what does that have to do with anything? And she goes, you don't have a flat spot on the back of your head, which means your parents didn't like leave you lying on the ground crying. Like if you fussed, your parents must have picked you up a lot and carried you around because you don't have like a flat spot on your head. And I was like, oh my God, don't tell my brother. His head is shaped like Gumby. I mean, my brother has like the most lumpy, oddly shaped head. Don't tell my brother.
Head right now. I've got to feel my head. What is where would this spot be? What is
like, well, you know, where the back of your head would have been on the ground. Like if you were a baby and you were lying down, you would have had like a flat spot back there if they just like let you lay there and fuss. But I was the firstborn and I was the miracle baby. Now he's got to go lay on the ground to determine.
I've got a flat spot. My parents didn't love me.
So yeah, and I always laugh about that because my cousin Amy was like, you have a really nicely shaped head. And I can post some pictures up on Discord. I've put them up on my Discord before actually, of me. I had gone out took a trip to West Virginia, out to the mountains of West Virginia, with a friend of mine who is a minor, not a minor, not a young person, but a minor. He is a legitimate, like, works in the mines with the hard hat and the lamp and all of that shit. He worked in a gold mine when he was in college. He went to college in University of Nevada, Reno. And so like he worked in a gold mine and all that shit. So we took a trip out to West Virginia. Don't forget, unless you already have or have not, but show these level people your beaver.
Right, we can't do that here, Ren.
We don't do that on stream. I'm the wholesome one, right?
Right. Yeah. And I'm the one that's gonna go.
And you would never show your cock on stream because that's not appropriate.
April, show me your beaver. I'll show you my cock.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Let's go.
So this is my beaver.
This is my cock.
This is a little cartoon beaver that I found at a store a couple of years ago. I was like, oh my God, I have to have that. Oh Shiv, just you wait. It gets weird around me. Shit gets weird.
Okay, God, I'll put a cock away. It's fine.
So, weirdly proud of your cock. I mean, it is a very nice cock.
Look at him.
I mean,
look at him.
Really,
He's like, look
it
at
is
me.
a very nice color.
Look at
it's
me.
Nicely shaped. It's good size.
I'm the captain now. Oh Lord, that's going off.
So anyway,
oh, that's too big. Wait, what?
Rails, we don't have any. Does anybody have any iron sticks? Does anybody have any iron and sticks?
I've got shiny. I opened my window. I've laughed too hard.
I mean, I need to bring it down here. I have some like little hand fans, you know, if we want to get the vapors.
Oh.
I'll send you a fan. And then you can just be like, oh. Oh my God. There's actually a clip on my stream. There is a clip from a couple weeks ago. So I recently got a new computer.
Right.
The computer I started streaming with, that I have been streaming with for the last couple of years, I actually had built.
Wait. What are the other questions for later? Right. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Compose yourself, woman. Come on.
I'm Sorry, okay?
God, get yourself
Right.
together.
Back to the original questions. We shall get to that later.
We had original questions. Oh shit.
But
I don't actually know where we were. What were we talking about?
why did you choose that platform that you're currently using?
Oh, honestly, I didn't even know that there was a choice. You do need to follow me. Hi, I'm April. Hi.
Post something in chat so I can shout you out.
Hi.
There we go.
Hey,
she
there's
is.
me. There's me. So, why did I choose the platform I did? A friend of mine was a cosplay. She was a cosplayer.
Yes,
she was
you
doing
said.
a cosplay, and she was that.
Sorry, I was just reading JJ the Bunny's comment. One of us.
One of us. Come play with us. So anyway, a friend of mine was getting into cosplay, and she was going to start streaming her cosplay stuff. And she had done a couple streams, and I was like, ooh, for the greater good.
I swear, this stream is just going to be meme central.
Fucking love that movie. Such a big fan of Simon Pegg. The greater good. So she had started streaming, and she was posting some links that she's like, hey, I'm going to be streaming some stuff. I was like, okay, cool. And as mentioned, God had told me to go forth and prosper, to share this message with the world. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. Like, God's not really specific on details, you know? And I'm sitting there going, am I supposed to like work in a women's shelter? Am I supposed to foster dogs? Am I supposed to hand out supplies to homeless people? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. God was not really clear on that whole thing. He said do a thing, but he didn't really tell me how to do a thing, you know?
So you decided to do a thing.
Right, and I was
here.
like, sure, we'll try that. I did try my hand originally. Yes! Nailed it.
Oh god, it's too easy to insert a joke there. Oh my god.
Light switch raves. Anyway, so she had started streaming there, and I had I'd been doing social media for a while, and I was like, YouTube's not really the thing I want to do because I want to interact more with people. But I did consider doing, and I still have considered putting out some like short videos on YouTube. But really, I just wanted to be able to interact with people. I wanted to be able to have it more of a conversation. So that's why I chose streaming instead of something more static, like putting videos on YouTube. At the time, streaming on YouTube was just like, I was like, whatever. And Twitch was the only one I knew. I didn't find out about Mixer until later, and I had a Mixer account, never actually streamed. So that's the thing. So okay. Twitch is the only one I knew about, and that's
what would you say is your style on Twitch? Like, if you were to talk about yourself in the third person, when I say what is your style, I want you to try and describe your channel and your person on Twitch, but from the perspective of someone that isn't you.
That's hard. Oh, she talks a lot. She swears a lot. She says weird things that don't always make sense. She seems really nice though. Her dog is really cute. Yeah, exactly. Her dog is really cute. And that's really it. I fully recognize Penny is really the star of this show. I mean, people come here to see Penny, not because of me. And you know what they always say about never work with, what is it, kids and animals? Never work with kids and animals. my co-star is my child, who is a dog. She has her own camera that I could switch to if you want to see. But Penny has her own camera. A couple years of last year for Christmas, I got a new camera, and so I gave her my old one. It's actually right there. That's the Penny cam, and it's pointed at her bed, so people can come on my stream and like donate bits and give her cookies. And every time I get a subscription, she gets a spoonful of peanut butter. So really, it's an animal show that just has some Minecraft in it. Yeah, cookies. But I'd like to think that people think I'm nice and approachable and welcoming, and I've been told that people find me very calming and wholesome. And
I like the face of why? What? How? What?
I don't get it, but I'm told that people find me wholesome and calming and welcoming. One of my users struggles with a lot of back pain, and she has a lot of ongoing medical issues, and she will often turn on the stream because it helps her calm down. She finds that I help her relax when her body is tensing up, and I help her go to sleep. And for me, that's kind of I know that people falling asleep to your stream is probably not what most people go for, but I stream at night. I stream 7 p.m. to midnight Eastern time, so I'm a night streamer. And so for me, knowing that people can feel safe enough to sleep, that I give them that kind of calming feeling in the evenings, that's a compliment to me. I'm honored that they come to me and they feel safe and accepted and calm and relax. And I don't always act like a complete spaz. I've had a lot of caffeine right now, and so I'm kind of, like, woo, we're shooting for the moon right now. But there are also nights where I just am very calm, and I read stories to my audience. I actually am working on a series of basically audiobooks. I built a set. Exactly. This episode brought to you by caffeine. Mountain Dew, call me. Hey.
Sponsor me, please.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say not sponsored, but I am sponsored.
Yes, you are.
Totally. I
plug
will
him. Go.
Plug him. Go. The April show is officially sponsored and hosted by Renegade Hosting. If you or anyone you know is interested in setting up a Minecraft server or any kind of server, contact Mr. Renegade at Renegade Hosting. They're the only host equipped to handle your modded Minecraft needs, and then laugh at your paltry attempts to crash the server, and then give you game keys.
That's goddamn right. For those that are a follower of my channel, may have been speaking with Mr. Renegade and Renegade Hosting in regards to some of those things mentioned a second ago.
Like free.
I don't know. I guess.
If I can crash it, I can get a sponsor. Legitimately, I am sponsored and hosted by Renegade Hosting. I have been for nearly a year now, and all the times that the server has crashed, and in fact it crashed this morning, it's been my fault. I crashed the server because of the mods that I installed, not because the server was overloaded, not because the server couldn't handle it. I have done all kinds of ridiculous, stupid things, and the server was like, okay. I have a quad-core server with 8 gigs of RAM, 128 gigs of space, dedicated VPS, 24/7 support. It's awesome. And the only times it crashes is when a mod malfunctions. Night Shiv! Thank you for hanging out. Blame April. You can't blame April. It's never my fault. I mean, except it's usually my fault. It's almost always my fault. It's usually because I used World Edit, honestly. It's usually because I used World Edit. So
yeah, to be honest, World Edit is got so much. Oh my god, yeah, you can.
It's almost always the server crashes because of either World Edit or double slabs.
Really?
Yes. Double slabs does some really weird shit. Like, they introduced this feature where you can place a horizontal slab vertically, and the game does not like that when you place horizontal slabs vertically. Think I could do it exploding some draconic reactors? You could try. You totally try. I would not recommend you do that, simply for the fact of I know what happens when you explode draconic reactors, and the people on your stream will probably not be happy with you. People in your server community will not be happy with you when you do that. But you're welcome to try. I actually had some friends that did play what is it? One of the mod
FTB?
packs. No, not
Ultimate Revelations. God. Eternal.
Something with an O, I think.
Odyssey?
No. Anyway, had a bunch of nuclear reactors and shit. Anyway, so they played this mod pack for months, and they were playing this mod pack. One of the guys on the server had a crush on one of the girls on the server, but she didn't reciprocate his feelings, and he got all pissed off and blew up the nuclear reactor in the middle of their base.
Oh my god, that must have been a fun hole to go back to.
Yeah.
In the landscape. And then
everybody else was like, seriously, dude? It's a snake! It's a snake! It's a snake!
It's a snake? I'm a slippery snake.
He's a snake. Snake's out of the way with you.
Is it? Oh. Hello, snake. Well,
yeah,
snake.
Yeah. Funny story. Remember how I mentioned in that little promo thingy there that Renegade Hosting will then give you Steam keys and stuff? So 50% Gaming and I are both sponsored by Renegade Hosting, and they're doing this relaunch thing. And so Renegade gave 50 and I $3,000 worth of games to give away on our streams. And so the entire month of December, every day that I played Minecraft, I gave away. They started Steam keys. I have to speak very slowly because members of my community started making fun of me and calling them stinkies. So I was giving away stinkies every day on my stream. So the entire month of December, 4 days a week, because I stream 5 days a week, and 4 of them I play Minecraft. So every day that I was playing Minecraft on a Renegade server, 4 days a week, I was giving away free game keys. And I gave away like dozens of game keys. Snake won a game this last, was it New Year's Eve? He won one of my last games. Snake, who lives in England, won American Fugitive.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
And so now we're all like, so how's this gonna play out? Are you gonna are you gonna be an American Fugitive? He's like, hell no, I'm gonna put him in shackles and send him to Australia with the rest of the criminals.
Yes, Snake, I immediately like you. Oh god.
So anyway, so yeah, I would like to think that people find my stream entertaining, and welcoming and calming and just educational. I'm full of useless knowledge. Like, did you know that Aerosmith's first #1 hit was I Don't Want to Miss a Thing from Armageddon? Did you know that? Of all the hits Aerosmith has ever had, that was their first #1. They've been making music for 20, 30 years before that?
That's mad.
Right? That was their first #1 hit. Was I Don't Want to Miss a Thing from Armageddon.
Interesting.
Trivia. Now you know.
Okay. And talking about things that are educating of sorts.
Yeah. So education.
I have thrown a few curveball questions in here. What is your biggest fear?
My biggest fear is
yeah, that's right, curveball time.
failing somebody that I'm trying to help.
Okay.
Alienating somebody that I'm trying to help.
Thanks for the follow, Snake.
Yay! I want it to be known that my place is a place of safety and acceptance, and the last thing I want is somebody to feel alienated and rejected. Because I want to find common ground, and even if it's somebody that I disagree with, I want to find common ground. I believe that there are ways. Exactly. That right there. Spread love. That is my most popular emote. I want to be able to spread love and unity and hope and joy, not division. And
okay. And
to hurt someone that I'm trying to help would be the worst.
And that is a great answer. However, is that honestly your biggest fear, or is that your biggest fear in regards to your online presence? Because there is a difference.
Yeah. I mean, my biggest fear in life is my ex-husband showing up on my front door. That's my biggest fear. Honestly, that man is psycho. Man is a complete nut job. And that is my biggest fear, is legitimately Brian showing up here. That's my greatest fear. But I feel like I've been bald. I've driven underneath a truck. I've had half of my stomach removed.
I've driven without wheels.
I've driven without wheels and without a speedometer. Did I mention that on stream, or was that before stream?
No, you mentioned it on stream, yeah.
Yeah, that I didn't have a speedometer for 9 years. I've moved from Oregon to Virginia, which is 3,000 miles apart, and started my life over again with nothing and nobody. And then I left Virginia and moved to another place where I didn't know anybody, and I completely started over again. I started Twitch. I literally never watched a stream when I started streaming. I had never even watched Twitch. I didn't know anybody. I had never done it before.
Me too.
So for me, looking like an idiot, whatever. I looked like an idiot the other day. All the time. I think I accidentally flashed my underwear on screen the other day when I was trying to show off the sparkly sequins on the bottom of my skirt. And I'm just like, oh, whoopsie daisy, didn't mean to do that. I mean, at least 1, I was wearing tights. 2, they were clean. 3, at least I was wearing some. You know, they're whatever. But really, like, the thing I care most about in life, whether it's on stream or outside of stream, is helping people. Like, there's my icon is Clippy. My icon is Clippy. Okay? I do need to actually have some proper graphics. I'm getting there. Fuck. Shut up. But my icon is Clippy, for fuck's sake. I want to be helpful. I want to make life better for people. Whether it's my neighbor,
whichever way that you can.
Right, in whatever way I can, I want to make life better for people. I want to help people, because I have been in positions where I wish somebody had helped me and they didn't. And and no steak. I find a spider and I will kill that fucking spider. The only thing worse than spiders are ants.
You can get rid of ants with salt. It's fine.
Fucking gross. When I was 9, I think, my godfather, I shared a bedroom with my baby sister. She's 4 years younger than I am, and 9 years old. That made her 5. And I was just like, oh my God, my obnoxious little sister. I gotta share a room with her. I don't want her touching my stuff. Okay, because I'm from the west coast of Oregon, and so like the Valley Girl thing is a thing. So my godfather had put some shelves on the wall at the end of my my bunk bed, and so up by the ceiling, right? And so one day I'm standing there on my bed and I'm looking across the room at the TV, and I'm absentmindedly putting this book up on the shelf, and then I feel something kind of tickly, and I look and realize that there was apparently a paint bubble in the ceiling that I did not realize was there. And when I put the book away, I burst that paint bubble and a carpenter ant colony collapsed on my head, on my bed. So,
oh my God, I would have turned like feminine for a good 20 seconds.
the screaming could be heard next door. My mom says I have never heard a sound like that come out of a human being, and I hope never to hear it again. I hate ants. God. Can I be sufficient to say I hate ants? I fucking hate ants. I fucking hate ants. They will die, every last one of them. They will fucking die. I hate ants. Okay?
Oh my Lord, that's brilliant.
Spiders, I will reluctantly admit that they can serve a purpose. And, like, if they're up in the corner of the room, like, whatever, you can hang out in the corner of the room. If you're in my face, yeah, you're gonna die. I'm sorry. No, ant does not get in my pants unless I'm really drunk, in which case he damn well better not be in my pants because I'm fucking drunk. That's not consent. So anyway, I had a bunch of spiders this last year. They started like dive bombing me from the ceiling while I was streaming, and so Can you breathe? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Carry on, please.
So I'm like sitting here streaming, and I see movement, and I'm like, oh fuck, there's literally a spider like right here. And then of course I start flailing around and trying to kill the spider as I'm streaming. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm professional. Fine. Right, everything serves a purpose in the food chain and the ecosystem, except when it's in my face, in which case I will kill it. But like, if there's a spider up in the corner over there, I mean, fine, hang out in the corner over there. If you're outside, we've got a deal. We got a deal. The spider's outside. That's their house. They belong outside. I'm okay with them. If it, when I was growing up, we had a daddy long leg make a web in the corner of the wall, like where the bathtub met the wall, and of course it's right by where your feet go when you're on the toilet. But so there was a daddy long that made a web there, but its name was Bob, and it had 13 legs. And I'm just like, listen, Bob, you can live there as long as you stay the fuck there, okay? You stay there. We're good.
Here's a funny fact, right? Daddy long legs are not actually spiders.
They're not actually spiders. And
do you know why?
They actually lose their legs over the course of their life.
Yeah, but do you know why they're not spiders?
I don't, but I know that they're not spiders.
It's because they've got dicks. No joke at all. Look it up.
Wow.
It's a fact. Someone told me the other day, and I was like, nah, shut up. I looked it up. No, it's true. It's 100% true.
Well.
And if you want to know another really cool and weird fact, Hitler had a bodyguard called Shrek.
Oh, that one I did know. I did know that one. Did you know that ducks have corkscrew-shaped dicks?
Yes, but did you also know that ducks just wear dog masks all the time? Pull up a picture of a duck, look at his beak.
Oh yeah. Well, I was watching a John Oliver sketch from 2017. He was doing a thing, and there was a drawing in the John Oliver sketch of Donald Duck with a corkscrew dick, and I was like, I can never unsee that. I can never unsee Donald Duck with a corkscrew shaped dick. That is not something I ever wanted. You have ruined my childhood. Thanks. Congratulations. That was upsetting to me. It was very upsetting to me.
It's a weird fact off now. Okay, right, we're talking weird facts. Okay, let's go.
Weird fact off.
Penguins have knees.
Penguins have knees.
They're like an island off the coast of the way up their body.
There's an island off the coast of Australia that officially filed that was unpopulated. A bunch of people moved to this island, declared themselves an island nation, and declared war on Australia because Australia banned gay marriage. And this small independent nation off the coast of Australia declared war.
Okay. Owls sleep with their face down. Let's go. What you got?
The reason that you can taste and smell things, the reason that things taste like what they smell like, is because your taste sensors are tied into the same part of your brain where your scent sensors go. So the reason, for example, I did a durian testing on my stream a couple years ago. Last December, I ate durian for science. Right. If you plug your nose, it has no taste.
Oh, interesting.
Because your smell and taste sensors are tied to each other for science. Yes, for science. One of my community members is Vietnamese. He lives in Vietnam. He's from Vietnam. And he had asked me one day, he's like, why do Americans not like durian? I was like, honestly, I don't think most Americans know what durian is.
Right, yeah. It's a pretty weird fruit anyway.
It's a pretty weird fruit. Most Americans have never heard of durian. If they've heard of it, they probably have never tried it. So I can't speak for anybody else, but I have no personal firsthand experience with durian. I don't dislike it, but I've never had it, so I can't say that I like it. And so I said, tell you what, Johnny, just for you, Johnny, I'm gonna go downtown, I'm gonna find me a durian. I ate a durian on camera. It was disgusting. Disgusting.
It's not for everyone. It
tasted like dirty cactus and raw onions. And it was gross.
April goes to the desert. Cactus, you see? Okay.
And there was
Morse code. That means K.
Okay.
No, just K.
Yeah. I do know that SOS is did-it-it dot 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 did-it-it or did-it-it dot 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 did-it-it.
Yep.
3 short, 3 long, 3 short.
3 dash, 3 dot, 3 dash.
Yeah. I don't remember how to say hi anymore. My dad was a ham radio operator.
That's pretty cool.
So I actually had to learn Morse code at one point.
Oh.
Oh, it's did-it-it. That's what it is. That's hi.
Okay. I'll take your word for that one. I'm not that well versed in Morse code.
Right. So there you go. That's how he used to do it on his horn when he'd see other hams.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He'd see other hams on the street, and he'd do H-I.
Ah, okay.
There you go.
All right. Weird fact about myself, I have one more hole than most people.
Really? Do tell.
Okay, so...
You have 3 sinuses?
Oh my god, okay, right. So... when I was little...
When I was a young warthog!
This is back in my day, right?
Right.
I fell over and I hit my head on the floor, and it was a small I hit my head on what was like some gravel and some stony bits, and one of those little stones actually hit the skin. Yeah, and went underneath the skin. But where it was is like directly behind my ear. It was very hard to see, and I had like longish hair covering it. Anyway, it stayed there for about a week, and I didn't realize it until I fell over and I was just KO. My mum, being a nurse, she obviously knew the first survey that you got to do on someone when you'd have no idea what's going on. So obviously she started at the head and she started feeling everything. She got to behind my ear and she was like, "Oh, that's not right." Anyway, took me to the hospital, and they found out that infection itself that came from that small little rock had ate away a part of my skull. And what happened is that they had to crack away the infected part of the skull so that they can let it re-heal. Now obviously you can't just leave a head open, so they had to put some sort of dressing over it. That dressing over time would shrink with the hole. What had happened is that the hole had grown so quickly that it essentially just made a small hole. Now that small hole is literally how my skull is shaped on the inside. So it literally goes like so, hole, and back around. That's how my skull is shaped, directly behind my ear. It's not big enough to stick a pencil in it, and it's definitely not big enough to stick a Q-tip in it. It's just there. It doesn't do anything, but it always freaks out barbers, and I love it every time.
I have scars in the shape of an 8-pack on my abdomen. I don't ever have to work out again.
That's cheating. That's cheating. That's not fair.
I know, right?
Okay.
And I have one tattoo. It is a Celtic tree of life in the middle of my spine.
A Celtic tree of life.
That
would not be named. No, I'm thinking of Norse mythology. What is the name of it?
Very similar.
Oh, is it still named Yggdrasil?
It is not named that, but it's the similar concept with the branches and the roots being intertwined. What I really wanted was the symbolism of the past, present, and future. We're all part of each other. We're all interconnected. And it is important to know where you came from so that you can plan for the future, but be strong in your present. And don't go poking holes. Don't go poking things. Well, I also have a pebble story. When I was a kid, I went to the park and I stuck pebbles up my nose, and we couldn't get back out again. And my mom was freaking out, and so she took me to the emergency room. We went to the emergency room, and she was like, my mom is just completely freaking out because, I've got pebbles up my nose, and we couldn't get them out because they were all the way up by the nasal bone up here.
Oh my God.
I was like 5-6 years old, and so we're going through the hospital, gone to the ER and everything. They're gonna have to try and get these rocks out of my nose. And I tripped on my shoelace and fell down, smacked my face on the floor, and boop, out they come. There you go. That's my pebble story. I have pebbles up my nose.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, technically, I have a couple extra holes, but I feel like they're a bit more expected. Like, I have earring holes. That's cheating. I have earring holes. I got my belly button pierced when I was 18. For my 18th birthday, I went and I hung out with the guy that I was making out with in the car where I chipped my tooth. That guy. My birthday's in January, and so he's like, no, it's totally not snowing here. You should come hang out for your birthday. And I'm like, Mom, I'm gonna go hang out with Tyler. She's like, it's fucking snowing. It's January 8th. And I was like, no, Tyler says it's not snowing in Vancouver. So I'm gonna go hang out with Tyler. Like, literally, I got 5 minutes away from my parents' house, and it was like white out, like complete blizzard. And I got to Tyler's house. I was like, you motherfucker. You told me it wasn't snowing. He's like, well, yeah, of course I told you it wasn't snowing. Because if I told you it was snowing, you wouldn't have come here. And
So I'll refer back to Snake's previous message.
what about let's poke something in the hole and you hold the goal? That's why every time somebody's like, fucking A, I'm like, fuck me, there's more holes. So I got snowed in with this dude for a couple days.
Oh my
I
God.
snowed in with this dude for a couple days. And at the end of it, he's like, okay, the snow's finally melted. It's your birthday. We have 2 choices here. 1, we can borrow some of my sister's clothes and we can go clubbing. Or 2, we can do something real stupid and get like a piercing or a tattoo or something.
So you chose the fun one.
I was like, let's go get a piercing. It'll be less traumatic. Because I knew that this dude
Turn away, glass man.
We're talking about holes that don't belong there. So we went and got my belly button pierced, and oh Lord, I need to stop for a second so you can catch your breath. Do I need to send you an oxygen tank?
I'm doing a full Motley laugh here. I like wacky races.
So yeah, I got snowed in with this guy for a couple days, and all I got out of it was this lousy belly button ring, and I was so mad. This is what happens when you let my community in. This is what happens when you let me have a camera and a microphone and lots of caffeine.
Oh my Lord. But right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had another hour.
Yeah. Oh, right.
So, let's go on another break. I can catch my breath. She can hopefully lose some energy.
Oh, honey, no. No, just wait.
Okay, well, peace out, people. I'll see you in 10.
I got 3 of these.
Okay, peace out. See you in 10. One. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My face has been cooled. We're back.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Welcome back. How was your break? Hope everything came out okay.
It was good. It was good.
Did you catch your breath? You able to breathe again?
Just about. I feel like I'll be losing it again very shortly, but I'm okay for now.
All right. I'll try to keep it keep it down. Keep it down.
Nah. You ain't holding back nothing here. Okay. So, going back to what you started saying earlier, which is what hardware did you start off with in comparison to what you have now in regards to your content creation being Twitch?
So I am a PC gamer. I've always been a PC gamer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in terms of streaming, I started on a PC. I am still on a PC. Thank you, camera. I really appreciate that. Suddenly I have that like blurry Christmas effect. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So anyway,
try doing this.
Do that thing.
Is it? No.
It'll get there eventually. It'll figure out where I am, or it won't. Whichever. Say, hey, there I am. So when I first started streaming, I was using a PC that I had built in 2012. I started streaming in 2019, and I had it built in 2012 for the Diablo 3 launch, actually.
Ooh, yeah, good game.
Right? And I had, I played the computer I had before that. I had used it for playing, I'd played Diablo 2, I had played Morrowind, I played Guild Wars, I played, a lot of that kind of stuff. But then Oblivion had come out, and the computer I had wasn't powerful enough to play Oblivion. And then in 2012, at the end of 2011, Skyrim came out, and I wanted to play Skyrim, and I got a copy of Skyrim for Christmas 2011, and my computer wasn't strong enough to play it.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh, this is the problem, because I knew that Diablo 3 and Guild Wars 2 were both coming out. And I was like, if I can't play Skyrim, I'm not going to be able to play D3 or Guild Wars either. So I got a new computer built. I took possession of it the day D3 came out. And that is the rig that I was using when I started streaming last year. And I added, I had 8 gigs of RAM, and I was playing Minecraft, and I was barely able to run Minecraft and stream. Like I got to a point where literally I could run slobs and Minecraft, and that's it. Everything else had to be turned off. And eventually someone gave me more RAM. So then I had 24 gigs of RAM. But still I was running on this, kind of older computer. It was well loved. I loved my computer, don't get me wrong. I still love my computer, and it's actually now upstairs in my craft room as my second stream location.
Oh.
A buddy of mine, this last year, he and his girlfriend of a couple years broke up, and he decided to go, yeah, look at the Penny. You know what they say, never work with animals and kids, right? Penny, are you being inappropriate? She's like, I'm chewing on my foot, leave me alone. So a buddy of mine had upgraded. Girlfriend broke up with him, and he decided to do the retail therapy thing, bought himself a new gaming rig. So he gave me his old gaming rig, and I was like, ooh, it's gonna be so much better than mine. Turns out it wasn't. Turns out his old gaming rig was almost identical to my gaming rig. Same case, same motherboard, basically. It was also built in 2012. The only thing that was different was the video card. The video card was a lot better than my video card. So I swapped the video card out of his computer and put it into my computer and just kept on streaming. And so then a couple months ago, Mr. Renegade was like, listen, girl, we need to talk. Seriously, we need to talk. Your computer is not okay. I was like, what do you mean? I love the computer. I had an incident recently. I had bought myself a 3 terabyte internal hard drive.
Right.
And it started dying. And I was like, oh shit, my hard drive is dying. This is bad, y'all. This is bad. Because that's all my work, all my web development stuff, all my photo stuff, all my graphic stuff, all my games, everything on that hard drive. And I was like, if I lose this hard drive, I'm fucked. And so my buddy Mike, same Mike that had given me the computer, he was like, okay, well, I'll just buy you a new hard drive. And I'm like, seriously, you're just gonna up and buy me a new hard drive? He's like, yeah, why else would I need a Micro Center credit card if I'm not gonna use it for anything? So he got me a new 4 terabyte internal hard drive, but it still was running on this 2012 processor, 2012 video card with 24 gigs of RAM, and I'm running modded Minecraft, which is a lot more graphic and processor intensive than you might think. And because it's all vector graphics and voxels and whatever, and so it's a lot of dynamic stuff going on, and it's a lot more intensive than you might think. And there were days where literally Slobs is just sitting there going drop frame, drop frame, drop frame, drop frame, drop frame. And so Ren was like, seriously, let's call me. We need to have a conversation. So a couple months ago, we sat down and built me a new rig. And he shipped it to me in a toilet box. And so that was fun. I had a giant toilet box arrive on my front doorstep one day. And I could not tell you the specs. I honestly have no idea. Ren comes back, we'll have to ask Ren. I know that it is basically 50% of 50%'s computer. 50% gaming. If you go look at 50 specs, he has 64 gigs of RAM of 3200 DDR4. I have 32 gigs of 3200 DDR4. He has the Stream Ripper or whatever, Thread Ripper.
Oh, he's got a Thread Ripper. Wow.
I have whatever the half grade is of that is. I have something Ryzen 7 3700X or something. Okay. I don't know. It has blue lights in it, and it goes zoom.
It has blue lights in it.
That's what it has blue lights in it, and it goes zoom zoom. Yeah, that. Y'all still going? Yeah, Ren. Speaking of, Mr. Renegade, hey, what are the specs on my computer?
Okay, Mr. Renegade, she described it as saying it's got blue lights and it goes.
So at some point, I'm gonna actually get the specs and write them down and actually put them on my page because I don't remember. I don't know. Faster than my old computer, that's all I know. Oh, and the other thing I do know is that the side of the case is clear. This is what I started to talk about earlier. The side of the case is clear, okay? So you can see the shiny, blue lights inside the case and all the cool things going zoom, zoom inside the case. And it came with, he left both of the sheets of plastic on it. With both of the sheets of plastic on this. Specs faster than old computers, exactly. Faster than old computer, slower than new one. So,
oh my
we
god!
left both sheets of plastic on it, on the outside and on the inside. So we did a little like peeling stream. I got a little peeling thing on my stream to like pull the plastic off, and so there is literally a clip of me peeling off the plastic and going.
That, you know what? That is some genuine like geek kind of pleasure sound. Peeling. That's the last step of doing
peeling the plastic off. It's so satisfying. Yes, it feels so good. So that's what I know is that there's a clip of me. It was so appealing. Rim shot. So the thing about me being kind of an older streamer, I have a lot of older Twitch members. I have a lot of people in my stream that tend to be also, here I've gone blurry again. It's okay, it'll fix eventually, or it won't. It's fine. As long as you can generally see where I am, you'll figure it out. So I have a lot of Twitch members that are in their 30s and 40s and late 20s. So it's kind of fun for me. We get to make a lot of more mature jokes that a lot of the younger audience just won't get. And yeah. So hey, look at my face again! Hey, it's me! So,
I think your camera needs glasses.
I told you before the stream, I'm like, literally, the camera cannot find me. It simply does not know what to do with my face. Like, it's just like, okay, you're here, and then I got nothing. I'm like,
oh my lord.
Yeah, like me showing my beaver on stream for 69,000 stream points. It is 69,000 point redemption.
Wow. Oh my god.
Oh, and not only, so the beaver normally lives on this shelf up here above my desk. I gotta show you this. I used to work in a little consignment store, and I found the weirdest shit in this consignment store. And then one day I saw this, and I was like, I have to have that. I need that in my life. I cannot allow someone to buy this who won't appreciate the glory.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What?
You see that, right? You see that. You see. Why is this bear standing like taking a piss and wielding his dick like a claymore? What the fuck? Why? It's like, why has he got a Christmas tree? Wang! What is wrong with this bear?
May the Christmas spirit be holy upon you.
Right? Right? You see that. So the day I walked in and I was like, I can't not have that. I have to have that. I have to have that bear. I don't know. And it's not better on the back. Like, it's not better. He still looks like he's trying to take a piss with a Christmas tree. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing over here? Anyway, so the bear and the beaver live together.
Oh my god.
The
That's
bear and the beaver
hilarious.
live together. So they're up on a shelf.
Oh no, don't do that. That looks even worse.
You're welcome.
Oh my god. Right, let's have a look. So you got a Ryzen 7 G skill 32 the R4 3200 CR6. 512 really SSD, benchmark to right, 500k, it's not gaming 40, 80 mobile.
Would give that bear some ass cheeks.
School 5 blue LED silent exit from 1V fans. Okay, flexible design focus using mid-tail case. Oh, so you've actually got quite a decent gaming rig. I think it's actually better than what I've got currently. I've got a Ryzen 7 as well. I've got a 32 gig of DDR4 3600. I've got one 512 gig NVMe for my operating system and 1 terabyte 970 Evo terabyte M.2. I have 2 terabyte. No, not terabyte. Terabyte? Yeah, 2 terabyte hard drives and no solid states at the moment. And a 1660. Yay! Yeah, but Tav, have you enabled XMP profile or your RAM isn't running at 36? Ah, that'll be a no then!
And that's why I let Ren build it. I'm just like, benchmarking? Burn-in? What? You mean I don't can just like...
You can't just plug and play.
I know, can I just like put the parts in the box and turn it on? Is that... I thought that's how that worked. That's why I had somebody build my last one too, because I picked all the parts and everything, and I went to put it together, and I put all the parts in the box, and I turned it on, and it didn't work, and I was like, you've reached the extent of my knowledge here. I know how to plug things into a hard drive or into a motherboard, and then I'm like, okay, why it's not working?
I just imagine a conversation with Mr. Renegade. So I've put it in and I've turned it on, but it's not turning on.
Right. What's wrong? I don't understand.
Oh my god.
Parts in box not work. Fix please.
This is why. Okay, this is a fact, and I'm still to this day extremely proud of this. Now, Jet's official, who is currently in chat.
Yes, I've heard.
He is the person that got me into streaming, and he is the co-founder of the Pandemic Crew. And he's also my tech support, and it is a lifetime achievement of mine to know that I have managed to bring this guy to the point of where he has permanently set his his Discord status to have support mode off. Now, whether that's true, it's a different matter. But
right, I'm sure it's not.
I know I can get this guy to the point of where there's extra veins in his head that are popping out.
Yeah. I could run shaders if I wasn't playing on 115.
Really? Oh,
Fuck you, 115. Fuck you, Minecraft 115.
I cannot run shaders. If I turn on shaders on 112, right, I get maybe 20 FPS, maybe.
Yeah, I was getting a solid 60 FPS in town, which is, one of the harder places on my server to be. I was getting a solid 60 FPS when I could get it to run.
Oh no.
The problem is the version of Optifine that they released for 1.15 was never a finalized version. It's still considered a preview. So it's basically still in alpha testing, beta testing. It's not a final version. And so it's very buggy, it's very unstable, and half the time I can't even get the game to launch with Optifine 1.15 installed. Now 1.16, fine. I can run shaders if I'm playing on 50 server, because 50 is still running a vanilla 1.16 server, but mine's a modded 1.15 server because I'm still waiting on like 3 mods to get ported up to 1.16. So so I'm playing on 1.15, and when we were still on 1.14, I could run Optifine with shaders. Well, I could run Optifine, not with shaders, but I could run Optifine on 1.14 on my old computer. And shaders were, I mean, if I wasn't streaming, I could run shaders. I could not stream with Optifine installed on my old computer. But 1.15, it's just so unstable. The Optifine for 1.15 is so unstable that I just can't even run it. So I'm looking forward to eventually getting to 1.16 on my server so that I can run Optifine again, because boy, do I miss that dynamic lighting. I miss the dynamic lighting so much.
Okay.
Yeah, I can run it now while streaming. Again, if it's stable enough to stay running. And that's not an issue of the computer, that's an issue of Optifine. So, but remember I mentioned that Mike gave me a computer?
Yes.
So this last couple weekends ago, I took a trip out to meet up with a guy.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, so I will have basically a setup like 50s. I will have a dual computer setup here. I have 3 monitors on my desk, and then I have another computer upstairs with another monitor. So my old computer is now upstairs. The only reason I'm not using my old computer here is that the USB 3 ports are all dead on my computer. So I had to get a USB 3 card, an internal card, and that is using the only PCIe slot on my old motherboard. So this requiring a PCIe slot means it's not going to fit in my old computer, because I still need to be able to run the webcams and all of those things into my capturing computer. And I can't get them into my capturing computer without the USB 3 ports. So that will go upstairs in the crafting room. Mike's computer will come down here. I will be able to run capturing computer with video in and all of that shit, plus a gaming computer with all the shaders and all of the things. And
Interesting. Yeah, that is actually one thing that I've wanted to do, yet haven't had the funds for, and that is run stream on a separate computer and have my computer for gaming. However, I'm using a very medium card. Okay, it will do the job. But
this camera hates me. Seriously, this camera hates me. It's like, you don't have a face. It's fine, camera. I have not. I'm still here. I'm still here, I promise. Anyway, so very medium capture card. Yes.
Well, no, that's the thing. I don't even have a capture card. I just have a graphics card that's very medium level sort of thing. So that's currently what I'm waiting for, is for the 3080s to come back in stock, and then for me to be able to buy it on pay monthly, because I can't afford it straight out, right? And then eventually I'll be able to play decent games on it.
Gotcha.
But anyhow,
gets too hot and steams up the camera. and JJ sent me a fancy RGB keyboard.
Oh, that is a Corsair K60?
70, I think.
K70. Oh, okay, all right.
It's a hand-me-down, but it's still awesome. It's very clicky. I'm still getting used to it. I have these tiny little hands. They won't even sell me a cheeseburger. My hands are so small. They're just like, no, I'm sorry, you can't handle this. So, and that's a joke that I'm not sure you would actually get being in England. I'm not sure you would get that. There was a commercial in America years ago, a Burger King commercial, where this guy was like, hey, you want to go get cheeseburgers with me? Like, he and his buddy were playing, I don't know, football or something. And his buddy's like, I can't, my hands are too small. And he's got these like tiny little hands. Look up Burger King, right? Old BK joke. His hands are too small. He's got these tiny little hands. He's like, I can't, they just, the double cheeseburger's so big, it makes my hands look even smaller and I can't hold it. So his buddy's like, well, what if I hold it for you? And he's like, you would do that for me? So yeah, I was joking about, I have these tiny little hands. They won't even sell me a cheeseburger. And the problem is this keyboard is really sensitive, but has a lot of movement, like a long like key travel.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of key travel, but it's very sensitive and it will pick up motion at the very top of the travel. And so I'm used to using this like shitty like $10 Walmart keyboard. And so I find myself trying to type and I'm just like, my hands hurt.
Like literally. Yes.
Not even branded. It's literally like the most generic, unbranded keyboard. Oh, Gigaware. It's a Gigaware.
Oh my god.
So
well, I mean,
yeah. But the thing is, like, it means that I feel like I have to, like, my hands are getting a workout because I'm having to post-it notes on your keyboard. On mine?
No, on mine. You see, I have mine's been modded. You see, I have stream start. It's too bright to see it, but you have stream start in-game, BRB, discussion screen, and end stream on all of my macro keys.
Gotcha. See, fancy with your macro keys going on over there. I don't have any macro keys, but I do have a fake stream deck. I recently discovered the wonders of Touch Portal. Oh, and of course it's not going to let me turn Touch Portal on because I don't actually have Touch Portal turned on my computer here.
Well, seeing as you use slobs, you do have actually the slobs version of that as well.
Right, I do have the slobs version, so I have to actually open slobs here, open that, and then I have to open Touch Portal on my computer here. All right, there we go. And now, haha, there we go. So now I have a a Streamlab or Stream Deck thing on my tablet.
Oh.
So I can fake a Stream Deck for $15 instead of having to buy.
It works, I guess.
Instead of having to buy a $150 physical Stream Deck.
That is true.
Right, and so it still allows me to put in all the buttons and everything. And yes, one day I may migrate away from slobs onto a real program, whatever. It does what I need it to do right now. I have literally like 5 screens, y'all. I have like start, end, webcam, pennycam, and game screen. What else do I need? Okay, I got sound effects and all that shit handled through chatbot. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that's actually a great segue into the next question, which is, what is a small change that you've made that has had the most impact? And on the other side of that coin, what is a massive change that you've made that has made little to no impact whatsoever?
Small change was blue blocking glasses. Small change with a big impact, blue blocking glasses. And I know you know this. I watched you were talking about your lights and everything.
Yeah.
I had earlier in 2020, I want to say it was like April, May of 2020. I literally had a headache for a month straight that was so bad, I could not stream for 2 weeks. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't see straight. My brain hurt so bad. I was nauseous. I couldn't stand up. I called the doctor. I'm like, do I have brain cancer? And we started talking, and it's a combination of things. Take your vitamins. I'd stopped taking my vitamins, and I was like, I don't need those. I'm fine. I don't need my vitamins. She's like, take your fucking vitamins.
I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need no vitamins.
I don't need no vitamins. And you know what's funny is I literally just looked over, and here's my meds that I didn't take when I started streaming last night. Good job, Self. Way to be.
Have you taken your meds today?
I mean, I took them this morning. I haven't taken the evening ones. I'm going to take these ones. So, because there they are. I just discovered them. I had put them on my desk last night and then went to refill my drink and then forgotten to take the pills when I got back. So, antidepressant, anti-anxiety, and vitamin B. So, there you go. So, take my multivitamins. I added a screen changer so that it turns red at night, turns down the blue light, turns my screen red, which I gotta tell you makes it really hard to play Minecraft.
Oh my god, yes. Yeah.
The colors on everything just changes and everything's red, and I'm like, I'm having to ask the audience, I'm like, does this look like absolute garbage together? Because I legitimately cannot tell. I can't tell if these colors match or if that looks like absolute shit. Please tell me. Because everything on my screen is red right now. I don't know.
That's the thing. Next time you go get glasses, just ask for the blue light filter, because now they've started putting them into everyday glasses.
That's what these are.
Yeah.
That's what these are. So I actually ordered these online. These are actual glasses that I ordered from a glasses company that have the blue thing in them. I also got these, which I'm pretty sure my mom had a pair of these, identical, in the 1980s. I'm pretty sure she had a pair of these. And then these ones, which I was showing you earlier, these are actually children's glasses. And I love them. But the thing about these two pair is that because the lenses are so big, there's so much reflection off the screen. So that makes it really hard to wear when I'm streaming. As you can literally see my whole screen right now. And there's my ring light. There's my ring light. Yeah. But these other ones, I really like them, and I had a pair very much like them when I was in high school. But yeah, these have made so much difference. Just being able to sit at the computer and not feel like my brain is rotten all day long. And what's funny is now all of my fan pictures have me wearing glasses, and I'm like, y'all, these aren't prescription. I don't wear glasses. I don't wear glasses. These are literally just for sitting at the computer. So that is the small change that made a huge difference. The big change that made a small difference is this camera.
Really?
The big difference that made a small change. I actually, when I got this as a Christmas present, and I appreciate the shit out of it. I do. Do not get me wrong. Don't tell my family I don't appreciate it, because I do appreciate it. You don't spread lies about me. But I went from this like shitty, like crappy little like 780p camera that I bought for like $50 in 2013 to this, nice Logitech streaming camera, blah, blah, blah. But when I did that, this one has more low light correction. So I got this one and suddenly nobody could see me because my lighting was insufficient for this camera. Whereas that one, because it's expecting shitty quality, it automatically corrected and everything looked just fine. I was sitting basically in the dark and everybody could see me just fine. And then the other thing was that the sound quality on that one was better than on that one. The sound quality on my fancy new streaming hot HD camera, the sound quality was garbage. Thank you, camera. Thank you. See? There we go. So JJ, in addition to the fancy RGB keyboard, actually gave me 2 Snowball mic as well. So I have a Snowball a white blue snowball.
Sure.
And then I've got a black one upstairs. It's a blue snowball is the brand, but it's a white one. I have a
Okay.
white one here, and then a blue one, a black one upstairs. And then so yeah, that was the thing that I was like, oh, I got a fancy camera, and there was like, we like your old one better.
That's the thing, that with all these new cameras, they have so many options that they are better than the older cameras, as long as well, you set it up correctly. And it's just setting up correctly that a lot of people don't know how to do.
Right. And then of course, you know, I only just recently got this ring light here. And so now you can actually see my face, because before I just had a couple little like desk lamps, because that's all I could fit. And so I got this ring light, which is great, except now you can actually see my face. And I'm like, oh shit, now I actually have to like wear makeup and stuff because you can actually see me. And I actually kind of look like the thing that lives under the bridge in real life. This is all Maybelline right here. Maybe she's born with it. No, this is all Maybelline and fake eyelashes. That's just
for everyone in chat and for everyone watching this video, whether you're watching it here live on Twitch or on YouTube, right? Because this will be uploaded to YouTube. I literally had a go at her for wearing makeup beforehand.
No, I was graced with, I feel like really good genetics. I got really lucky from my mom. All the women on my mom's side have aged very well. My grandmother, my mom's mom, who died in 2018, she was 95 when she died. And she was still teaching hula classes in her retirement home until she was 91, I think.
Oh god damn.
Yeah, she had a couple strokes, and it screwed up her balance. So then she couldn't dance anymore, and she was still teaching hula classes sitting down in the retirement home for a couple years. So yeah, but she was a ballet dancer, she was a tap dancer, she was a jazz dancer, she taught hula classes. My grandmother in her 90s, and my mom, she will be 69 this year. 69, dude. My mom will be 69 in April of this year. She stopped chasing race cars on the weekend when she was 65. Yeah, I grew up spending my weekends at the racetrack. Is the penny dog so itchy? Is she so itchy?
Right.
Poor penny. So, but my dad died in 2008. My mom remarried in 2013 to a guy 11 years younger than she is. Okay, so she would have already been in her 60s when she remarried to a guy in his 50s. So I feel like you've got some pretty decent genetics running in my family. I was gonna say,
if this was like a show where you'd be trying to sell yourself as being a good catch,
right? I mean,
you're lucky not in my town.
I mean, I'm hot, I'm funny, I'm smart, I know how to plug in a blue light, I
oh my lord.
I'm really good at breaking servers. Also, am I the queen of the unicorns? I don't know, Lois, if I would call myself the queen of the unicorns. Because you see, the thing about unicorns is they tend to be very independent. They tend to be very solo creatures. So I'm not sure that there's really necessarily a queen of the unicorns so much as, bitch, we're all queens.
Oh,
right?
no.
Right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. We're all queens around here. The eighth one. Can you interview Pennydew? Can you interview the Pennydew? What are you doing, small dog?
Who is Pennydew?
Poopy, come here. Hup. No, don't. What are you doing?
Look at my ass.
My butt. This is my butt.
Hello, dog. So, woof 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 woof.
Oh, woof woof. Okay, so this is Penny. This is my best friend, my co-streamer, my co-host.
High five, yeah.
Yeah, high five. Yeah, we high five. Is she gonna spin? She's not gonna spin, huh? Shake. Good shake. Thank you. Whoa, there's your cookie.
Oh my
These are
God.
pretzel bites with peanut butter inside that we got for Christmas.
Good girl.
All right, you gotta hold this one. Okay, you gotta hold this one. Are you done chewing? You done chewing? No? Just gonna keep going? Hold it. Good girl. Eat. Good girl.
Wow, well trained as well.
That's my sweet potato. She is the sweetest potato. The sweetest. She's so smart.
Well,
So there you go.
right,
That's
right.
That's the poopy doo, the panny dog. She's the sweetest potato. She was a rescue. I got her about 5 years ago, and she was. By the time she came to live with me, I was her third home, and she was only 9 months old. Exactly, well trained and housebroken, just like Tab. Although
I'm not housebroken.
I
Or
was gonna
trained.
say, she might be better. She might be better. She's better than a lot of people that I know. She actually is trained to ring a bell on the back door to let me know when she needs to go out. I mean, I
don't know how to do that.
Right? Like I know a lot of guys that don't even know, and that aren't even housebroken and potty trained. I mean, I think we were talking about my ex-husband earlier, who used to go pee in the kitchen sink and didn't even bother to take the dishes out first. You know, I'm like, some guys can't even handle that much.
Oh my Lord, that's brilliant. Okay.
I know, it's awful. It's terrible. But
right.
so anyway, so those are the small thing that made a big difference was the blue glasses. The blue light glasses absolutely made a huge difference. I wasn't even sure. Please train Tav. All right, I'm gonna have to get some dried chicken liver treats. Come here, Tav. Put it on your nose.
No, beef jerky.
Beef jerky. Oh, beef jerky. We also have so down here we actually have a thing on my stream where you can donate bits. For 101 bits, you can send her a cookie. So these are chicken and blueberry. She also had cranberry and turkey for Thanksgiving. And then I also have chicken, beef, and bacon sticks down here. So
oh, I do love bacon. Yeah. Oh.
She's a well-fed puppy. She is potato. She's
look
at
her in the background. She's like, is that my food?
Is it me?
You gotta get me some of that, like.
Yeah. Oh, and new subs. She gets a spoonful of peanut butter. She has her own jar of peanut butter. It is all natural, no weird ingredients and stuff. And then of course she goes and licks it on her feet afterwards. Huh, Penny? You lick it on your feet?
We should save some for later.
Exactly. It's just like when you spill a little bit in your beard, and you're just like, oh, I'm saving that for later. Yeah, she wipes her tongue off on her leg, and then later she's like, oh, it tastes like peanut butter. I forgot.
I'm the same. I just eat stuff and then it ends up in my beard, and I'm like, where have you been?
Exactly. I forgot that there. I would save it for later. I forgot. I have the same problem with boobs. Honestly, I have the same problem with boobs. It's it's just like a catch tray right there.
Same. I have been told I have got a unbelievably cleavage for a guy.
True story. Men can get breast cancer.
That is true. Always check yourself for lumps.
Exactly. Save the tatas. Touch yourself. It's good for you.
Exactly. And with
Science.
men,
save the tatas.
Up and down. Do it both. Check them both.
All of the above. Just in the
Just in the shower, like.
So anyway, blue glasses
Yeah,
for awesome. Camera,
Okay.
practice, ring light, shit got weird.
Oh my lord. Right.
So, is it time for another break?
It is indeed, yes. We are currently on 3 hours in. Not even reached the middle point of the questions. So far, it seems like your girl here, April's trying to beat 50's record of 6.5 hours, but we shall see what happens.
We'll see.
This break refreshment. Better break refreshment? Refreshment break.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a snack.
Bye.
go.
Hello, people. We are back. How's everyone doing? And whilst we was off the stream, April did explain to me what a charcuterie is, and I am a massive fan. So yes, I approve that message.
Big fan of charcuterie plates, my friend. Big fan of that myself.
Okay, and moving on to one of the other questions. What is your favorite stream or video that you've produced, and why?
I'm not sure if I have a favorite yet.
Really? So you haven't had one that you was like, wow, I was actually one of my best streams ever?
I've had a couple really deep, profound, emotional conversations with chat on stream. But we've had a few of them where we just sit and talk about things. Like I had one day I had I guess a young woman. She came in and said, I complete stranger, never seen her before. I don't think I've seen her since. And she came in and she said, I just came out to my family as trans and they have disowned me. They've kicked me out of the house and I don't know what to do. And that's unfortunately kind of common in parts of America where certain cultural beliefs say that if you are trans, you are bad. You are an abomination. And I have a lot of members of my community, a lot of people who have come to me in similar circumstances where they said, I have been abandoned by my family. I have been kicked out of my house and I just need a place to belong. And so I'm actually rebranding my stream. It's been for the last 2 years. It's been it's been the April show, but I will be rebranding it effective this year. It will now exactly charcuterie. Yes, all about them shark coochies. No, the shark coochies was on 50 stream. Shark coochies was on 50 stream. But I've had a lot of people come to me in that position, and I'm rebranding my stream. It's not going to be the April show anymore. It's going to be the house on Sunny Hill, and there's always room for one more in my house. And I don't care. I don't care what language you speak, what color your skin, who you worship or don't. I don't care what you got in your pants or what you do with it. Just wash your damn hands. That's all I ask. Just wash your damn hands.
Just wash everywhere, not just the hands.
Seriously, just wash your damn hands. So we've had a couple really deep, meaningful conversations, and honestly, I think the first one was literally like my second or third stream ever. I had no audience. I was watching myself. And I was building a house in Minecraft out of melon blocks, and it was ridiculous. It was the most stupid looking thing I've ever done. It was like neon green, those melon blocks, right? That bright green with the stripes, and it was just dumb. And I loved it. Like I was using mushroom blocks for the floorboards, and it was glorious. And I loved it. And it was stupid. And I was sitting here laughing at myself so hard, and I was like, this is the dumbest, ugliest thing I've ever built, and I adore it. And this young man walks into my empty room, my empty space, and says, how can you laugh like that? I don't understand. His girlfriend had died of a drug overdose in bed next to him a month before.
Oh my lord.
And he was that night considering killing himself.
Oh my god.
And in that quiet space, just the two of us, we sat and had a conversation. He has come back at least every week since. And I have watched that young man grow from being the kid on the wrong side of the tracks who grew up homeless, living in his car with his mom and his little brother, who was about to be a high school dropout, to now he would have graduated high school, I guess college they call it. He's in England. He was supposed to graduate from college, I guess you guys call it.
Right.
He's 18. He was supposed to graduate this year, but because of COVID, his senior year was canceled. And all of the work he did was thrown out the window, and they based his grades on him when he was still going through that drug addict phase. And he did not graduate, or he graduated with like a B. And all of his university dreams went out the window. And he started talking about how there was no hope. There was no hope for life. He was going to give up. He was going to be a drug dealer. That's what he said. I'm just going to go be a drug dealer. He was talking about killing himself and ready to give up. He is now studying independently to retake his senior test, get into university on his own, since his senior year was canceled.
Bravo.
And he is talking about going into theoretical physics in university.
Oh my God. That is not an easy subject to go into.
No. So if I can point to any one stream that I'm most proud of, it's the day that Gov showed up. It's the day that in the silence, in the quiet, just the two of us, we were able to make a connection. And that kid who was ready to give up on the world is still fighting for himself. And I'm really fucking proud of that. I'm so proud of him.
Damn right.
I am so proud of him. And I am proud of the community that I have been allowed to be a part of, that people have come together to lift each other up and hold each other strong through their fears, through other members of our community being kicked out of their homes, people dealing with medical issues. We've got at least 6 of our community who are struggling with COVID right now. And we're all reaching out to each other and keeping touch with each other and catching up with each other. And when one of our members goes quiet, we reach out to them. And that, I am honored, I am humbled, I am blessed to get to be a part of that. And that is why I am changing it from the April show to the house on Sunny Hill. And my AKA tagline is Miss Shigatsu's Home for Wayward Souls.
I love it.
It's a place where we can all come together and be a family and be a community. It's not just about me, it's about us. It's about all of us holding each other together and holding each other up. And that, more than any one stream, that's what I'm proud of. That's what I'm proud of.
That These is people... yeah, okay. Okay.
But that melon house, man, that melon house is fucking awesome. I'm still proud of that melon house.
No. You see, this is one of those types of moments that you probably, if you've watched the 50 episode, this is the type of moment I absolutely love, because notice everyone in chat and yourself, you have slowed down in your speech, and you have taken a moment to really have your words heard, because that is something that you're passionate about. And I can tell that those words didn't come out your mouth. No, they came from down here.
Yeah.
And that is something that I feel you're going to hold on to way past your streaming career, way past into your many years ahead of you, because that's the kind of stuff that really hits deep. And I'm very happy that you actually have that kind of community, and I'm very happy that you was able to help someone out of those bad times. So
I love you, Lois. I love you, Lois. So Lois and Snake are both out in UK with you.
Oh,
so
hey, what's up, UK crew?
Eastside homies. Eastside, yeah.
Oh my god.
And part and parcel with that community is my server. It is the name of my Minecraft server is the Lighthouse. And it was, and I've said this so many times, it was actually inspired, the name of it was inspired by Lazy Glassman. I'm not crying, you're crying. I'm kind of getting, I'm sorry, I was making spaghetti. It's gonna be fine. So, I was actually really inspired by Lazy Glassman, who he will often say on his stream, everybody deserves to have their day brightened. And I love that. And so I, was thinking about it, and it was when I was first looking to set up a Minecraft server. And I knew I wanted to set up a Minecraft, a modded Minecraft server. And I thought, you know what? Yeah, I want to be a light in the dark. That's what I want. I want to help people find a light in the dark. And so we have a literal physical a lighthouse at spawn with a light at the top that goes around and around and around. Because, Glassman says everyone deserves to have their day brightened, and sometimes you don't have a light. Sometimes people need a light in the dark. They need to know that there is a safe place that they can go to find a harbor in a storm. And that's what I wanted to provide for people. I mean, there's plenty of servers out there where you can just go, go be a streamer, go have fun, do, build crazy things. I wanted a place that was less about, having a lot of people and more about giving the people who needed a place. I wanted to be able to have a community where people are welcome regardless of what the external circumstance is, and you can come and be part of a family and be part of a community. And I love you too, Lois and Glass. I love you guys. That's what I wanted. I have a guild. I have a Minecraft guild, and it's called My Enemy's Enemies, because
they're your friends.
People got to, right? Because my enemy's enemies are my friends, and also my friends are my enemy's enemies. And I believe that everybody's got demons to fight, except apparently Mystic Pillbug, who insists he has no demons. Whatever, I think you're wrong. Everybody's got demons to fight, but nobody should have to fight them alone. And that's what I want. I want people to know, is that I can't carry the weight for you. I can't fight your demons for you, but I can do my utmost to provide you a space where you don't have to fight them alone. You will have an army beside you and behind you. We will hold a shield next to you, and when you can't stand, we will hold you up until you can stand again. And that is what the Lighthouse is. That's who we are. That's what we've become, is a safe place where people who are struggling, whether it's struggling with identity, struggling with mental health, struggling with body issues, medical issues, financial issues, home, school, work, whatever, you're part of something and you're not alone. And I'm really proud of the way it has grown, and I'm really proud of the people that we have who take care of each other. We've got a community system in Spawn where when you grow out of your armor, when you go from your iron armor, gold armor, leather armor, whatever, and you move up to diamond or amethyst, whatever, people donate their old armor to spawn. So if there are new people who come on the server and don't have anything, well, here you go. It might be a little bit dented, it might be a little bit used up, but at least it's a start. And we don't have people that are like, hey, I'm setting up a store downtown. I'll sell you things for diamonds. No, it's like people come on and they're like, hey, I need some wool. And people are like, here you go. Here's 5 stacks of wool. Get you started. People don't sell things, they just give things. Because we all know that at some point we all started somewhere. We all had nothing at one point, and it is through lifting each other up that we all get better. We, as they say, a rising tide lifts all boats, and by raising each other up.
That's a good quote. Okay.
Right? I can't take credit for it. Rising tide lifts all ships. That's not. I can't take credit for it. That's an old one. But it's like by lifting us all up, we lift us all up. By lifting you up, I too am having improvement. There was an old Friends episode that always really stuck with me. This one episode of Friends where Joey told Phoebe there is no such thing as a truly selfless act. You will always get something out of helping someone else. And she set out to prove him wrong. She set out to do something truly, truly selfless. And his point was that even in doing something selfless, you get something out of it, even if that something is the feeling that you've done something for someone else who can never repay you, who can never do anything good for you, to make your life better. That makes your life better. It makes you feel good. And if the only thing you got out of it is a good feeling, you still got something out of it. Helping other people makes you better. And one of the things that we say a lot at the end of my stream is life can be hard. People can be mean, but every one of us has an opportunity to make the world a better place. And it starts with each one of us. Maybe you can't change the world. Maybe you can't end global warming or stop famines or bring peace to the Middle East. But for one person, you can change their life.
100%.
You can make a difference in one person's world, whether it's giving out little business cards with words of encouragement and not knowing maybe that waitress, her mom is at home dealing with cancer. Maybe you help someone buy their groceries and you don't know whether they were just not going to be able to eat. You don't know if holding the door for somebody made a difference. But the point is, it's not about them, it's about you. You changed the world, and maybe you changed it for one person, and that one person you changed it for was you.
God damn. I'm pretty sure like every single person in chat right now is like just wet, just crying, tears.
Yeah.
Just
Right. And that's why I play Minecraft. This is why I play Minecraft. Minecraft is a cover for a Just Chatting stream.
Oh, it literally is like glorified Just Chatting.
I am a Just Chatting streamer that hides behind Minecraft. Literally, I didn't get into streaming, and we've already been on this. I didn't get into streaming because I thought it was the best gamer, because I wanted to build amazing towers in Minecraft, or because I'm really good at Diablo 3, because I'm not. I am shit at Diablo 3. I'm absolute garbage at Diablo 3. Like, seriously, the worst. I got into this because I had things to say. I had messages to send. I had words. There are people who need to be loved. And that's why I got into streaming. Minecraft is just a convenient avenue, because if I try and just go into the Just Chatting stream, well, then I'm just going to sit there and twiddle my thumbs for a while. But at least if I get into Minecraft, I can have a conversation with that obnoxious fucking skeleton over there that keeps shooting me from under the tree. And maybe that will give somebody impetus to start a conversation. Or maybe it won't. Maybe it's the purple cow. Where the fuck did this purple cow come from? I legitimately do not know. I have a purple cow. Where did it come from? I've never seen a purple cow. Was it from one of the mods? Did somebody dye a cow purple? Did it drink something? I don't know, but I found a fucking purple cow and I picked it up and I took it back to my base and now I have a purple cow. And also, what the fuck happened to Ted? Did Ted have an aneurysm? Did he have a stroke? Is he giving a permanent TED talk that I can't hear? I don't know.
Oh my god, that's absolutely brilliant.
So yeah, I'm not really proud of any one particular stream. I'm proud of my community. I
will take that answer. I will take that answer.
To be fair, me subbing isn't because it makes me feel better. It doesn't benefit me, but I do it to support those who can't sub themselves or to sub myself. Yeah. And I as a streamer, I'm never gonna be like, don't give me your money. Don't give me your money. I'm on disability, yo. Like, sure, give me your money. I'm never gonna ask for it. I'm never gonna tell you you need to. I appreciate the shit out of it though, because I know that you don't have to do that. You don't have to give me your money.
Literally.
You did that because you wanted to. You did that because you felt moved. You felt good about it. And I appreciate the shit out of that. Which is why every time somebody subs on my channel, Penny gets a spoonful of peanut butter, because we like to celebrate that shit. Because I know that especially like right now, money's tight. Life is hard.
Yeah.
Life is so hard right now. And if you wanna donate, if you wanna sub, I appreciate the shit out of that, because I know nobody's got money to just go throwing around. Except again, Mystic Pillbug, who for some reason is just like, here's $100, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Just chill, bro. Like
there's a clip of me from a couple weeks ago. Somebody came in and donated. It was literally 10,000 bits.
Yeah, actually,
and I was just like,
on my board, I've got the same thing. A username called Grimes13, who's actually the owner and founder of the SMP that I'm currently part of. He just came in at Christmas time and it was like, "Merry Christmas, have boom 10,000 bits." I was like, "What the?"
I know. I'm just sitting there. I'm just sitting there like, did you just?
There's too many zeros.
What? Is that real? I literally went, JJ, is that real? Is that real, JJ? Is he fucking with me right now? Because when I first started streaming, people would come in and be like, here go, here's $1,000. And I'm just like, why are you giving me $1,000? Because I didn't know at the time that they were just literally typing /me.
Yeah.
And they weren't actually giving me anything. They were just literally fucking with me. They were trolls. So when he did that, I'm just like, is that real? Did you really do that? Or are you fucking with me right now? And JJ's like, no, that one's pretty real. I may or may not be just subbing to your stream to feed peanut butter to Penny. I mean, you know what? You're not the only one. I have said Penny is the only reason I make money. Literally, she is the big spender. People give me bits to give her cookies and sub to give her peanut butter. Like, legitimately, it's not about me, it's about the dog. And I'm okay with that. I accept that. I, for one, am fine with our canine overlords. I'm okay with that. I am literally just her servant. I'm just here to make sure she gets fed and has a shelter. She's the real streamer here.
Oh my god, that is
Can't sub
brilliant.
now, but I will this month. You know what? Even if all you do is lurk is love, my friend. Lurk is love. I'm just glad to have you here. There's always room for one more in my house.
100%, Varys, yes.
Absolutely. There's
100%.
always one more.
And whether you're watching this on YouTube or on Twitch, have no fear, because, well, if you're watching this on YouTube, April's links are going to be down below in the description, so you can go give her a humongous follow and a sub, and then make her day as much as she's making other people's days.
And you will never guess what my other social media handles are. You will literally never guess.
I might have to do some digging of my own.
Remember, there's an underscore in the middle there.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
It's literally, people are like, oh, do you have a Twitter? What is it?
Unicorn Lover 3000.
Yeah. I greater than or less than 3 bacon.
Yes, we all love bacon.
There was a store in the mall near where I live, literally called I Heart Bacon. No, it was I Heart Waffles. That's what it was. It was I Heart Waffles. It was the I Heart Waffle store, and all they did was waffles. They had sweet waffles and savory waffles. They had waffle sandwiches. They had ice cream with waffles, and
I've got time for waffles.
Oh yeah, it was so good. And the thing is, like, I was so excited. They had brought one to my area because the original location was a little far out. It was, like an hour's drive, and I was like, I mean, I could drive all the way over there, but if you're gonna put one in literally like 5 miles from me, I am all here for this. And they were under construction in this location for literally like 5 months. And every day I'd go by and be like, still waiting, y'all.
I just want my waffles.
I still want some freaking waffles. And then they opened it, and it was a cash-only location. And they were only open for like 5 hours a day in the middle of the afternoon.
That's strange.
And then they didn't do any business because, I'm sorry, who's going to come to your shop in the middle of the afternoon and only pay in cash?
Right.
And so they were open for like, I don't know, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then they closed.
Oh my god.
They were under construction for like half a year, and then you closed after a month.
That's ridiculous. That's
It was dumb, and I never got my freaking waffles. All I wanted was waffles. Y'all, drop to follow. I promise to watch as much. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I stream every weeknight, 7 p.m. to midnight Eastern. Come by anytime. I'm always around. And if not, I'll come heckle over here. I will heckle on 50 stream, heckle on Lazy stream, heckle on Glasses stream. All the heckling.
And speaking of other streamers, this next question has some rules. So
Okay.
I'd like to hear the positive names, but on the other side of the question, the negative names, just keep them in a back corner. Don't mention them. Just mention the bad qualities that they've had that you vowed never to do yourself.
Right.
So the question goes as follows. Have you worked with someone or streamed with someone or played a game with someone that in your opinion was just like, wow, you are an actual inspiration. Like, I want to be more like you. I want something that you've got that is special, and I want that. And on the other side of the question is, have you worked with someone that has been a complete and total arsehat?
Just absolute garbage. I honestly have not had many opportunities to work with other streamers. Literally, I have co-streamed with, I think, 50% Gaming, Megray4, Lazy Glassman, and Mashed Tato Slayer, and I think that's about it. And they were all amazing. Like, I had so much fun the time that I got to co-stream with 50. He drunkenly one night was like, hey, you want to co-stream with me? I was like, yes I do. He's like, hey, you could teach me how to do some redstone stuff. I was like, yes,
excellent.
Do some redstone. So he had mentioned prior in his stream that on his server many of the people had killed the dragon, but nobody had ever invited him, and he had never killed the dragon on his own. He'd never killed the dragon on his own server. So I immediately after he asked if I would co-stream with him, I was like, yes, I will. And then I went into his Discord, found a bunch of the people who are the most active in his Minecraft server. I was like, yo, let's get together and take 50 to fight the dragon. He's never fought the dragon before. That's what we're going to do. We're going to surprise him, and we're going to take him to go fight the dragon. And we did. And I, over the course of 2 weeks, I was brand new on his server, and I got together and I put together all the, potions of slow fall. I got a stack of ladders for every person. I made up a little a bunk room in the stronghold, so everybody could sleep in a bed right next to the portal, and everybody got their own chest full of gear with a bow with fire shot and infinity and blah blah blah, stack of arrows, stack of ladders, stack of cobblestone if you needed to make a little enclosure thing, cover yourself up from the endermen. Everybody got buckets of water, everybody got a spare bed so we could put down a bed. And then I found a location because 50 has this penchant for building houses and building settlements, and then doing a streamer night, a community night, and getting really drunk and blowing up his own house. So one of the houses is this just big smoking crater. There's part of a roof and part of a wall on one side, and there's just this crater where there used to be a house. And I discovered that under that crater was a stronghold.
Oh.
So even though on the server there was a designated stronghold that was already set up, already lit, all of that kind of shit, I went and did all of this in the stronghold under his house. So it would be this is for 50. This is not just the communal thing. This is for 50. And so I was when we got on the stream, I was like, yo, 50, meet me at your smoking crater and get in your Discord chat. And so he called me like we're doing right now. He called me. I was like, no, man, get in your Discord chat. He's like, just
what you talk about?
Discord. So he got on the Discord and got to the smoking crater. They were 5 or 6 of us ready to go, waiting, and we're all we're gonna take you to go fight the dragon. And we killed that dragon so fast, we killed it 3 times.
Oh my god.
We respawned it and fought it 3 times because we killed it so fast. And then we went and I took him, I'd set aside, his world has a boundary line of 10,000 in each direction. And in that 10,000 or 20,000 by 20,000 area, sweet dreams, Varus. It's lovely to meet you. Take care of yourself. Mwah.
See you, Varus.
In that area, there are 2 mushroom islands. 50 is a speedrunner. Lazy is a retro gamer, or historically those were their roots. They came from the retro speedrunning Mario thing. So I have designated one of the mushroom islands is for me because fuck creepers. Seriously, fuck them in the ear with a big sharp stick. But also the other one is designated. I'm building for 50 and Lazy, the Mushroom Kingdom. The Mushroom Kingdom, because the name of Lazy's Discord is the Lazy Kingdom. So it'll be a Mushroom Kingdom. I'm building mushroom houses for all the villagers, and I will be building Princess Lazy Peach's castle. I'm going to go through and figure out how to build Princess Peach's castle from Super Mario 64, and I'm going to build Princess Peach's castle and a Mushroom Kingdom on the Mushroom Island for 50 and Lazy to thank them for being so freaking amazing. And so I took 50 out there and showed him that this is the island that I have designated for you guys, that I will be building on your server for you. And I had set up a bunch of boxes full of redstone stuff. And I was like, okay, today we're going to build some basic redstone stuff. And I showed him how to build an automatic chicken cooker and an AFK fishing stand and a garbage disposal, and just some basic redstone stuff. And then it was on a Friday night stream. Fiddy got Thrifty was drinking. And as we're progressing through this, his attention span is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And then at some point, he's like, okay, so show me where you live. And I was like, well, it's way over there, and I got to get in a boat. And he's like, Ren, how do I make her an op? How do I make her an op on the server? How do I do that? And so 50 made me an op, and we flew across the ocean, and we went to my house. I am still finding TNT blocks. The dude got drunk and started placing TNT all over my island, in my mine, in my garbage disposal, in the trees, in my fishing pond, under the bridge. Like, I am still finding blocks of TNT all over the place. And I had a blast. And the thing about 50, and you know this, he does not stop. He does not stop.
Literally.
Right. And so between the two of us, we had this just like, it was just like, go, 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 go. And then at the end of the stream, it was like, we both kind of hit a wall and was just like, okay, it's 3 o'clock in the morning now. And I think it's time to sleep.
Good night.
It's night time. So, you know, we both I had a blast with 50. I had a blast. We both had a great time. We both like to laugh and say ridiculous things, and I had a great time. And then on the other side of things, I got to co-stream with Mashed Tato Slayer, and she's hilariously vulgar, just like me. And she is an amateur trick skater. And
interesting.
Right. And we both play Minecraft, and so we were helping each other, and she got like a piece of string and was like running around slapping me with this piece of string as though it were a white glove, and I'm like, stop it. And like at one point she like pushed me off a tower or something, so I booted her off the server. And of course we were on 50's server, and he was streaming. He's like, excuse me. I was like, no, she earned that. And she came back online. She's like, I totally did. I earned that one. That was on me. And we had a great time. And she's one of those like hilariously vulgar people, and like we were making jokes about whether you like tacos or sausage better, and it's like and she was like, and you know, we were talking about, that was the first time I showed my beaver on stream, and that, you know, it was just, we had such a great time. And the trick with when you have two high energy people is to make sure you continue to have a conversation with each other and not let one person step over the other person. Yes, Miss Pac-Man's taco, not just any taco, but we were talking about eating Miss Pac-Man's taco. And why she doesn't like sausage for breakfast. And so we had this really great time. And the trick is not talking over each other, but also continuing to interact with your own chat and theirs. And I feel like that's something that both Tato and I and 50 and I managed to do really well, is that we managed to play off each other while not talking over each other, and still keeping track of chat at the same time. And that was something that was really good, that I really enjoyed about streaming with Tato and 50. And there's somebody I have not streamed with yet, but I've rated her several times, and I absolutely adore her. Her screen name is Miyamara, and she is she's kind of the streamer that I wish I could be, and I don't think I will ever be because I'm way too high strung. But Mia is so calm, and she's so kind, and she's so just, she's so nice. And like, I raid her and I just sit there and go, oh, you're everything I wish I could be. I'm not. Like, everybody's
full on fangirl.
Right? Seriously. I adore Miyamara. She is just so, another one I've never had a chance to play with is Gokana Rouge. Gokana Rouge is the only speedrunner I know who laughs. Like, I've watched 50 speedrun, and he legitimately, like, breaks shit. Fiddy made this sound one day. He was speedrunning. I want to say it was like, no, it wasn't. He was playing Hollow Knight. He was playing Hollow Knight, and he made this sound that, like, my skin crawled, and I just wanted to curl up into a ball. And I was just like, I am afraid of you right now. I am legitimately afraid of you right now. Rouge will, like, be on a world record-setting run and fall off a cliff and just be like, oh, man, that sucks. And I'm just like,
just quickly.
You're amazing! Like, you are a speedrunner that laughs, and I fucking love that about Gokan.
Just quickly.
What's that?
Thank you very much. I want to thank for the lovely follow. It is appreciated, and welcome to the interview.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, I don't think he ever actually finished that game. I think he actually rage quit Hollow Knight and was just like, no, this is not fun for me. This is not fun for my community. He turned off the game after that and went and played Minecraft. He's like, I am not enjoying this. This is not fun for me. This is not fun for my community. I'm gonna go play Minecraft for a while. And but yeah, he got so mad playing Hollow Knight. And I was just like,
I'm sorry, don't hurt me.
I'm gonna go over here. And that's why he doesn't do much speed running anymore. He has a guy that rebuilds controllers for him.
Oh yeah, I know. He's got a controller guy.
But and that's not to say I don't love 50, because I love 50. I do. I absolutely adore the guy, but boy, does he rage sometimes. And that's one of the things I really respect about Gokan. Gokan Rouge is he's legitimately, like, he and Mara are the two most, like, kind, wholesome, laid back, chill streamers. They are the people I wish I could be. Yeah, okay. And they're both casual streamers, so they just do it for fun, and I think that's part of why they can be so casual about it.
If you want to send them a certain way to find out more about them,
just saying.
Yeah, boy, sitting here. I want it.
Just saying. They're both beautiful people. And Mia played one called Spiritfarer, which is a game just full of all the feels. I don't know if you've ever played Spiritfarer. I have not played it. I've only watched Mia play it. But Spiritfarer, the idea of Spiritfarer is basically that you are the ferryman ferrying spirits in the afterlife. Ooh. And spirits have not yet completed their journey. There's something that they need to deal with in order to complete their journey on this ferry. Right. And the feels. Oh, it hits right in the feels.
Okay. I might have to have a little search for that.
Yeah, it's just called Spiritfarer. And Mia was playing that one, and it was just like, so, but yeah, I unfortunately I haven't had a chance to stream with a lot of people. But yeah, Glassman is another one that he's really great to co-stream with. He's funny, he's considerate, he is great to banter with, but also he's very chat focused. So he is good at paying attention to his chat and your chat and still having conversation. So yeah, I've been really lucky to have some people like that those are the kinds of people I look up to. On the other side, I won't name names, but there are a couple people that I have unfollowed. They followed me, they became really active in my community, and I was like, yeah, I want to go follow your stream. And there was one in particular that I was like, I literally cannot watch your stream. Wow. This is painful. It's awful. The dude would not. He was the kind of person who would sit there and wait for someone to say something before he talked. Okay? He would just sit there and play his games and not say anything. Open mic, all you can hear is, and he was a 1.8 Minecraft streamer, so that was before the update for the cooldown update. So all you would hear is click, 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 pound, 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 like just spamming the mouse button, pounding on the keyboard, not talking. Open mic, not talking.
Okay. I hate that myself. Yeah.
And he's a stay-at-home dad with 3 kids, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and a newborn. And he would just sit there playing his game and not talking to the kids. And the kids would just run around screaming. And then he's got, the baby and the little bouncer thing next to his thing. And the baby's crying. And the kids are running around screaming. And he's not saying anything. He's not muting the mic. He's not talking to the kids. He's not talking to the game. He's not doing anything that if you just... nothing. And I was just like, I got to a point where I was like, I can't watch this anymore. I can't. I cannot support you. I cannot raid you. I cannot endorse you. I can't. Because
okay.
I can't in good conscience endorse someone who, one, streams like that. Even if there were no kids in the picture, if it was just somebody sitting there who does not say anything, and I know 50 mentioned this earlier, if I walk into your chat, you've got about 60 seconds to impress me.
Yeah.
And if I walk in and you're sitting there blank-faced, staring at the screen, or even worse, no camera at all, just sitting there in silence, playing your game, waiting for somebody else to say something to you, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you got to talk literally all the time for the most stupid things ever. Just talk. Just
keep talking. You never know who's watching. You never know who's showing up in your. I'm sitting there staring. I love you, Snake. If I'm sitting there playing Minecraft in silence, staring at my screen, and Geef shows up, or Filza shows up, or Avamance shows up, and they walk in, and I'm sitting there blank-faced staring at my screen, they're gonna turn around and leave. Whereas if I'm at least interesting, if I'm sitting there talking to my purple cow and yelling at that skeleton over there and at least being interesting, doing something worth interacting with, that person might go back to their community and be like, yo, check out this new person I just found. And that might be my big break. That might be it. That might be the thing.
You never know who's watching.
Never
know.
And I've spent enough time doing TV, theater, radio, choir, whatever. I've done enough stage performances to know that audience participation is not an indication of audience interest. And whether or not they're talking in chat has no measure of whether or not they're listening or watching you. Okay? How many times have I been upstairs sewing and I'm literally, I'm at my sewing machine. I have pins and needles all around me. I can't be bothering to type in your chat, but I'm listening. I'm still listening. And if you're boring as fuck, I'm going to change the channel.
Yeah.
I am going to change the channel. And ultimately, Ren, you missed a lot.
It's fine, Ren. It's fine. It's going to be a YouTube video.
It is TV. Right? It is twitch.tv. You are a TV performer. You are an entertainer. And if I show up in your stream and you are boring as fuck, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
Next. There are thousands of people I could be watching right now, and I'm not gonna sit here and wait to find out if you're interesting. I'm gonna leave. And beyond that, the issue with the kids, I can't endorse somebody who allows their kids to run around screaming and ignores them. I worked in a preschool. I worked in an elementary school. Before I went into web development, I wanted to be a teacher. I actually spent years working towards becoming a teacher. I went to college, university to become a teacher. I took teaching prep classes. I took math for elementary school teachers. I spent time working in a special ed class. I spent time working in an after school care program. I have literally taught and worked with every age group from birth to retirement. I worked in an adult literacy classroom. I've worked in a preschool, in the infant classroom. I've worked literally, and I cannot endorse somebody who is sitting there with an open mic, allowing their children to run around screaming and is not doing anything about it.
Oh, but literally, that's the thing. Like, I was brought up in such a way that, so I was brought up in Romania, and I've only been here for the second part of my life.
Really?
And yeah, so English is actually my second language. Romanian is first. But I was brought up to very similar values to not the children of the people of my age range's parents. I was brought up with the same values that their parents were brought up with. Very old schooly, very, in my opinion, the correct way of teaching people and disciplining people to a certain extent.
Right.
And seeing kids nowadays behave the way that they behave, and their parents allowing them to behave in such a way, makes me feel it goes beyond angry. It goes to the point of where I feel sorry for the lack of discipline. And right. I know for a fact that if I behaved the same way that child did that I saw in the street screaming, oh boy,
there would be ass beatings. There would be ass beatings.
I would have a different surname. Like,
oh yeah, there would be ass beatings in my house.
Oh hell yeah!
we left my brother at the grocery store once or twice.
Yeah, that's like literally what my parents would. If I was going to misbehave, bye.
Yeah, my brother, when he was little, like if he threw a hissy fit in the store, my mom would be like, "Peace out, it's been real. Let me know when you're ready to be civilized." And she would just turn around and walk away, just be like, "Done." And it's not that I have a problem with children screaming, running around, having fun, because that's what children do. And especially like he had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. They're gonna make noise. They're gonna do things, you know.
They're gonna be kids.
They're gonna be kids. But if you're going to be a full-time streamer, you cannot allow the full-time screaming and the unabated screaming with an open microphone while you're not doing anything in the stream at all. Do something. Do something. Okay, do something. And that is one of the few people I've unfollowed because I was like, I literally cannot watch this. This is the worst. And that was the worst for me. There have been a lot of boring streamers that I'm just like, you seem really nice.
Just not for me. Yeah,
you seem really nice, but I'm not interested. I wish you much luck. And I move along, but that was the one where I was like, no, I can't endorse this. I can't support this. I can't. No,
I fully agree with that. And that is one reason why I always ask about the negatives, because there's always something from someone else that has a different point of view to what I would have. And seeing that and being able to learn from that is something that I very much look forward to, especially when it comes to content creation, because there's so many things online that I've not experienced, but I need to experience I will experience eventually.
Eventually you will.
Yeah, and I need to be prepared for it. And if it means that if I get that kind of information from other people before I get to that situation, I at least know how they have dealt with it, how they think about it, and how I can improve on myself to make sure that I don't get in that situation. But 100%, and that is one area that I do think that I'm okay at, and that is I choose my words carefully here, but listening to the advice that people give me. Whether I put it into force immediately, that's different, because I'm stubborn and I'm a man and I'm the streamer brain and I'm forgetful. So, but yeah, screw
you, don't tell me what to do. I'm an adult, I'm gonna do it my way.
And so far it's been a case of, well, about 80% of the time it's a case of, you've told me not to do that because of this reason, I've ended up doing that, and now I understand why you haven't told me to do that. But it's a case of, I have to make the mistake myself to be able to learn from it. But speaking of that, what is something that, in your opinion, you're good at in comparison to what you think that, in your opinion, you're bad at?
I think I'm pretty entertaining.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty good at continuing to provide content through most of the stream with very little downtime, very few lulls. Sometimes I do still periodically find myself kind of like my brain drools out of my ear and I'm just find myself staring at the screen going, what was I doing? But I feel like most of the time I'm pretty good at just continuing to think on my feet and be able to just keep talking. I like to say I could talk the ears off a brick wall. And the only date I've ever had that was like the worst date ever was the one date where we didn't have anything to talk about and we literally found ourselves staring at the ceiling. That's a bad date. Yo, I mean, I could, like, seriously, 4 hours in, I'm not stopping, right? And like, literally, I could talk the ears off the brick wall, and this guy and I were just like,
okay, right. She's no longer in chat, but there was someone here earlier that I've been on a date with, and I kid you not, this is to the extent of what I will chat about, because people have it in common. I've actually had a serious chat for a good, like, couple of hours about going to the toilet and what's more comfortable and where it's more comfortable, and it has literally been, as ridiculous as it is, it's entertaining.
If you've got a toilet in front of a bathtub where you can put your feet up on the edge of the bathtub, that's it. That's it. Also, mashed tater Slayer's here.
Oh, mashed tater Slayer. Your girl was talking about you.
We were talking about you. We were talking about eating tacos and sausages and showing our beavers.
and showing cocks as well.
Yes, and we were showing cocks and beavers on screen here. Things I'm bad about. Words.
Yes. You can't use that.
Words. Bad. Things. Braining. Math. Bad at math. I'm bad.
I'll let you think of that, and I'll give you time to think about that, because it is
networking.
You're bad at networking.
I'm bad at networking. I'm
really
bad. Yeah, I'm bad at making the time to go out and watch other streamers and post on social media and keep up with other discords. Like, it's so exhausting. And it's vital. It is vital. And I'm so bad at it. Like, I love watching other people's streams, and yet I never make time to do it. And also Tato has the plague. So y'all, prayers for Tato. So she has the plague. She's bad at going to bed on time. I'm bad at starting my stream on time. Like, I stream 7 p.m. to midnight, and it's like 7:22.
It's 7 p.m. till midnight.
Yeah. It's approximately 7 p.m. to approximately midnight. Yeah, I'm really bad at going to bed on time. I'm really bad at waking up. all that thing. No, but really networking. Like I'm that I feel like is one area where I really need to work on that. I need to make a concerted effort to spend more time focusing on other people. And also, yes, I'm really bad at shutting the fuck up. Thank you, Glass.
But it's fine, Glass, because you see, like I said beforehand, I'm the type of person that I can make her go to have a break, because that's what we're gonna do right now.
We'll just pause the camera and go.
Peace out, people. We'll see you in 10. Yeah, hello people. How's everyone doing?
Ignition! Launch!
We have liftoff.
Woo! Just hope this space shuttle doesn't explode this time.
Oh, God.
Sorry. When I was a kid, when I was in kindergarten, the space shuttle, I think it was Discovery, was the one that exploded live on TV when I was in kindergarten, and everybody was watching. Everybody was watching. And then it exploded, and we're all like, hey.
Oh, goddamn.
Space travel, right? Space travel. What's up, Tato?
Oh, God. Right. Bit of a curveball. What's your favourite ice cream?
Favorite ice cream? Ben and Jerry's caramel core, or caramel core blondie.
Ooh, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I've got time for
It
that.
has chunks of blondie. It's a yellow brownie, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
With its vanilla ice cream with caramel in the middle. Yeah, definitely. Caramel core blondie. Absolutely.
All right. All right. I got time for that.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to know the answer to this one. Has streaming influenced your life outside of the online world in a way that would possibly influence your confidence, like how you talk to to people, how you talk to certain people, the way you approach certain conversations? Like, has it affected you, and if so, how?
I don't know that it really has. I don't know that it has affected me in my outside world so much as causing me to behave differently, but I can say that Twitch and streaming and the streaming community have been my outside world throughout 2020. You guys are my outside world right now because I'm on an immune suppressant. I don't leave the house. And so basically, like, my sister's doing my grocery shopping for me, so I don't have to go wander around the grocery store with people who refuse to wear masks. I haven't gone to church since March of 2020. Like, y'all are my outside world. And so I think in that way, it's really things like the Among Us sus jokes. I get that. I would not have got that if I weren't here. And someone had posted up on Facebook a picture of Orange, the orange person with a blonde comb over, and said something about orange is sus. And I was like, I get that. I get that. I got that joke. I got that joke. Hey, I get that. And like, I would not have gotten that. And then I wonder how many things like that I get, how many of my friends would not get those jokes, like things about like 7 Days to Die, or jokes about red is always sus.
Red is always sus.
Or jokes about like I don't know, like 50's always talking about left goes, and I'm like, well, I don't know what that means. But then it's Rocket League. In Rocket League, apparently left goes. I have no idea what that means.
Left is right. I've played Rocket League for very little time, so
I've never played Rocket League. I have no idea what it means, but 50's always railing about left goes, motherfucker. Like, how do you not know that left goes? And I'm like, I don't understand what this means. But I do also find myself in situations outside of stream, outside of community. Like, I might be driving my car and like screaming at somebody, left goes, motherfucker. Like, why? Does it make any sense to them? No. Does it make any sense to me? I know. The car on the left does the kickoff. I mean, that's kind of what I assumed, but
okay.
Yeah, I guess. Cool. But then, I make Minecraft jokes, and people in real life are like, okay.
Strange person.
Right. But the thing is, like, I'd be making those jokes whether or not I was streaming, right? And I still say, like, I still will periodically be like, stay a while and listen. And, like, my family laughs hysterically at that because we all know that fuck you, Deckard Cain. Like, seriously, fuck you. And my brother-in-law, Ryan, is always like, it's to see you again. And he's like, you know what, old man, I bet you at your age, it's good to see anyone. So just shove it. You know, and like, we make jokes about that kind of stuff, but we make those jokes whether or not I was streaming, right? You know, like.
Okay, all right.
So I don't know that streaming necessarily has impacted my my behavior or anything. And especially, like I said, in 2020, I haven't had a life. It's not like I was going anywhere, and it's
Twitch
only
was life. Twitch was life.
Twitch was life. Well, I mean, I didn't have a life to begin with, honestly. Twitch has become my life because I didn't have a life before Twitch. Because like I said, I moved out of Virginia to a place where I didn't know anybody in 2014, and I started streaming in 2019. I legit had no friends. Like whatever. I got no outside world. Oh, she's getting by. Gotcha. I thought she was saying she was going by. I was like, bye, lazy. Oh, you're getting by. I got it. It has impacted my sleep schedule negatively.
You can say that again. Oh, Lord.
My sleep schedule is all kinds of fucky. Like I don't have a sleep schedule. Because I have been working for a friend of mine for the past several years. I'm his personal assistant, basically, remote, a friend who still lives in Virginia. I'm a remote personal assistant, virtual personal assistant for a friend of mine, but he works days. And so I'm constantly like trying to convince myself to be a day person, but then I stream at night. So I'm like, am I a day person? And am I a night person? Am I a permanently exhausted pigeon? I don't know. I'm kind of like, whatever. I sleep all day and then I work all night. I take naps all the damn time. I drink a lot more caffeine than I used to. A lot more caffeine than I used to.
What I'm hearing is that you've just turned to a human cat.
Oh, yes. Yes. Possibly a vampire. I'm not entirely sure. So I started drinking a lot more caffeine. I wear more makeup than I did. Getting a ring light makes me actually wash my face.
Well, so I guess there's some positives.
That's a thing. Because I can't go to bed with makeup on, so that's a thing. But I feel like, yeah, on the whole, like I talk to more people now than I did before I started streaming. I spent a lot of time navel gazing, as they say. I spent a lot of time sitting here being bored and lonely. And now that I have Twitch, I have an outside world. I have a community. Whereas before I felt like I was very, very alone. And I feel like a lot of people go to Twitch to find other people like themselves. And
massively.
There are a lot of us. That's the most shiggy statement I've ever heard. A lot of us flock to Twitch because we feel alone, because we feel like freaks. We feel like we're the only ones like us, and it's kind of the theater people thing. It's very much the same kind of mentality where a lot of people flock to theater because they feel like outcasts. They feel like freaks. And at least if we're going to be freaks, we can be freaks together. You know, if we're going to be the weirdos, at least in this context, I'm normal because I'm a freak, you know? And I think there's a lot of people on Twitch that do that come to Twitch because they're the outcast, because they're alone, because they don't feel like they fit in anywhere. And this is where they fit in because they don't fit in. And so yeah. Snake, you're one of my weirdos, and I love you for it. Snake here dies a lot in Minecraft, and I offered to find him a bubble wrap mod, and he's like, "Are you gonna take dying away from me?" I was like, "No, dude, if you want to die,
that's my thing, okay? Don't take away my thing."
My thing. What, you don't want me to become invincible? I was like, if that works for you, man. Do you, I guess. But I'm just saying, if you don't want to die, if you don't want to die, I can find remedies for that. But if dying is your shtick, then go for it, Snake. Go for it. But like literally, he'll die and it will say like Snake fell to his death. And then like on the way to get his stuff, Snake was shot by a skeleton. And then Snake died in lava. And Snake was burned to death by a blaze. And I'm like, yo, Snake, we could maybe find ways to keep you from dying. We could finally maybe get you some better gear. He's like, you gonna take that away from me too? No.
Massive F in chat.
I know, seriously, all the F's in chat. All the F's for Snake. And we actually have a thing who become Jack Harkness. Yes. Jack Harkness and Rory Pond. Two men that will never die or never stay dead. And you never, ever fuck with Rory Pond. He will kick your ass. And use
Jack Harkness.
And use a dad voice. Like, never get in Rory Pond's way. Love that man. But yeah, so I feel like if anything, that's how it's changed my life. I don't sleep anymore. My sleep schedule's all fucky, and I finally have a community.
That is one thing that I've said for a while now, and that is, if it's almost like an unspoken, unwritten contract that you sign the second you press that I stream now button, and that is you forget what the word sleep and time off means. It's like it's really strange. You kind of just see ya, I'm out. Like it's no longer a part of your vocabulary.
Stream is life. Literally, I have 2 Twitch shirts and a Twitch onesie. Like, Twitch is life. I mean, it just kind of streaming owns you now.
100%. But talking about streaming, what kind of content do you actually do now? If I was going to go to your page and I was going to see, right, so April plays these games. What are those games? What do you stream? Only Minecraft.
So Fridays for the last year and a half or so have been caffeinated violence and profanity.
Mm-hmm.
By which I mean Fridays have been Diablo 3. The way I try to structure it so that Monday through Thursday, I know people are coming home from work. I know they're stressed out. I know they're exhausted. And I want to provide them kind of a chill place to hang out, unwind.
Wind down.
Yeah, wind down for the night. By the end of the stream, I want people to be kind of ready to go to sleep. You know, I want people to be relaxed at the end of the day. But Friday, it's just like, fuck yeah, we're starting the weekend, bitches. Let's go kill some shit, you know? And so on Friday, I get hopped up on caffeine. I swear a lot. I play loud music. I turn off my VODs so that I don't get the DMCA strikes. And I play Diablo. But the thing is that nobody wants to watch me play Diablo. And I don't know why. I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of and there's various reasons about that. I mean, I'm seriously, nobody wants to watch me play Diablo. Like, my average viewership for Diablo is like 3. Like, nobody watches me play Diablo. And most of the time it gets to the end of my Diablo stream and it's like me, Ren, and JJ. JJ's my mod, Ren is my sponsor, and Slender Tuba is my bot. So literally by the end of the stream, that's it. Nobody shows up to watch me play Diablo. And so, you know, that's frustrating. And I don't want to play something that nobody else enjoys either. Like, I can play Diablo other times. That's fine. There are other hours outside of the day I can play Diablo. If y'all aren't enjoying watching me play it, I'll do something else. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing with Fridays right now. There will be some Diablo, there will be some Minecraft. Yesterday I was playing around with mods offline in a solo world, trying out some new mods that I'm considering for the server. I have a copy of Stardew Valley. I might try some Stardew Valley. I also, like I've mentioned, I have an entire second streaming setup on the second floor of my house. A very small house. It's basically a tiny house. So I have a second floor of my house is one room, and it's my craft station. And I have 2 cameras set up, one at my sewing station, one at my ironing board, so that I can do quilting. I have made my own clothes before. I've done beading. I do scrapbooking stuff. So I could do. What do you mean wardrobe changes? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Ren. I have been wearing the same thing the whole stream. So I might do some Diablo. I might do some streaming or some sewing. Might do some quilting. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing for the Fridays yet, but 4 days a week I play Minecraft because, like I said, I Really, Preston? Really, Preston?
Cut me off guard. Oh my god.
Because like I said, I'm a just chatting streamer hiding behind Minecraft. And the thing I love about Minecraft is that it affords me the ability to keep track of chat and stop and have those really heavy conversations and talk about religion, philosophy, politics, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Like, we can sit and have those really important conversations. And I know a lot of people, a lot of streamers specifically will avoid those types of conversations because they don't want to get into that potential controversial stuff on their stream. But I'm just like, why the fuck not? It's not like I get anything better to do with my life. Let's talk about the hard stuff.
Thanks for the follow, Preston.
Let's talk about the hard stuff. Let's talk about the important stuff. Let's talk about mental health. Let's talk about sexuality and sex. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Like, seriously, we've already established I'm old enough to be the average Twitch streamer's mom. Okay, I've been there, I've done that. I've had some experiences. And there are a lot of things that people don't say that I wish I had known. I wish I knew that before I did things. And there are a lot of people who come in that I am just like, okay, I need to drop some wisdom on you, like right now, okay? I need you to know some things before you get yourself hurt. And if you do them anyway, well, that's on you. But at least I can give you the wisdom before you do it. And, things like talking about abuse, talking about the hard things, the trigger things, where we've been, what we've done, and being able to go just have those heavy conversations and not worry about, oh, somebody's going to shoot me while I'm doing this. That's why I play Minecraft. But it also allows me during those lulls, during the in-between time, where there's not a whole lot going on in chat, it still gives me something to do. And there's always something more to do in Minecraft. There's always something more. And even if it's just like, I've run out of ideas, I'm not quite sure what I want to do next, pick a direction and walk.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens if I go north. What's out there that I haven't seen yet? Who is there? What cave have I not explored yet? What enemy have I not fought yet? What does it look like over the next vista? And I find that for me, that's part of why I got drawn to Minecraft in the first place. Honestly, I spent years being like, Minecraft sounds so dumb. Seriously, so dumb. I didn't start playing until 2015. And for years, I was like, that sounds incredibly stupid. Why would I play that? Like, if I wanted to play a sandbox game, I already have Sims. I can go play The Sims. I don't want a sandbox game.
Oh, the difference.
I'm an RPG player, okay? I don't want a sandbox game. That sounds so dumb. Because I was, before Minecraft, Diablo 2, Guild Wars, Diablo 3, Morrowind. Like, these are the games that I played before before Minecraft. I was like, I'm an RPG player. I want story, I want content, I want character development. Sandbox game sounds stupid. There's no plot. There's nothing. There's no guidelines. There's nothing. What, you're just gonna plop me down in this big empty world and expect me to do something? That sounds stupid. And then I was living in my sister's basement, and she and her husband both played Minecraft, and they were like, come play with us. It will be a bonding exercise. Because my sister and I are 4 years different in age, which was just enough that once I left elementary school, we never went to school again together. And I graduated high school, I graduated college, I moved off, I left, moved to Virginia when she was still in high school. High school. So we had not been living close to each other in a long, long time. And so it was like, okay, this is a chance for me to build a life with my sister and get to know her better and spend time bonding with my sister. And I have not stopped playing it since 2015. And that whole idea of what you're just gonna plot me down in an empty world and I'm just gonna make stuff. Yeah, actually.
That's the thing. It's such an outlet, a creative outlet. It's so nice. Just that's the thing. You can make Minecraft everything you want it to be. You can make it a very hard, fast-paced game. You can turn it into a relaxed building stream. You can turn it into a dungeon, running around killing things kind of gaming session. It can be literally anything you want.
Yeah, just about anything. And you want to have adventure, you want to go off and see far lands, go off and see far lands, go cave diving, go start a farm, build a farm, have a farm with livestock and plants. You want to build a city, a village, a town, an entire city? Go for it. You want to make a giant crater? You want to build up to the sky? You can do that. You want to have mechanisms and machinery? You can do that. You want to live simple off the land in a dirt hut? You can do that too. And so yeah, Minecraft is my game. Minecraft is what no, you go diving. There's a difference. There's a difference, Snake. You just go diving. You don't go caving, you just go diving onto the hard ground. And I love that as a streamer, it affords me the flexibility to be able to do all of those things at any given time. And I can just, like, if somebody needs to have a really deep conversation, I just step into a building or dig a hole in a wall somewhere, stash my body, and I can take whatever time I need to have that conversation with that person. And alternately, when chat is dead, it still gives me something to do and just and still have
fill
content.
The void. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Still have content, still have something to talk about, still have something to look at, still have things to do, even when chat is dead. And I really like that about Minecraft. So I don't know what I'm doing with Fridays yet, but I am a Minecraft main. So, and that's it. But really, I'm a just chatting streamer hiding behind video games.
Okay, all right. And now I'm gonna word this question very tactically because there is a difference.
Very carefully.
What games do you play on stream versus off stream?
Well, on stream, I play games that, hypothetically, I play games that are interesting to watch, or at least give me something to talk about. And games that I can make interesting or afford me the ability to follow chat. I don't want to play something that's so distracting that I can't pay attention to chat, because again, chat is the reason I'm here. The community is the reason I'm here. I'm here for them. And if I'm not paying attention to them, if I'm here just to play games, then I feel like I'm not doing my job. I feel like I'm doing them a disservice and a disrespect by not being able to pay attention to them, because they're the reason I'm here.
Yeah.
Offline, I play a lot of tablet games.
Really?
Play a lot
that's quite a surprise.
Mindless tablet games. I play a lot of solitaire. I play a lot of idle games. I play Merge Dragons. I play a lot of Merge Dragons. And Evermerge and Solitaire and Mahjong, because my brain hurts. My brain fucking hurts. I play mind-numbing games offline because I feel like I spend all of my waking hours on stream trying to be creative. And as you know, as a content creator, streaming is not simply just sitting in front of a camera talking. Streaming is,
no.
I wish it was that easy, right? It's sitting in front of a camera talking while also making sure that your lighting is okay, while also making sure that your sound is okay, while also checking your ping and making sure that you're not dropping frames, while also keeping track of chat, while also keeping an ear open for Discord, while also playing your game, while also making sure that, is my dog doing something obnoxious and inappropriate over here? You know, like, streaming is a lot, and it takes a lot of brain, and it's exhausting. And
oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's one thing that people don't know. That, like, let me see if I might have a mirror here, because it's the best way that I've found to show people just how much we keep an eye out on.
I mean, I've got 3 monitors here, which I know in terms of streaming is actually very few. It's
right,
actually very few, yeah.
Then I've got one screen over there. I've got another screen over there, which has got you on it. I've got my mouse, keyboard, everything else, and I've got my lighting in one side over there, and the other side over there. But that's just 3 things that I keep an eye out that are physical.
Right.
And then there's just...
And I do similarly. I have my game in my middle, and on my left side I've got Streamlabs going, and then on my right side I also have a vertical screen. So I've got Chatbot at the top, and then Discord at the bottom. And also on my left side over here I have my laptop running. And so I have my stream up on my laptop as well, so I can monitor what does it look like from the outside world. Oh, dude, I feel the pain. I feel the pain. The single screen. Oh, dude. For a while there, I lost my 3rd monitor and I was down to only 2. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. And when I'm upstairs, I only have the 1 monitor, and I'm trying to like monitor chat on my tablet while I'm not even at my computer. Like, I'm sewing and streaming from my tablet, and yo, that's hard. It's fucking hard, man. And yeah, that's like, so like down here, not only do I have my 3 monitors plus my laptop plus my tablet going, because I'm using my tablet as a the Stream Deck. So I've got all of that going on and trying to remember, not only am I having a conversation with them, but what can I do to enhance this conversation? Some sound effect or a graphic or something else that I can bring up on the stream. How can I enhance this? Do I need to change scenes? Do I need to change the volume? Do I need to hop over to the penny cam? You know, with a different camera angle. So not only are you doing, you're doing the content itself. So it's like, you know, being your own one-man SNL show right here. You know, unscripted, uncharted, just off the cuff. You got to talk and be entertaining for 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, however long your stream is, while also playing video games, while also being a TV producer and an audio mixer and a technician and all of this other stuff. So by the time I get offline, I'm like, my brain hurts.
I just cannot. Adult. Nap time.
Can't word now. And it's just like, I want to play something, which is why I play Diablo, frankly. And I don't play something like World of Warcraft. Diablo is literally, it's just hack and slash, point and click. That's literally like, it's just a lot of point and click and scream obscenities. It's like the most, and I'm playing a necromancer build right now that literally only has 2 skills, and one of them is on a 1.5 minute cooldown. And I recently got an amulet, so basically I should only have to cast that skill after I die, and that's pretty much it. So I have one skill, and I have my mouse, and I point and click with my mouse, and I periodically cast that one skill, and that's it. It's a lot of just run around, point at bad guys, pew 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 pew, you know. And so that's the kind of stuff I play offline. Either that or something that is so much more involved. Like, I know a lot of people stream Skyrim and ESO. I couldn't. I tried streaming ESO, and I felt like there was so much more going on around me in the game that I was like, I can't pay attention to this and that at the same time. One or the other, but not both. Like, there was, I felt like there was just way too much going on. In that game. So games that are more involved, that, you know, are that do require like actual reactions to things, those are the kinds of things that I'll play offline. Like I said, ESO, Guild Wars, you know, things like that, where you actually have to like pay attention to shit and think about what you're doing.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and that's why I asked that question, because there's actually, you're one of the people that kind of stands out in that, on the answering of that question, because there's a running theme where if it requires you to pay attention and to make sure you're reading things and listening to people's dialogue sort of thing, people like to do that off stream because they can't concentrate on both the chat aspect of Twitch and the game at the same time, because it is nearly impossible. But you're the one that's standing out at the moment, because you said that you also like to play a lot of mind-numbingly simple games on your tablet, to the point of where it's a full 180 of what you play on stream, just because of how simple they are.
Right. I mean, literally like solitaire. Because by the end of my stream, my brain just hurts. Streamer brain is a thing.
It is 100% a thing.
And I'm taking heavy enough doses of like antidepressants and anxiety meds that sometimes I'm just like, word? Word? Like, I've said this before, we literally have a words command on my stream. It's just like, y'all, words are so hard, like seriously so hard. And yeah, it's trying to brain some days is just, I can't brain. We're gonna go for a walk because I can't brain. So yeah, by the end of my stream, I'm just like, yeah, we're playing solitaire. playing solitaire.
I like that.
Playing mahjong, we're playing tile match. Like, oh, that picture goes with that picture.
Yeah, this is literally like, triangle.
I have games on here that are like, let's see if that one. 590. Oh, 590. Literally, it's just like match the pictures.
Oh God.
Like, literally, that's it. Just match the pictures. You don't even have to, like, it's not the stuff is falling. We're not talking Tetris or like Connect 4, any of that shit. Like, literally, like, oh, there's one, and there's one. and there's one, and there's one. Oh yeah, I did it. Like, by the time I get done streaming, that's about the brain capacity I've got left. So.
Okay, right. Well, in the theme of doing things towards a goal, where do you see your channel, your brand, your online presence going towards? Now, I'm not talking like an end goal, because I feel like asking what is your end goal to anyone is the kind of question that can't be answered. It's incredibly hard. But what I would like to know is, what is your next big milestone?
Milestone? 750 followers.
Big. Bigger. Dream big, girl. Come on. You know this.
You know what? My big goal was an average of 10 viewers. And I am currently there. And I feel like I made it. I fucking made it. Like, I feel like I'm at the top of the mountain. That's all I wanted. Just somebody to talk to, people to hang out with, and having fun playing some Minecraft. Honestly, I don't know where I go from here. I don't know. I'm excited to see what happens. It's one of those days where it's like, there's a box under your Christmas tree, right? And you don't know what's in it. And you don't know who it's from. You don't know what it could be. Do you walk over to the box and you shake it and you try and guess what's inside of it? You try and go, oh, who is it from? Okay, based on who it's from, and they know what I'm interested in. Or do you just leave it there and go, you know what? I want to be surprised. I want to be excited. I want to see what it is. When did I find out? And that's kind of how I feel like about streaming. Like, I didn't get in this with any goals except to love people. And I am loving people. And I am being loved. And I am having a great time. In my case, the journey is the destination. And I don't know where I go from here. I don't know. What do I do? I don't want to be partner. I don't want to be one of those people whose chat moves so fast that I can't keep track of it. I just want I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. Maybe I branch out, start adding stuff on YouTube. I've considered adding stuff on YouTube. I've been told I should add Minecraft tutorials on YouTube. There's a lot of things that I do, like in mining. For example, I took one of our community members through and showed them my mine. Showed him my mine recently, and he was like, I've never seen anybody set up a mine the way you do. He's like, the things that you do make so much sense, and you should really tell people how to do this. And so I'm like, I mean, I guess I could do that.
Okay.
But I've also considered putting, little motivational things up, and just, a 5-minute video once a week or something, on Facebook or on YouTube about, just some subject. I don't know, like,
okay. How about this then? Because how about this? It's become quite apparent to myself through chatting to you that you're very much focused towards helping others, and you now have an online presence, and I feel like getting your message across to people and making people feel the way you'd like for them to feel, the way that they deserve to feel, is essentially your part of your core values in your online presence. And I feel like you could possibly, with a little bit of work, you could create a space or an area where you could get together with a few people and have essentially, regardless of what time of the day, whatever hour of the world that they are, wherever location that they might be, they have so many people that they can be online live that they can chat to. I'm thinking something along the lines of like spread love group. Okay. I'm thinking where you have a whole load of people with the same outlook and the same message that you want to spread, and have that in a way that you allow people. You could be like the sign at the crossways that you would literally, people be able to reach that crossway and they've got all of the paths that they could possibly take, but instead of going down that dark path, they have this streamer, this content creator, this YouTuber, this Twitter handle, this Instagram handle, this person, this community. I want you to be that sign that points people towards where you'd like for them to feel and how you'd like for them to be.
I volunteer as tribute. Well, there's actually, it's funny, another streamer that I've worked with who I completely adore, Atreus30. He and a couple other people and I started a couple communities last year, a couple Discord communities, one that is co-ed and one that is strictly for women, that are there. None of us are mental health professionals. We are just people who have been through some shit.
And who have ears and mouths and can share their own, 100%.
And they're communities where you can just come and have other people to talk to when you're struggling. And in turn, be someone that other people can talk to. And like I said, there's one that is just for, that is co-ed, it's the Sanctuary. And there is one that is just for women, it's the Sisterhood. And it's a chance for us to kind of sit down and be like, listen, I'm dealing with some relationship issues. Could somebody help me out with this? I'm really struggling with my mental health right now. Here's what I'm going through. Has anybody else gone through something like that? We have people that are like, I'm really struggling with my weight right now. Can somebody work with me? Maybe help me stay accountable or be a walking buddy to, somebody else that's also walking. We share recipes together. We've got the Sisterhood is my primary focus there. And we've got women who are dealing with PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian syndrome. And it causes excess testosterone and can cause like sterility, facial hair growth, body hair growth. And because you have an excess of testosterone, working out is very tricky if you have PCOS, because you tend to put on muscle mass faster than you're burning fat. So most women can lift heavy weights and not gain muscle mass. And they actually encourage women, lift heavy. You're not going to bulk up. You're not a dude. You're not designed to bulk up unless you have PCOS. And then it's this great struggle where you can't do the heavy weights because all you're going to do is put on muscle mass and not burn any fat. Because you not only have this excess of testosterone, your body doesn't handle carbohydrates properly. And so you are at risk for becoming diabetic and all these other things. And so we have women who are struggling with PCOS, and we have women who are struggling with, mental health issues. We have women who are dealing with, we've got a couple young women who are living in abusive family situations, but they can't leave because they don't have anywhere else to go. And they're like, how do I deal with this? Does anybody have any suggestions how I can talk to my parents and get them to change their behavior? Have any of you gone through any of this? Are there any resources that I can reach out to professional agencies that might be able to intercede on my behalf with my parents or help me find somewhere safe to live? And like I said, none of us are mental health professionals, but we're all people who have been through some shit, who have seen some shit. And we want to continue that loving each other. Kindness begets kindness. Lifting each other up is how we make the world better, one person at a time. So yeah, there are absolutely, I'm in a couple of communities like that, and I need to advertise them more. Need to push them out.
That's what I'm saying. And I think that now with the presence of Twitch, opening that conversation up can be a lot easier because you're able to speak with someone that's live. And I think that giving the people being the sign that shows people where to go can really help, especially when you'd like to talk to people now. Like, your issue is now. If you don't speak to someone now, you might feel like there's no way of solving that issue now.
Right.
What I'm saying is maybe you can try and get together with a few of your friends, your colleagues, the people that you've worked with beforehand, people that you're going to work with in the future, that will be able to provide those in need with that live service, essentially, of being a set of ears and a set of eyes and a mouth that has been through similar situations, that might be able to point people in the right direction or help them where you can.
Right.
I think that would be really cool.
Yeah. I'm not sure if like a full-blown thing like that is something I could do, because there's already kind of some agencies that do that, but being able to have more resources ready at hand to be able to say, hey, listen, these people probably could help you, because I've had, like I said, several members of my community come in and say, hey, I came out to my parents and they kicked me out. And being able to say, hey, this agency may be able to help find you a place to stay. Or, we've got one community member who's transitioning and being able to get her girl clothes, because all she's got is boy clothes. And she was very excited. A friend of hers gave her girl clothes for Christmas. And, being able to have a thing where we can say, hey, here's a community closet kind of thing, where they work with trans teens and young adults to help them find their identity and figure out, what do I want to look like? What do I want to wear? How do I express myself in this new body?
Yeah. I like that. That. Okay. Let's see. How do I proceed with this? How do I possibly stun you? Maybe not. Okay. All right. Who has always been someone that you've always kind of wanted to do a collaboration with? That you
Robin
thought
Williams.
Robin Williams. I can agree with that. All right. Okay. Is that your kind of
final answer? Robin Williams. I've always wanted to do a collaboration with Robin Williams.
I thought you were gonna stop at do.
No, go ahead. Finish your question.
No, that was it. Who would you like to do a collaboration with that you've always wanted to?
I wish I could have. He was amazing. I wish I could have worked with Robin Williams. Unfortunately, depression is a thing.
Things happen. Indeed.
Things happen. Depression is a bitch. Depression is a liar. Who would I want to work with that I have not? That I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. I think I would really, I wish I was better friends or friends at all in communication with any of the big Minecraft streamers. I wish I was in any sort of contact with any of the big Minecraft streamers, just so I could, you know, see what they do and pick their brains. And I wish I could have known Mother Teresa, honestly.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very rare time, so take note, take clips, record this, note it down on a bit of paper. I have reduced Miss Shigatsu to no words.
I know. Yeah, I am not a type. I'm not a person who stops talking except when they're asleep. And I literally I have conversations with myself in the mirror. I talk to myself all day long. I talk to my dog, and for me to not have words, I
give myself a pat on the back.
I would like to work with Michelle Obama.
Okay.
I think she seems pretty freaking awesome, honestly.
I can get down with that. All right.
And President Obama would be amazing. I'd love to work with him. And just sit and listen to him talk. I'd just sit and listen to him talk, honestly. I know.
And in relation to Twitch, the platform, a streamer that you would like to do a collaboration with, or to work with them, or to play a game with them?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yes, I'm so happy.
Tanisha Hogan. I think I'd like to co-stream with Tanisha Hogan because I think I could teach her some things. She's a Minecraft streamer.
Mm-hmm.
She's a much bigger deal than I am. She started streaming, and like 3 days later, maybe not 3 days, a little bit longer, but not long after she started streaming, her boyfriend apparently was in Filza's community, and Filza is a real big deal Minecraft streamer. Mm-hmm. And her boyfriend kept nagging Filza to raid Tanisha. So Tanisha, who had only been streaming, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks, a month, mm-hmm. Filza raided her with 4,000 people. Right? 4,000 people.
Oh my god.
Could you imagine? I think I'd pee myself. And she was, at the time, she was on her way to fight the dragon for the first time in hardcore mode. So she's like, well, this could go very badly. This may be the end of my streaming career right here. So that night, she beat the dragon in hardcore mode, did not die, and then she raided me with 72 people. And I think that's still my biggest raid ever.
Wow. Right.
She consistently averages like 100 viewers an hour, and she's not partner yet.
How? But she hasn't been streaming for that long.
She's been streaming as long as I have. And she and I started streaming within, well, no, she started streaming this last year, I think. She's only been streaming for like 8 or 9 months.
Oh,
and
wow.
And she's averaging like 100 viewers. She's got like 15,000 followers. And I'm just like, how is this a thing? I don't understand. But also, she is hilariously bad at Minecraft. Like, she falls down a lot. And I have no idea how she has not died yet in hardcore mode, because she only plays hardcore, and she flies an awfully lot with those elytra around the end, and I'm just like, how have you just not died yet? Like, she made a snow globe out of the dragon's island in the end. She enclosed the whole thing in a giant glass dome, covered the inside with snow, and made a snow globe in the end. And I think that's pretty cool. But I'm also like, how have you not died? You're kind of a klutz. And there was one day she did like a 12-hour or 24-hour. She did this extended, like super extended stream. Could not make a freaking chicken farm. And we were laughing so fucking hard. Like literally, you put a chicken on a hopper and you got a chicken farm. Like that's it. And she could not wrap her brain around it. Like she ended up making this big, like she made this big thing and like put water in it. And she's like, well, maybe if I just like do this and then I put the chickens on top, it'll push the eggs and I put a hopper in the middle. I'm like, literally put a chicken on a hopper. And it's like 2 hours. She could not figure out how to make a chicken farm. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have an aneurysm. Seriously. And the running joke in her community is still that she could not make an iron farm because she couldn't figure out how to get the villagers into the iron farm. And like, it was hilariously bad. And I would love to co-stream with her so that I could just be like, listen, okay, come here, kid. Come here, kid. Wait, let me just focus some things, you know? I'm like, she's cute. She's 21. She's Australian. She lives in New York. She's great. But she has no idea what she's doing sometimes. And it's hilariously bad. And somebody else, Jeans. I would love to do a stream with Jeans, who is another one he recently picked up. He recently picked up Minecraft, just started playing Minecraft, has no idea what he's doing, and he's playing with another guy who's actually a member of 50's community, who is such a troll. Such a troll, this guy. Like, he brought a zombie pigman, okay? Brought a zombie pigman into Jeans' house, and they named it Pepigo. Okay, so we've got the zombie pigman. And then the guy brought in and made a snow golem into Jeans' house. Do you know what happens when you introduce a snow golem to a zombie pigman?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not friendly. Well, the guy did not warn Jeans about that. And Jeans is like trying to shove all these mobs. This dude's just like throwing like chickens and cows and snow golems and zombie pigmen. Jeans is trying to push them all into this one little area so they'll be contained and not like running all over his house. And we're watching in chat going, stop! It's gonna kill Pepe! He has no idea what he's doing. He's just like, gravel? What's that? Torches? Why would I need torches? Why is that thing attacking me? What is it? I can't see. It's so dark. What's attacking me over there? Did you put up any torches? Oh yeah, torches. I should do that. But he is so nice. Jeans is, he accidentally does a 24-hour stream. He'll routinely, his short streams are 16-hour long.
Oh, goddamn.
He'll do like 26, 28, 32 hour long streams and then sleep for an entire day and then do it again. But he's just the most, like, he usually plays Rocket League. Right. And he's the most chill, relaxed Rocket League player I've ever seen. He's just like, yeah, man, it's really cool. And he seems like a stoner, but I'm pretty sure he's not. But he lives out in California, and he's just like, yeah, man, that's so cool. Like, all the fucking time. He's just so... Like, right, Tato? Like, he's just... Yeah.
Oh, my Lord, that's brilliant.
So, I would co-stream with Jeans and or Tanisha.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well... That is 100% something that I'm going to want you... those are two messages that what's going to happen after this is that you're going to send them to a message.
Oh, really? Am I? I'm going to send messages to Jeans and Tanisha and ask them to co-stream with me. Okay.
I mean, have you already?
No.
What have you got to lose?
Nothing. Sleep.
What have you got to gain?
Nothing. I mean, followers.
No, a goddamn good time. That's what you got to get. That's what you got to gain.
The one day, Tato says the one day I raided him, went to bed, worked all day, came back, and he was still live. Not again. Still.
Oh my god, that's bad.
And routinely, like, I will raid him at midnight when I get done streaming, and when I get up at 3 o'clock the next afternoon, he's still going. And yes, I get up at 3 o'clock the next afternoon. Shut up. Don't judge my life.
I'm judging, okay? I'm judging.
Shut up. Don't judge my life. This is the judgment-free zone. Judgment-free zone.
This is a break zone, is what it is. Because it is time for a break.
It is. Because I got to pee. Because I've had 4 bottles of Mountain Dew. So,
right. Peace out, everyone. See you in 10.
Was way broken.
I love the fact that the last part of that conversation just got caught by the stream. But everyone probably just heard, it's just way broken.
Yes. Yeah, my picker is so broken. My picker is way broken. Yes.
Oh god.
My picker's way broken. I am so bad. So bad. It's actually gotten to a point where literally, like, before I go out with a guy, I will call my sister and be like, yo, I need you to interview this dude and determine, like, am I about to make a huge mistake here? Because I honestly can't tell. I honestly can't tell.
Oh, I love that.
I've ended up with a lot of guy friends. A lot of guy friends. And
to be honest, I can see why that is the case, because you have a how do I put it? I guess a genderless humor in a way. Like, I don't know how to word it, but I feel like regardless of whether of who you are, you find it funny and easy to talk to. It's a good quality to have. It's a very good quality to have.
I like to think that everyone can find me funny, and I am an equal opportunity offender. I will.
Goddamn right. Yeah,
right. Like I don't want to have, like, you know, I don't want to be accused of being like racist or sexist or ageist or ableist. I'll just make fun of everybody.
Okay.
I'm just gonna make fun of everybody, just so long as you recognize that whatever fun I may be poking at you is not out of hatred or dislike, because I may make fun of you, but hopefully it is not in a way that is truly deeply offensive.
This is where a lot of people need to understand the true definition of banter, because the true definition of banter is a playful exchange of hurtful remarks, and a lot of people need to understand that.
Yeah,
because even now there's so many questions, so many jokes that you can make, but you have to be able to know that the person on the other end that are receiving it feels the same way.
Right. If they're not laughing with you, it's not funny.
Yeah.
If you're laughing at someone and they're not laughing, it's not funny. If you're making jokes at someone else's expense, that's not funny. It's not okay. And so it has to be that both parties are in on the joke. because otherwise it's just cruel.
Yeah. But
you sound like a robot, my friend. Is it me?
Wait, what?
Oh,
Sound like a robot?
it might be me.
Do I sound like a robot?
You do sound like a robot. It might just be me. Hang on a second. My connection just decided to go down into the red. Also,
oh hello, Melissa. What's their channel?
My April chat is usually full of bets. It's just Discord. Damn it, Discord. Also, hi, Melissa. I'm April. Okay, now it seems to have gone back up to the green. Let's see if you still sound like a robot.
Do I sound like a robot or do I not sound like a robot? I am a robot.
Wow. It's a straight up like portals in here. Can you sing Mad World for me? Is that how we're gonna do that?
No.
Oh, dude, I might have some cake around here somewhere.
Wait, what?
Portals, cake. The cake is a lie. Never mind. Shut up.
The cake is a lie.
Cake is a lie. Funny story, I've never actually played Portals. So anyway, all right. I think you're sounding less like a robot now.
Okay, good. Because that leads me on to my next question. Which is, have you ever hit a creator's block of sorts? And if you have, how have you got over it?
Pick a direction and walk.
Okay.
I have, especially in Minecraft. I hit creative blocks all the time. Like, I'll literally just walk into my town and be like, do I even care anymore? I might just still want to work on this. So I've usually got at least 2, 3, 4 different projects going at any one time. There's a building that we lovingly refer to as my spoopy house. It took me a year to build the spoopy house because I am not a spoopy person. I am bad at being spoopy.
What is spoopy?
Spoopy. It's so spoopy. It's so spoopy. With spiders. With spiders. It's in the ghost. It's so spoopy.
It's spooky. Oh my god.
Right. Yeah. It took me a year because I would build it, I would start building it, and then decide I hate it. This is not the thing that's inside my head. I don't know how to make the thing that's inside my head appear in front of me in Minecraft. So I would build and then go, that's not it, and tear it all apart and go do something else. I have rebuilt my village, the current village that I'm working on. This is my 3rd iteration because I still don't feel like I ever got it right. I am currently working on, I've got the spoopy house basically done. There are still some things I still need to do to it. I'm still working on the village. I'm also building a temple, and also I recently started a project building my IRL house in Minecraft, while at the same time working on the village at spawn. And also helping other people with their projects. And there are days when I'm just like, I don't know what to do here.
Is it a block because of you don't know what specific thing you wanted? Like, you have lots of things that you could be doing, but it's just choosing whatever you want to do in regards to the actual building side of things, or what you'd like to do? Or is it a case of you don't have anything to do, so you don't know what to start doing?
I literally don't know what I want it to look like, or I don't even know what. Like, I walk into my village and just be like, there's so much left to do, and I just don't even know where to start. and I'm just gonna turn around and walk away and go do something else. And there are things where, like, Centralia, which is our spawn village, I'll walk into Centralia and go, it's not right, but I don't know why it's not right. I don't know what it's something that it's missing, and I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but it's not right. It's not done. It's not, there's something, but I don't know what. So I'll go work on something else. I watch a lot of tutorial videos on YouTube, and try to take elements from somebody else's buildings. I look at a lot of Pinterest. I try to take a lot of elements from real life. I once built a village on a realm that I was on with my sister and her husband. I spent a year building this town. I was named North Haverbrook, which is actually a Simpsons joke. But remember I had mentioned I took that trip with my buddy out to West Virginia. Prior to that trip, I had this dream. I had a dream in which I decided I was going to make an ark. But not an ark like a Noah's Ark, right? Are you familiar with the seed vault?
Yes.
Right. So I wanted to build the seed vault in Minecraft with all of the Minecraft material. Okay. So I wanted to make one of everything. And I was like, okay, cool, one of everything. What the fuck does that even mean in terms of Minecraft? What is one of everything? Do I have one block? One stack? What does this mean? And what in terms of what is one in Minecraft, what is one of everything, that determines the scale. Because if I have just one of every block, I can fit that in a building. I can fit that in a cave. But if I'm going to have one full large chest of everything in the game, now keeping in mind this was 1.12, the inventory was significantly smaller than it is now. But deciding that I was going to have one full chest of everything in Minecraft. So an entire chest of stone, an entire chest of stone stairs, an entire chest of stone slabs, an entire chest of cobblestone stairs, cobblestone slabs, cobblestone walls, mossy cobblestone, an entire full large chest of everything, every kind of seed, every kind of wood, every wood product, every kind of material. And then I sat there going, okay, cool. How? How exactly am I gonna do that? What am I gonna make, like a giant tower? I've made a lot of towers in my life. I made a lot of really tall towers in Minecraft. Is this gonna fit in a tower? How do I fit that in a tower? I have to make a really big tower. Maybe I'll make a big cave. Maybe I'll dig it out underground. I don't know.
And I just making it.
Literally months. I just sat there banging my head on the wall, just trying to figure out, what am I doing? How am I going to do this? I don't know. Maybe I hollow out an ocean monument. What the fuck am I doing with this? And then I took a trip to West Virginia, and my buddy and I, we were driving along the Penny needs to go potty. We were driving along this old road somewhere in West Virginia. And we see this abandoned building over in a field somewhere. And we stop the car, we get gear all up and everything, and we walk up to this building. We're like, what the fuck is this building? And we're all looking at this and can't figure out, there's no signs on it, there's no markings on it, there's the remnants of what used to be an awning sort of thing over the door. And we're like, is it a movie theater? Is it a library? What the fuck is this building, right? And so he's like, all right, you let me go in first, and then if the floor collapses, only I'm gonna get hurt. Because again, he's a miner. He's used to having things fall and collapse and whatever. He's bigger and heavier than I am. So he goes in, and he's like, ground seems solid. So I went in, and we're looking around this building, and there was like the most like neo-Gothic like ceramic work on the ceiling, like plaster work all over the ceiling and down the walls, and like this red porcelain tile all across the floor and up the walls, and this carved woodwork around every doorway. And we're like, what the fuck? Was it a school? A swimming pool? A mini mall? What the fuck was this? And so we're going exploring through this building, and there's no markings. There's like windows in the middle of the wall, like a bank teller window. There's one area where there was like an atrium that had collapsed, but this, big glass ceiling with light in the middle. And we get to the far back side, and there's these huge, like 3 huge, like double doors, and there's like wrought iron over all the windows, and nothing, no markings, no indications, no nothing. So we go at the back of this, and it's completely overgrown, like a cemetery or something. And there's like steps that go down. We're looking around, and I look off to my left and realize there's more building here. There's like a whole nother half a building over here. So we go down there, and we start looking around, and this part is just big and open. It's like 3 stories tall and just open. You can see where there was another story up there is all collapsed down, and there's like stalactites coming down, and like all the porcelain has come off the ceramic has fallen off the ceiling and everything. And we're looking around here, and he goes, poking around inside the building, and I take a step back and look up the side of the building, and I'm like, yo, there's writing. There's writing on the side of the building over here. And we look it up, and we're sussing out, what does it say here? It says Pocahontas Fuel Company, 1917. Pocahontas Fuel Company, 1917. This was the company store. This was the mining town company store in Pocahontas, Virginia. Pocahontas, West Virginia, whatever it was. And that's when it hit me. I don't need to make a tower or a cave. I need a store. I need the company store. I need the mining town. I need to make a mining town. You guys, that's how I build the Ark. It's a mining town. Oh. And all the lumber can go in the lumber mill, and the wood products go at the carpentry shop, and the stone products go at the masonry. And we have a farmer for all the livestock and another farmer for all the produce. And we have it, and it's just like, oh my God, I get it. I know what I need to do. I know where I need to go. I know what I need to build. And that's how I built North Haverbrook. And I spent a year studying the architecture of turn of the century West Virginia mining towns. I pulled up the actual original pictures of that Pocahontas Fuel Company company store. Like the original pictures from the 1920s. What did it look like? How was it structured? And I built the company store, and in the company store I had all the tools and the weaponry, and I had a little refrigerator area in the back so you could go buy your milk, and because your wife would go down and buy the milk and the eggs and the meat at the butcher's shop.
That's so
and
cool.
the bread counter and the place with all the the tools, because the miners, they would have to go buy all their tools from the company. And so I had a place where all of the the tools and blah blah blah, and the bows and the arrows, and upstairs we had the beds area, because that's what you would buy everything from the company store. So I had an entire chest of every color bed and every color carpet, every color wood, and a place where you could buy the seeds and the sugar cane and the flour and the blah 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 blah. And then I was like, I gotta make one of this and one of this and one of this. And then I researched, what did the row houses look like? What did the shotgun houses look like that the miners lived in? And I built based on the actual blueprints from 1930s West Virginia. I built miners' row homes, and we had been exploring. We found this church, and I built the church. I looked up all of the floor plans and the aerial views and the Google Earth and blah blah blah, and I figured out from every angle what did it look like, and I built the church, the mining town church, and I built a little place for the pastor to live next door, and we had a fisherman stand, and we had taverns that would have been the tavern would have been the inn, so that was the restaurant and the inn. So that's where all the cooked cod and the cooked steak and the baked potatoes, so you could have your steak and potatoes and your salad and everything at the restaurant in the inn. And we had a little a fireplace area where you could go and stay and blah blah blah, and so this is where all the soup was and everything. And I had the fisherman stand, and I made an ink farm and blah blah blah, because how do I make one of each, a complete set of everything? I found every redstone contraption I could figure out how to make. I made automated everything on all of this on a realm, so it was completely vanilla in survival. Did the whole thing. I built a smeltery, an ore factory, so with smokestacks, and you could do. And so I researched everything. What would it have looked like in that town? What did the libraries look like? 1920s, turn of the century, 1920s. That's when the suffragette movement was really big, and the library would have been this big elaborate place because that's where the women would have met, because that was the safe place for the women to go during the suffragette movement. So I looked up the architecture of 1920s libraries, and what would the farmhouse have looked like? What would the barns have looked like? How do I build and all of this stuff? And it was this huge labor of love. And of course, by the time I finished it, everybody had left the realm and it got shut down. Nobody ever used it.
Oh my god. Wow.
But how do I get over a builder's block? I pick a direction and I walk. And maybe I do it in the game. Maybe I do it in real life. I wasn't sure where I wanted to live when I first settled on, when I started my server. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. And then I found the Alps. And I found an abandoned village next to the Alps. I was like, I don't know what I wanted to look like, but that seems awfully fucking cool. There's a zombie village next to the Alps. And the Alps biomes aplenty, and it's 200, the elevation 200 at the top of this thing. It's huge. So I go home and I start researching Alps villages. Who lives at the base of the Alps? What do they look like? What do their houses look like? Turns out there are in Japan, there's a mountain range in Japan colloquially referred to as the Alps of Japan, the Japanese Alps. They're not the real Alps. It was, of course, some white dude who came in and goes, oh yeah, that looks like the Alps up in Europe. We're gonna call those the Alps of Japan. And they're like, guess. I mean, they have names in Japan. We already named them. And he's like, no, they shall be the Japanese Alps. And they're like, I dude, whatever. So Japanese Alps, there are 3 villages that are considered national historical sites in Japan, at the base of the Japanese Alps. They are, some of these buildings up to 800 years old. And they're the original thatch roof, wood frame, triangular farming houses from the Edo period of Japan. I've always been fascinated with Japanese. Always wanted to go to Japan. Funny story, my name, Miss Shigatsu, that's Japanese. That's from when I was in high school. Shigatsu is actually shi, the number 4, and gatsu, word for month. So it is month 4, which is April, and I'm April, so Shigatsu. There you go. So I've always been fascinated with Japanese architecture, Japanese culture, all that kind of stuff. And so when I found out there are Japanese farming villages at the base of the Alps, I was like, ooh, that's what I need to make. I need to make a Japanese village at the base of the Alps. And that's what I've been working on. 3 villages now. I keep building it and tearing it down and building it and tearing it down. And I finally am having some luck. The part where I was struggling really is, I'm like, I've never been to Japan.
Yeah, that would kind of stop you just a little bit, essentially.
What does a traditional Japanese house look like in real life? And how do I translate that to Minecraft? Because in real life, they have a thatched roof and a wood frame. And in Minecraft, that is boring as fuck. It's just a lot of brown. Brown roof and brown walls and brown doors and brown floors, and it's very boring. And the problem is when you go on on YouTube and you search for Japanese house, what you get is a bunch of white people going, here's some fantasy design about what I think Japanese houses might actually look like. But they're fantasy designs for the most part, you know, and they're not really realistic. I finally found Japanese Minecrafters. I finally managed to find the Japanese Minecrafters going, no, guys, this is what a traditional Japanese house looks like. So I've finally been able to use those to start building it the way I'm trying to build it in my mind. Now, of course, I'm still not going to make it like straight a thatched A-frame, blah, 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 because again, that's kind of boring. In Minecraft, it's kind of boring. It's gorgeous in real life. In real life, that's great, but in Minecraft, it's just a lot of brown. So it is still ultimately going to be a fantasy build. You know, I'm still using prismarine for the roof and, you know, bamboo floor and things that is not realistic. But I can at least get the structure
to look moderately the same,
right, moderately the same, and I can kind of figure out, like, they orient all their houses north-south so that the wind coming off of the mountain doesn't get drag on the side of the house, and things like how they have things draped on the side of the buildings to adjust the heat in the afternoon when the sun is setting, and in the summer and things like that. And, you know, how are the villages laid out? Which way would the houses be oriented? What kinds of things would they have in this village? So I've spent a lot of time studying. I spent a lot of time researching actual Japanese villages, actual Japanese buildings and architecture. How did they build them with no nails? How did they build those houses? Because there were no nails in them. They were
everything was made with wood and joined with wood. I'm familiar with Japanese joinery. It's actually something that I've tried to imitate myself through my work, because I actually like that in real life. I like. Well, I know it sounds weird, but I like touching wood. Like it's got its own feel.
Very technical, very tactile. I'm a very tactile person.
Yes.
I've made a lot of my own clothes, and I've spent many an hour at the fabric store just touching the fabric.
It's got to have the right feel. It's got to have the right feel.
And actually, a member of my community, who is one of my oldest friends, he actually spent some time after he got out of the military, and he ended up going to Japan to be an English teacher for a couple of years, which prompted him to come home and get his master's degree in teaching. But he was an English teacher in Japan, an elementary school English teacher in Japan for a couple of years. And so when I build stuff, I'm like, yo, can I get your opinion on this? Because I've never been to Japan, but I know you have. He's actually the one that, if you ever come on my server, he built a legitimately 150 block tall torii gate out of redstone.
Oh, goddamn.
That's so much redstone. Like, literally out of redstone blocks.
Yeah, that's a lot. Like, he would have had to make a witch farm.
He traded with his villagers. He did almost all of it by trading with villagers. Yeah, madman, completely madman. And now he's working on building a Japanese temple to go with it. Yeah, seriously, it's ridiculous. So cool, but ridiculous. It's like 150 blocks above sea level. I mean, the thing is just ridiculous. And so yeah, I spent a lot of time studying and researching, and then trying to get inspiration from other people's builds. Like, how do people decorate things? Like, what materials, like, how do you make a potted plant? How do other people make potted plants? And I hadn't even thought to do that kind of thing in my kitchen. That's a great idea. Like Megre made a microwave out of a block with a piece of glass on the front. Oh my god, freaking brilliant.
Yeah,
and
that's the thing. Even
about
recently, I've
everything about Minecraft, it's so representational, it's so conceptual, because we don't have a lot of like literally like this is a stove. It's all about how do you decorate it to make it look like the thing you want people to imagine that it is. And so looking through what other people have done, how do you decorate a kitchen? How do you decorate a bedroom? How do you decorate? Why would you build a bathroom in Minecraft? Like, what purpose does this serve? But
no,
okay.
It's literally, yeah.
So, it's that kind of stuff. Like, I watch all these videos trying to figure out, how do you do this? What kinds of little details can I add in to make this more immersive? But really, when I hit that block, I pick a direction and go for a walk. I found this cliff one time. This mountain went up and then it just stuck straight out, and it was like C-shaped. It was almost a perfect half circle sticking off the side of this cliff. And being the nut job that I am, I went, I bet you I gotta build a house up there. I bet you I gotta build a house on that. Yeah, I do that. So I built a house on the underside of it, not on top, not like normal sane people. No. I built a house on the underside of the cliff. Okay. What would it look like if a pagoda fell out of the sky and landed upside down? Let's build that.
Oh.
What would it look like if...
Okay.
And sometimes I just like to do thought puzzles. Like, what would it look like if we found Minecraft buildings in real life? So how, say, and this is something I'm actually working on right now, how we find around the world, we found pyramids, step pyramids specifically, right? We found step pyramids in Cambodia.
Yeah.
The Aztecs, we found them in Cambodia. We found them in Egypt. We found step pyramids throughout the world that are structurally similar but culturally different, right? They all have the same basic shape, but each one is a little bit different, whether it's made by the Aztecs or the Egyptians or the, ancient peoples of Cambodia.
Yeah.
Always just... So what if we found an ocean monument off the coast of Australia? How would that look different from an ocean monument that had been built by Vikings? How would that look different from an ocean monument that we found off the coast of Japan? How would a desert temple look different in northern Africa as opposed to Brazil?
Okay. And how are you building that?
Now you sound like a robot again. I have no idea what you just asked.
How are you building that?
How are you building that? I am trying to interpret an ocean monument as though it had been built by ancient Japanese people. It is something of a pagoda temple style. And I play modded Minecraft, so we've got a lot of these modded elements that we can put in. I have, paper lanterns that I can put in, and I have paper windows that I can use. I have vertical half slabs so I can make a thinner, narrower wall. And we have concrete. I have a mod that allows us to use concrete as not just concrete blocks, but concrete horizontal and vertical slabs, horizontal walls, and horizontal concrete stairs. So we can use concrete for all these things. I've got all these different materials at my disposal, so I can make shoji doors. I can use cherry wood to make decorative structures. How do I make it do the temple thing with the roof that goes up on the corners and has the antlers that hang down? And I spent months, maybe not multiple months, but at least a good solid month studying the architecture of ocean monuments. And things like, if you look at an ocean monument, you've got the bottom layer, right? You've got the bottom layer with the feet, and it goes 1, 2, 3 steps up, and then there's a row of blocks, and then you've got another one that goes 1, 2, 3 steps up, and then has a ridge that goes all the way around the back. Then you've got a central turret part that goes 1, 2, 3 steps up, and then you've got a flat part with the little bumpy things on it, and then that goes 1, 2, 3 steps up, and then you've got the archway on the top. So what if instead of just a 1, 2, 3 flat area, 1, 2, 3 flat area, what if that that flat area was like a walkway, and instead of simply having it go up, what if that was another floor, and that was the 1, 2, 3 stepped roof that was flat on top and had lanterns?
Okay, all right.
What if that archway on the top was the bell tower on top of the temple?
Interesting.
And
okay.
So these are the thought exercises that I do sometimes when I'm like run out of ideas. Like, what if I take this thing and do it this way instead?
Different way. But
What if I
still
take
having
this
the same? Yeah.
Right. What if I do this thing and build it upside down? What if I do this thing and build it underground instead? Or
and who are some of those people that you said that you go to look at other people's building, like other Minecrafters, and that specific like that?
Andy is Yoda is one that I watch a lot. Andy is Yoda. He is a creative builder mostly. He does a lot of creative building, architectural work, and his big thing is he does these 7-part builds where he will start with a basic Minecraft building, and in seven separate sets he will expand on it. So like he went from a basic Minecraft witch hut to a wizard's tower on a volcano in a swamp with these giant weeping willows. Right? And it's just like, we're gonna take this witch hut and we're gonna make it a little bit bigger, and we're gonna, maybe add in some structures on the inside. Okay, there's step 1. We're gonna take this slightly larger witch hut, we're gonna go to step 2, and we're gonna add some walkways around the outside, and maybe add on a couple extra rooms on the front and the back. And what else should we? Oh, we should have some cauldrons and maybe some, jack-o'-lanterns, maybe add on a little bit fancier roof here. Okay, that's step 3. Step 4, we're going to take that, we're going to add a second story, we're going to make this roof a little bit crazier. We're going to add on some things like we want a dude hanging, a skeleton of a dude hanging in a cage outside over, a big cauldron. The next one, we're going to take this and we're going to really blow up this swamp. We're going to make these trees big, and we're going to add a walkway through this swamp. The next one, we're going to add a mountain back here. And so he does all of this on the basic 5x5 grid that all the vanilla stuff is built on. So it's, pillar, wall, pillar. And the thing about that is I find that a ridiculously small space and I hate it. So I always build on a 7x7 instead of a 5x5. So that gives me a 5x5 space on the inside, which I find a much more usable space. But I watch a lot of his tutorials to get ideas like, how did you add icicles? How did you add icicles on that thing? How did you build? He built what's the city under the sea?
Atlantis.
Atlantis. He built Atlantis. And what kinds of details did you put in to build Atlantis? How did you make this look like it had been underwater? How do you put a piece of coral on something and not let it die? And keep it alive? How do you hide water under things so that when you put coral on it, it doesn't die? how do you make
interesting.
How do you make a Japanese koi pond look like it has floating flowers in it? How do you do little things like those that just make it, you know? And then I watch people like Grian.
Oh my god, yeah, his builds are massive.
Oh my god,
huge.
And then I watch a lot of Vidigavia, Avamance, and Philioth for like redstone builds, and how do you incorporate those into the architecture. Avamance is one, especially. Avamance makes redstone builds visually still interesting. Like he made a fully automated sheep farm that looked like a barn. It was just looks like a regular sheep farm, looked like regular sheep barn, but it was a fully automated sheep farm.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
A rabbit warren looks like a rabbit warren, but it's actually a rabbit farm. Like how do you build a chicken coop? It looks like a functional chicken coop, like a real life chicken coop, but it's all got hoppers underneath to collect all the eggs and blah blah blah. And so Avamance does a lot of that kind of stuff. And he did a build recently, actually streaming on Twitch, on the server that he's on, where they did a reimagining of the orcs from World of Warcraft.
Right.
Showed up in Minecraft. And they had set up a little encampment. And so they built the orc settlement on his world of what would the orc buildings look like. Right?
Okay. All right. I like that kind of train of thought, and you have a lot of people that you watch as inspiration, and that actually goes on really nicely to the next question, which is, who have you watched and who do you follow, who do you interact with, that in your opinion you do not understand why they are not on billboards and on TV and on all over Twitch?
You've gone all robot-y on me again, but I gather who is underrated.
Yes.
Who is underrated? Who have you watched that does not get nearly the attention they deserve?
Yes.
So I've actually been thinking about this question, and I know that there are a lot of people that that I've already mentioned that Miyamara and Gokana Roche and people that I know that like 50 and Lazy have talked about, the Savage Pop-Tart, who is a pretty young streamer. I mean, he hasn't been streaming for very long, but he's going to be great. He was a radio announcer. He spent time as a radio announcer. He's got this incredible voice. He's so great to listen to. But I think what really hangs up a lot of people, all the peoples. I think what hangs up a lot of people is actually money. That's a really big barricade for a lot of people to be able to get into streaming, because ultimately, streaming is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not, and you have to grind at it to get really big. And most people simply do not have the luxury of that. They don't, because you got to pay your actual bills. You got to actually have a real job, and most people don't do that. And I feel like a lot of people that do legitimately have the talent of what it would take to get really big, they have that, but they don't have the time. So a lot of them end up being part-time casual streamers, but then there are people who do legitimately have the talent, and they do the grind, and they do the work, and they just have not, for one reason or another, have not had that break. They have not got that big. They're not as recognized as they should be. They deserve to be. They're good. There are people who legitimately have the talent that people should be watching them. What's that?
And who are they to you?
I need to, I'm going to turn off my stream over here and stop watching you and see if that helps with my internet connection. See if that helps, because you've gone all robot-y on me.
Right, let's see. Am I still robot-y?
No, not now. Okay.
Okay, so who are they to you? Who are they? Give me some names.
I'm gonna give you 2 names because I really thought about this. I knew ahead of time you were gonna ask this question. I really thought about this one. I'm gonna give you 2 names. Okay. In addition to all the other names that I've thrown out today.
Yes.
Lazy Glassman and Deadite Girl.
Deadite Girl.
Deadite Girl. It's actually based on a song, like a death metal song.
Okay.
Lazy Glassman and Deadite Girl.
I've seen Lazy Glassman in chat, and okay, all right.
Glassman is the person who changed my life in Twitch. He was the one that scouted me out for the RPP raid when I'd been streaming for a month. And RPP raided me. The next day I made affiliate, and that's how I met Lazy and 50 and Glass and so many other amazing people.
Okay, all right.
Glassman is one of the most genuine, warm, kind, welcoming people I have met just ever. And he is an entertainer. He is so good at paying attention to his chat. He is good at welcoming people and always making them feel like part of the community. Literally, when you join his community, he says, "Welcome to the Glass Citadel. There's a room set just for you exactly the way you want it." And he is just one of the nicest people. And I don't know, honestly, why he hasn't taken off, because he's such a nice, amazing, warm guy. And
Deadite Girl, send him my way. I want to find out more. Oh, you might need to send him my way. Lazy Glassman, DM me, bro. Like, I'm being serious. I'll get you on here. Let's go. Let's do this.
I'm gonna have to listen to you over here on my laptop.
Right, hold on. Let me stop sharing my screen with you, just so you can possibly hear me a little bit better. Okay. Am I still
computer?
robotic?
I think I'm at a point in the month where I'm actually running out of bandwidth.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's type some of these.
So that may be the problem, as I've just run out of bandwidth for the month. But the other one is Deadite Girl, and Deadite Girl is a full-time streamer, and she is a mother. She is a military wife, and she is a warrior. She is an absolute warrior. This woman has survived fibromyalgia and thyroid cancer. She's given birth to like 5 kids. She's a warrior. She's an absolute warrior. And and actually JJ knows her. JJ moderates for both her and Lazy Glassman. But she's just the both of them. They're both incredible human beings. Deadite Girl is like, she has that mom vibe. Like you just feel like she just wraps you up in her boobs and like hugs you and makes you feel all like good and warm and fuzzy and like accepted, but also is not afraid to be like, listen, you're being a dipshit, stop it. And she's just awesome like that. So yeah, those two, Glass and Deadite. Those are my two. Like, I mean, Miyamara needs to be bigger, but she's a short time hobby streamer. Gokanaroj needs to be bigger. He's a hobby streamer, and I understand why you're not gonna be, because it's just like it's not a big deal. Yeah.
Okay.
Glassman and Deadite.
Okay. Well, you had them. You
I
recommended.
cannot understand a word you said. Hang on.
I will try my best to get them both on here.
Oh, hey! Now it came back.
Awesome.
Yeah. Get them both, but yes.
I have just got a message from Glassman, so that's all good. I've got him. He's gonna be coming on. We're sort out of time, but yeah, send her my way as well. I'm quite literally down to do these talks with anyone and everyone. I love satisfying my curiosity into who people are. You too, Mash. Think I forget you?
Yeah, definitely get Tato in here. Seriously, get Tato in here.
DM me on Discord. Do ! Discord. Join the Pandemic Crew. Come say hello. Drop me a DM. Let's get the ball rolling. I'll get you on. I can't not get you on after hearing such amazing review from April of you. Yeah, that's right.
All I'm hearing is it's bad.
Okay, right.
Okay, I'm gonna hear you on Twitch. I've turned on Twitch.
What is your favorite takeaway food?
Ooh, favorite takeaway food. Pizza.
Ooh, okay. What pizza?
So, funny story. When I went in for my stomach surgery a couple years ago, I ended up being on a liquid diet for 5 months. I had to be on a full liquid diet for 5 months because my stomach was completely blocked and I couldn't eat anything. And by the time I went in for stomach surgery, my internet is like, yo, bitch, call it. So by the time I went in for surgery, I was telling the doctor, listen, when I can eat solid foods again, there are 3 things I want. I want pizza, I want a cheeseburger, and I want some fried chicken. That's what I want. I want pizza, yes. Cheeseburger, and fried chicken. By the time I had my stomach surgery and they're like, oh yeah, we gotta do it again. And one more time after that. So by the time I'd been in the hospital for like a month, I was like, listen, y'all, at this point, cut up the fried chicken and the cheeseburger, put them on top of the pizza. I will eat that.
Oh my God, yes.
So that's my like cheeseburger, fried chicken, and pizza. Those are my, and if I can only have one thing, could I just have some French fries or tater tots? Something with potatoes. Something with like
fried chicken and cheeseburger calzone. That's right there.
Fried chicken and cheeseburger calzone. I'd eat it. I'd eat it. What goes on my pizza? I actually have pizza in the fridge right here. It is a thick crust Detroit style with garlic butter crust. It has pepperoni, Italian sausage, ground beef, ham and bacon, black olives, mushrooms, onions, green peppers, and pineapple. Yeah, I want some potatoes.
Okay. Well, I've been
asking you questions all night. It's only fair. I'll let you ask me some questions now. All right.
Yes.
This is a very important one. This is a very important question. Where do you stand on the subject of pirates versus ninjas, and why?
ninjas because they're warriors of the night and pirates are too drunk at night to be able to fight back. Done.
Oh, I mean, that's a thing. That's a thing. Me personally, me personally, it's ninjas because stealth. Because stealthy is fun.
Yeah, ninjas are gonna win.
Right? Right? And also, I always imagine pirates being very smelly.
Oh, God. Okay.
I gotta tell you, Tato, I have practiced that one. I practiced hard to ask that question with a straight face. That is a very important question. Because you can actually, I feel like you can tell a lot about a person by how where they lean on pirates versus ninjas. I feel like you can tell a lot about a person. And whether or not they give you that whole, like if they pick something like, oh, samurai. Well, that wasn't an option. I said pirates versus ninjas. And,
oh my God, a pirate and ninja hybrid baby.
Depends if Jack Sparrow is there. I mean, Jack Sparrow definitely strikes me as smelly. I love me some Johnny Depp. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Johnny Depp, but he strikes me as smelly.
Okay, all right. What about Jack Sparrow and Samurai Jack crossover?
Ooh, Jack Sparrow and Samurai Jack had a baby?
Yeah. That would literally be unstoppable.
I don't think so. No, I don't. I think that'd be weird. That'd be weird. Where's all the rum gone? Yeah, exactly. Who took all the rum? But what happens if Jack Sparrow and Jack Harkness meet up?
Oh. Well, that just opens a whole new can of worms.
I feel like that could get real weird real fast.
I mean, yeah.
Yes, that could get real weird real fast.
Okay. Do you have any more questions for me?
What was your first video game?
My first video game that I ever played, I actually started gaming rather late. So the first video game that I played was on a Windows 98 and it was Empire Earth, similar to Civilizations.
Gotcha. I actually never ended up playing any of those. I have like 4 Civilizations games that I got through a Humble Bundle thing that I never even installed.
Oh God, that's bad. They're free.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't have the attention span.
Okay, all right. Now I'll take one more question from you.
One more question.
Yet again, I will say that within reason, there is no holes barred. And I remind you, this is not only questions relating to my online presence. These are any questions. Within reason, I will answer them. Truthfully and honestly.
If you could study anything and make that be your professional for the rest of your life, no money is no issue, what would you do? What could you do for the rest of your life?
What could I do for the rest of my life? I think a professional woodworker, to be able to do every style of woodwork, every technique of woodwork, every type of wood, every possible way that wood can be used to make something. I think that would be something that I would happily die doing that. I'm such a mechanically minded, tactile feeling. Like I love that smell. Like as a child, being growing up on a farm part of my life, I used to love walking into my granddad's workshop because it smelled of like you could smell the lathe, and like as you get closer to it, to the metal lathe, you could smell that metal, and you could smell the oil there. And then if you went over to the woodworking section, you could smell the wood and all of the different scents of it being from where it was stained or worked or sanded or burnt. Like, it's all of those amazing smells and feels that it just like it hits home here, because I was brought up around it, and I love touching wood. I love playing with wood. I love hitting hardwood. I love sitting on wood. I just love wood. What can I say? Like, I love fast spinning wood. Yes.
Fix my face. My stepdad does woodworking. He's a retired construction worker. He was a professional sheetrock finisher, and now he does woodworking in his retirement. And yeah, we're just gonna skip right on over all them wood jokes.
I don't know what you're on about. I was just talking about woodwork. Oh my god. Well, let's see if I can pick a couple of questions from the audience. Has anyone in the audience got any questions that they would like to ask Miss Shigatsu or myself? I'll pick the creme de la creme of questions. And whilst chat is typing some of those, April, anything else would you like to know?
Anything else I would like to know?
Mm-hmm.
What is your spirit animal?
I haven't met him yet.
Well, you should work on that.
I know, but I'm 1, blind, 2, stupid, and 3, goldfish brain.
Fruit flies. I'm with you. Fruit flies. Right here. Fruit fly brain. Mine is obviously unicorns.
Unicorns? Oh, okay.
Shocking, right? I know, you would never have guessed.
I don't think I
Chandler
haven't
from
seen anything that would point me that direction. And yes, Roach, I love it.
So funny story, Angry Roach. I actually share a birthday with Joey Tribbiani, not Matt LeBlanc. Joey Tribbiani.
Oh. Oh my god! You know what? If I knew you in real life and I was like one of your friends there in your town or whatever, I would be the kind of guy that would get you a full-size cardboard cutout of Joey Tribbiani.
Full-size cardboard cutout. Very nice. Thank you.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
I'm birthday twins with Joey Tribbiani. You know who else I'm birthday twins with?
No.
Lazy Glassman.
Really? Interesting.
I share a birthday with Lazy Glassman. Next Saturday, a week from today, is our birthday.
Well, if I don't see either of you between now and then, which I hardly doubt, but I do wish you both a lovely birthday, and I hope that you both get presents that you was not expecting.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
I mostly would like to just be awake.
Okay, alright, but there's a question from the audience.
If I could have a cure for COVID so that I could actually spend my birthday with my family, that'd be awesome. We have traditions for my birthday, and they will not happen this year because, plague and all of that. So we will have to delay it a little bit. I'm hopeless and awkward and desperate for love. So that's actually why my Christmas tree is still up. Because I was born January 9th. So when I was born, my mom, or that Christmas, right before I was born, my mom was so very pregnant that she couldn't physically take down the decorations. My dad was working a full-time job. So the Christmas decorations were still up when I was born. Oh. So that became a family tradition that we always leave the decorations up until after my birthday.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right.
So we will. But that's why I still have the tree up.
From the
and
audience.
The lights stay up year round, even the TARDIS lights.
I love the TARDIS lights. The TARDIS lights need to stay.
Oh, they totally need to stay.
But if you've both got to live in any movie, show, game, worlds for a year, where and what and why?
Supernatural.
Why?
Because I really would totally ogle Sam and Dean.
Okay. All right.
I mean, obviously. You've seen them? Hot guys, fast cars, tight jeans? Yes.
Oh, God. Where would I live for a whole year?
Where would you live for a whole year? Where would you live?
That's a really good question. Movie,
also,
show,
I would love cheeseburgers. I would get so many cheeseburgers and French fries.
That's a genuinely hard question. Actually, no, that's not a hard question at all. It's actually a really easy question to answer. I'd live in Minecraft.
You'd live in Minecraft. I would love to live on the TARDIS. I would go travel with the Doctor for a year.
I mean,
because would it really be a year?
I mean, it'd be a year to you.
Right, but how much
wouldn't be a year for everyone else?
How much could you fit into a year if you had a time machine?
Well, I mean, it depends how attractive you find the Doctor, really.
Okay, Clara. Fucking Clara. Walking,
right.
walking bikes in a mini skirt. I hated Clara. I was not sad when she died. Amy Pond is where it's at. Fight me.
Yes. Okay. No, I can't. I've always had a thing for redheads. All right. Okay. All right.
Fight. Amy Pond is impetuous. She may have always made shit worse, but at least she tried.
And Rose too, as well.
No, I hated Rose Tyler. Those teeth and those eyebrows, that fucking accent. Shut your mouth, Rose Tyler. I can't stand you. Go away.
Okay.
But Amy, and I always felt like Rose Tyler spent a lot of time wandering around going, "What's going on?"
I can agree with that.
And Donna, oh my God, Donna. Fuck your face, Donna.
Yes.
Go die in a fucking fire. But Martha was cool. Oh, I am all down for hanging out with Martha. She seems like a badass. I would totally. And then she even stole Rose's dude and then went on to fight a war with him. Take that, Rose.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
I got time for that.
You're just a memory stuck on a beach somewhere with a fake doctor. Whereas...
Oh, what was her name? Oh my God. She was the computer. My God, what was her name? She ended up having to kill the Doctor? No, she wasn't killing the Doctor. What was it?
You don't mean River Song?
No, not River Song. No, not River Song.
I was gonna say, you don't mean River Song.
River Song's child.
Oh.
Her.
See...
Wait, is it Melody
Pond? No. Melody Pond is River Song.
No, it was... Oh, God, who was she? She was... Oh, my Lord, this is going to absolutely kill me.
I don't know, but River Song is my favorite Doctor.
Yeah, she was pretty good.
She was my favorite doctor.
Amy and Rory's daughter is River. Yeah. No, I'm talking about the...
Donna was the bride. Yeah, Donna was the redhead bride. Fucking hated her. So obnoxious.
Like, she was throughout several different time zones, essentially. And then she ended up having to kill the doctor or be split across all different...
That
oh god, she was really young.
Not...
Yes, that's River Song.
I was gonna say that's River Song. Because River Song was the one, and she was the unlikely astronaut. She was the one that the picture of the doctor on the beach where he's having the picnic with Amy and Rory, while River is dressed up as the astronaut, and the meme is something like that feeling when you're having a picnic with your best friend who is pregnant with your wife while being killed by your wife in front of her mom or something like that. And it's just like, all of this is very confusing. Now, Clara Oswald was in several different timelines because she was a walking plot device in a miniskirt, and she was absolutely the most useless companion ever. Like,
that's
in the entirety of Clara Oswald's existence was based on the idea that she was in all of the timelines. That's literally it. That was her entire...
Thank you for the follow-up, fantastic, cool. 69.
Her entire story was that she was a plot device throughout the Doctor's timelines.
Yeah.
I liked her better when she was a Dalek. That's all I can say. I liked her better when she was a Dalek.
I just liked her in general, but hey, that's just my man being my man. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, every guy I know was like, oh my god, Clara Oswald, she's so hot. Like, the guy that I was trying to date at the time, he's like, oh, but she's got such great legs and she's so busty. I'm like, dude, bitch, I'm busty with great legs. Fuck Clara. At least I know how to use a wrench.
I'll fight you, Clara is awesome.
No,
but awesome.
See, and everybody thinks she's hot, and I'm just like, so what? She's dumb. She does nothing until Peter Capaldi became the Doctor, and suddenly, when she didn't have a love interest on the line, suddenly she starts taking initiative. She starts having her own like thoughts and doing things, and she wore pants, you guys. She wore pants. But it wasn't until she was no longer in love with the Doctor that she finally had any sort of brain in her head and took any sort of initiative.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. She becomes awesome. Yeah.
She had zero character development alongside Matt Smith. None. Like, literally her entire character was based on the premise that she existed in multiple timelines. That was it. Knows how to use a wrench. Just gonna gloss over the innuendo there. Listen, I know how to drive a stick. And also a manual transmission.
Oh, it took me a moment there. Oh, God. Wow. Yeah. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Why did it take me so long? Oh, wow.
Just saying.
Okay.
Saying there's a reason my stream is TVMA.
We love tacos.
Tacos. Big fan of sausage, me. Big fan of sausage.
Oh my Lord. But it has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you tonight. We've literally been speaking now over the course of 2 days, for myself anyhow, and
almost 7 hours.
It has been absolutely amazing, and thank you very much for being on here. It's been more than I thought it was going to be, honestly. It's been an absolute pleasure. And if you're watching this now and you're watching this live, thank you very much for being here. It is very much appreciated. If you've come in late towards this stream, have no worries, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, because this whole episode has been recorded and it will be going up on YouTube. What is going to happen now is that I'm going to be asking April who she would like to pass on the raid to, because we're going to go and make someone's day or night, or good morning, evening, what?
Good morning, afternoon.
That, what she said.
Morning, afternoon.
But as per usual, we shall say goodbye for now, and I'll see you all in the next episode. Actually, today, for me, I've got another 2 of these, so yeah, I'll see you there. And from myself for now, and from Miss Shigatsu, I'm going to say peace out, Twitch, and peace out, YouTube. We'll see you all next time.